I don't know if y'all heard that, so let's do it again. I don't know. Mr. Z been messing up on these intros. Okay, there we go. All right, y'all. Oh boy. Apparently, even in the UK, they have Nazi style pseudo divester swirlers, black women in luxury, matriarchs who are East African descent or East African. Oh boy, damn son, where'd you find this? L's so to L's active Saint Share, I'm not sure if you're from the UK also. I'm not 100% sure. But you seem to have intimate knowledge about it also. Yeah. So y'all got to deal with this too. Oh boy. Shout out to the lady Veronica who called into this show. And so let's shout out the channel name, and the channel is The Day After TNB. UK based channel, it looks like. The host seem to be from Africa. It looks like they're from West Africa, maybe, but I'm not 100% sure. But they've had guests from all across the diaspora, black guests from all across the diaspora. Um, and they got into very interesting conversations about colorism, about marriage. We're gonna get into it. About men, and they had a caller call in named Veronica, who's East African. And oh boy, right? So Miss Veronica, who called in, called men insufferable. And of course, she went down the cracy route, the Crystalline Karazin route, the Cynthia G route, and said black men are not captain of industry. It literally came out her mouth. What are black men desired for? Right? What do they own and control type talk? Oh boy, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. You let these African sisters step one big toe in the West and they become white man's bottom B forever. Goddamn. They talk like him. They think like him. They wish they were him and his white woman at the same time. Goddamn, Z. Oh boy. You let these African sisters put one big toe in the West and they out here sounding like the most industrious, capitalist, neoliberal white man humanly possible. Jesus Christ. Wow. That is scary. And she came out the mouth straight up and said, they're not captain of industry. And there you go, Chrissy. There you go, Cynthia G. There you go, divest and sell it. Huh? There you go, Lexus Exodus. Wow. That was frightening. Huh? Oof. Man, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. So let's go through a few things. Let's go through a few things, right? Number one, the host were speaking about the breakdown in the family structure, and how I guess Africans in the UK become westernized and they adopt Western values, which I can kind of give space for, I can understand. But let's speak about the breakdown in the family. As y'all know, Mr. Z likes to bring up that it's not actually breakdown in the family. It's a very specific type of family that is falling apart quicker, more precipitously in the West. And it's the working class family. It's the lower middle class family. It's the working poor family. I'm not even going to mention the poor because they never had a chance. Is the marriage rate going down overall? Yes. Is the divorce rate going up? Actually, no. Ooh, goddamn, Z. The divorce rate in America in specific, I'm not sure about the UK, but the divorce rate in America in specific has largely plateaued. You want to know why? because of the people that are getting married. Ooh, goddamn, Z, don't do it, Z. Because in America, we got the message. Marriage is not for you, marriage is for him. Marriage is not for you, marriage is for her. Who's her and who's him? The people with the money, oop, and the status. Yikes, and the education. Oh, huh? Divorce has largely plateaued in America because who are the people that are getting married in the first place? Uh-oh. Can't get divorced if you never got married. Huh? So when these UK brothers and sisters are talking about the family structure, whose family? Huh? It's not simply a breakdown in the family structure. It's a breakdown in middle class, working poor family formation. Welcome to neoliberalism, capitalism meets nuclear family. Huh? Look at who's getting married and who's staying married. Very importantly, who's staying married. I am certain that just like in America, in the UK, it's highly class and income based. Who's getting married and staying married? The women are the ones that are deciding that the upper middle class men, the rich men, and the wealthy men are the ones that are deserving of marriage. Huh? And the lower class men are not. It's not character flaw in the men. Say it again with me now. It's not character flaw in the men. Uh-oh. So when we speak about the breakdown in the family, what I have witnessed in America, and I'm pretty sure it's you can replicate it in the UK, is that very few of us have the class conversation when we speak about marriage. Very few of us have the income conversation when we speak about marriage. Huh? Because then that will open up a can of worms on why is it that it's a certain class of men that are eligible for marriage. Remember, once again, economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. And that was from the perspective of women. Say it again with me now. Of women. In other words, women are the ones saying and showing through practice that in their minds, economically unattractive men are the reason why they don't want to marry. Too many economically unattractive men. Now, if the women are saying that it is a character flaw to not be able to or not um, acquiring resources and hoarding resources at the highest level, if the women are saying that is a character flaw, then they just need to come out and say it. Uh-oh. Huh? They need to just come out and say it. Once again, at least in America, and I'm almost certain it's probably reflected in the UK. And this is once again, this is race neutral. When you look at who's getting married and is more likely to stay married, it is very class and income based. It is very much based off of wealth of the men. Oops. So to the host of the show, right? And once again, we're reviewing the day after TNB, TNB, right? It's not simply the breakdown in the family structure. It's who we have decided as a society, who have we decided is deserving and worthy of marriage and of nuclear family. Not this new modern, newfangled, different type of family, quote unquote, the modern family, right? No, not the Brady Bunch type of family. No, nuclear family. One man, one woman, and kids that were produced from that same man and that same woman in that marriage. None of this mixed family stuff. And once again, I'm not necessarily disparaging the mixed family. I'm saying look at who is more likely to have the nuclear family that is not mixed family, and look at who is more likely to, first of all, not be married. Then, secondly, if they do get married, have the mixed family. And if they do get married, is more likely to divorce. That is largely based in the West, definitely in America. I'm not so sure about the UK, but I'm almost certain that it's reflected in the UK also. The families that are more blended, right? The families where the woman comes with another child, maybe the man, but the woman comes with another child, a child outside of the marriage. Uh, the families that are more likely for it to dissolve and the wife file for divorce because 7 or 8 out of 10 times it's going to be the woman. That's factually accurate, by the way. Huh? When you look at all of this, who's getting married, who's staying married, it's very class based, it's very income based, it's very wealth based. Once again, welcome to neoliberal capitalism plus your nuclear families. Not to mention the entitlement of the women. Oops. Huh? I want to emphasize this. The divorce rate in America, at least, I'm pretty sure it's reflected also in the UK. The divorce rate in America has actually flattened in many respects because nuclear family and marriage has become a signifier of class, status, stability, etc. And is becoming more and more entrenched that that is what marriage symbolizes. Say it again, Z. The divorce rate has largely flatlined in America. Once again, I'm almost certain you can see that in the UK also, right? Because it has become more and more entrenched that marriage is a signifier for class, for status, for stability. Huh? And exactly what Trell says here. It's cheaper to keep her. Huh? Oh boy. You know, I my title is what, Cantankerous versus Insufferable? Why Insufferable? Because the lady Miss Veronica, East African Veronica, we'll call her, right? What was the name of the brother um on the Malcolm X um movie, West Indian Archie, right? So instead of West Indian Archie, we gonna call her East African Veronica, right? Um East African Veronica says that men are insufferable. Oh boy. She says that men are insufferable. She says she can't even wait to kick her son out. Her own biological son. Yes, y'all heard right. Huh? Yes, you heard right. She said that men are insufferable. A lady that sounds like her, Miss East African Veronica, who sounds broken as hell. Oh boy, does that lady sound broken. She sounds broken as hell. But she tells you that men are insufferable. Huh? And the definition of insufferable is too extreme to bear, intolerable. Once again, too extreme to bear, intolerable. Now, I don't know what the marriage rate is for black women in the UK, but I can tell you that black women in the US, maybe outside of indigenous women, maybe, possibly outside of indigenous women in America, the marriage rate for black women is in the dumps in America. Black women have the lowest marriage rate. Yes, even lower than black men. Black women have a higher divorce rate. Yes, even lower than black men. Or higher, better yet, higher divorce rate than even black men. Yes, you heard correctly. Yes, right? So to say that black men or men are insufferable, for a black woman, yes, even an East African black woman. And yes, we know East African means you might shake her family tree, and some Arabs and some Middle Easterners will fall out the family tree. We know, we know. But for a black woman anywhere on planet Earth to talk about who's insufferable, are you sure you want to go there? Are you sure you want to have that conversation, Miss East African Veronica? Right? So once again, East African Veronica says that men are insufferable. And to her, I say, ma'am, you sound very, very cantankerous. Right? And the definition of cantankerous is means having a difficult and contrary disposition or being stubbornly obstructive and unwilling to cooperate. Cantankerous. Huh? To East African Veronica, are you sure that you're the one that's not cantankerous and it's less that the men that you've been in a relationship with are insufferable? I don't know your life, ma'am. It's possible that those men are insufferable. It's possible. But are you sure that you're not the one who is cantankerous and maybe also insufferable? Huh? Oh boy. Are you sure, madam, that you are not insufferable? Huh? That is the question. Huh? This is a lady who also looks like she can't wait for her son to leave her home. This is a lady who also said something along the lines of what I can't ever love a man. I can care about one. Yeah, yeah, there she goes. And she says, I don't think I can love a man. I may care about him. Wow. I may care about him, but I don't think I can ever love him. Shout out to whatever man, whether it's white or black or Asian. We already know in the UK when they say Asian, they tend to be speaking about South Asians, not East Asians. And in America, when we say Asian, we could mean South Asian or East Asian, but we're probably saying East Asian. Um, yeah. So shout out to whatever man ends up with this lady. If a man ever ends up with this lady, I would suggest she eat vagina. Huh? I would suggest she go munching. AZ, you know them Africans don't be playing about that LGBTQ stuff. You know that's real disrespectful what you just said to her. And oops. Huh? For someone who sees men as insufferable, huh? Who said they can't see themselves ever loving a man, maybe they'll care about one. I suggest that this lady go on a munching spree. Huh? Go munch on another woman, ma'am. Or go get munched on. Y'all could do the whole scissoring thing. Huh? Exactly, better you. Y'all can munch and brunch. Huh? That's why Mr. Z says let them talk. Let them talk. And you hear a woman who says she don't even want to hear from her son if her son is going through difficulty. That's for his dad. Just come to me when you have solutions. That is a black woman. That is a East African woman telling you she don't even want to hear from her son about his plights. So if she don't even want to hear from her son about his plights, then what you think if you end up dealing with her as a man, definitely as a black man? Huh? And y'all want to know why black women are so goddamn chronically single. Where's that African sister that Umar was speaking to, Dr. Umar Johnson was speaking to in Australia? Where's she now? Here go one of your fellow sistren. Huh? These are the women that y'all are saying that black men don't want to marry. Huh? Women like this. Yeah, that's it. Black men are supposed to turn a woman like this into a wife, right? Into a quote unquote honest woman, right? Yeah, that's it. Y'all tell me what you could do with East African Veronica. What can any man do, definitely any black man do with East African Veronica, who thinks you're insufferable, when in actuality she's cantankerous? Huh? And the definition, once again, for cantankerous means having a difficult and contrary disposition or being stubbornly obstructive and unwilling to cooperate. Unwilling to cooperate. Unwilling to cooperate. I'm over here sound like Dr. Umar Johnson. Huh? Goddamn, Z, I know. Huh? And we'll pause right here. We'll read this. And Trail says, and thank you for the super chat, Trail. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Trail says, Z doing blade work, hysterical. Right? Yeah, and yeah, YouTube did the suggestion, and yeah, I just posted it. Right. I just posted it. Oh man, they counting toes out here on YouTube. They counting toes. Right? So apparently black women in the UK are sounding just like black women in the US. Huh? Black women in the UK are sounding just like black women in the US. This lady said, essentially, what have black men done? Why are black women worshiping black men? And the problem is, first of all, no, they're not. Secondly, and if black women were worshiping black men, the problem would be what now? What has not worshiping black men gotten black women over the past couple centuries? Let's get into it. Okay, fine. First of all, once again, black women are not worshiping black men. Maybe that's the problem. But fine. What has not worshiping black men gotten black women? Because black women are doing swell with their antagonism towards black men and their white worship, huh? That's gotten them far leaps and bounds, hasn't it? Huh? Black women are doing swell, aren't they? Miss East African Veronica. Black women are kicking ass all over the West, aren't they? All in Canada, all in the UK, all in the US and Germany and France and Portugal and Spain. Don't even get me started about black people in Portugal and Spain. What black people? Oops. Huh? Black people in Italy. Oh yeah, that's it. Huh? Norway, Denmark, Finland. Let's stop it. Stop. Huh? Black women just kicking ass, aren't they? Or are they getting their ass kicked? Oops. Huh? The conversation before Miss Veronica got on went to this place where they were speaking about, are black women trying to be with black men more than black men are trying to be with black women? And to that question, I say, first of all, interesting framing. Secondly, no. And third, black women don't try to be with black men more than black men try to be with black women. Black women must admit to themselves and come to terms with that they have less options to end up marrying non-black than black men do to marry non-black women. Black women should hold on to black men for dear life. for their own survival. Dear black women, to hell with your pride. You can have your pride and sleep under a bridge. Oops. Mr. Z is a 5'9" bald guy with a growing gut. I know when I'm next to the 6'2" chisel chin, tatted Tyrone. Huh? I understand that if and when we walk into this club, what more than likely, depending on the club, but what more than likely the outcome's going to be if I try to compete with Chisel Chin Tyrone for the ladies. It does not hurt or bruise Mr. Z's ego that what is is. Black women, on the other hand, continuously lie to themselves about what is being what is. And then wake up from their stupor, shout out to Toya, wake up from their stupor and are angry at the world that they couldn't make their delusions reality. Angry at the world that the world didn't make their delusions reality. Angry at the world that they couldn't manifest this delusion into reality. Huh? When you listen to Miss East African Veronica speak, what do you hear but broken heart hurtness? What do you hear but bitterness? And Mr. Z is not just saying bitter as some sexist trope, right? It's not just bitter because she's a black woman speaking about black men. No, that lady does sound bitter and broken. Oftentimes, when we say women are bitter, right? When we say they're broken, we assume that a man is the reason why she's bitter. A man made her bitter. A man broke her because he wasn't a good man, because she put her energy into the wrong man. She put her energy into the right man, but at the wrong time. Huh? A man did her wrong. In this case, a black man. What is seldom said is that these women break themselves. Huh? That is what is seldom said. That these women break themselves because they take their delusions and they think they can manifest their delusions into reality, and then they get mad at the world when they don't and when they can't make their delusions their reality. When they can't make that man be who they wanted him to be, which is usually a man that protects, provides, and shuts up. Huh? Oh boy. And Compassionate says half of black women want the myth of white womanhood, the other half are trying to acquire black macho superwoman status. And how is that working for them? Thank you, Chief Rocka. But Chief Rocka, you're doing the math. And Chief Rocka says all of them won't attract the provider Chad or Brad with the trust fund that they desire, regardless if they are highly educated or not. Right? Wow. Huh? And Compassionate says black men aren't just the canary in the coal mine in the US, but globally. Oh boy. Listen to East African Veronica speak. And once again, Shrell, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Mr. Z, Mr. Z's toes is getting counted. YouTube counting toes out here, y'all. Right? YouTube is Wayne Brady. That's what YouTube is, right? Huh? It would behoove black women to make do with and be honest with themselves about the environment and about their likeliness to meet and to be with the omnipotent non-black man or even black man. It would behoove them to admit their situation and status in this society and black men's situation and status. Notice that even the female host of the show, she pushed back initially on the idea that black men are more desirable than black women. And then she slowly, essentially admitted to it when they started getting into the conversation about colorism and how darker skin is seen by non-black people as more masculine and how that affects black men's desirability and black women's desirability. What we're finding, so shout out to Sergeant Pete for finally getting here. What we're finding is that black women don't simply want to be desired by black men. Dark skinned black women don't simply want to be desired by black men. It's not enough for them that black men, you know, the man. See, I thought you said white men are the man. I know what I said. Huh? It's not enough for black women, for darker skinned black women, that black men desire them, that black men find them attractive. Ain't that right, Chrissy? Even you admitted it and said that, Chrissy. Oops. If it's not global validation and if white men aren't chasing after them, then what's the point? And I say, any black woman that expresses that to you, leave her where she stands. If black men and black men's validation of her beauty is not enough for her, then leave her where she stands. Leave her for the white men or Latino men or the Asian men that she desires. And if one of them never pick her up, then leave her out there for the carousel for eternity. Huh? Now, let's be very clear. When Miss Veronica called in, if I'm not mistaken, one of her first comments spoke to black men not truly being desired. And if they are desired, I'm paraphrasing, it's because of, you know, the myth of the black schlong, right? The black obelisk, sorry, y'all. The chocolate bar, as Toya says, right? Or as Z says also. This is what black men are designed for. So she's going down the crystalline kerosene route. The only thing that black men have is big D and swag talk, right? And I want to stress this to all women, not even just black women. Men being sought after for their sexual prowess or implied sexual prowess is not the insult that women think it is. When you insult men, namely black men, with the idea that all you are is big D and swag, that ain't the insult you think it is. Is it dehumanizing still, just like it would be dehumanizing for a woman to only be seen as her sexual prowess? Yeah, it is. But is it the insult that you think it is? Nah. Huh? So once again, men being sought after mainly for implied sexual prowess, for their actual sexual prowess, is not the insult that women, namely black women, think it is. Let me make sure I advertise this. Black women, you are the ones that want to be white women. Black men do not care to be, nor do they want to be white men. Stop it with the you have no value because you're not a captain of industry crap. Your insatiable inferiority complex is showing. You're undressing yourself in front of the world, Miss East African Veronica. I am so glad that she said it. They're not captain of industry. What have they built? What have they done? Oh, you gotta love it. Black women once again step one goddamn big toe in the West and they start sounding like Nazi ass white men. East African Veronica sound like a goddamn. This lady is Milton Friedman. This is Frederick Hayek. This is Ronald Reagan. Huh? This is Nixon. Huh? Thank you, compassionate. Big D and charisma ain't the insult you think it is. And to be honest with you, some of them are starting to pivot and say, well, you know what? I don't know why everybody keep on thinking black men are the best. And no, they're really selfish in bed. And actually, they don't have the members y'all think they got. And actually, what I found is white men are more caring and they're more attentive. And whatever, man. Cool story, bro. White women and Latino women said, oh, is that what you're saying now? Don't worry, I'll take him off your hands. Uh-oh. Huh? Shout out to all the black women who are now trying to take this stereotype and use another one. Actually, black men, they don't have all the big numbers and they don't have their sexual prowess and they're not as attentive and they're not as tender. Yawn. Huh? Now they try to reverse the stereotype because too many non-black women come over here snooping to find out, yeah, about that big D and swag though. They're over here itching their neck, right? Like Dave Chappelle, they over here looking like crack fiends, standing in line. Huh? Yeah, about that big D and swag that I've been hearing about. I want to try some of that. What? That's non-black women. So black women are over here trying to spread negative PR. Oh, actually, black men don't have yawn. Nobody believes you. Cool story, bro. Huh? Cool story, bro. Homegirl literally said East African Veronica literally brought up black men not being captain of industry. Oh, you gotta love it. To all the technocrats, to all the social scientists, to all the quote unquote leaders in the black community across the diaspora. This is what Z and other black men have been telling you about that you keep on ignoring. This is your daughter. Why aren't black people coupling up? Why are all these black men marrying non-black women? Why are black women so single? Why are black women so chronically single? These are your daughters. Huh? That's why Mr. Z says let them talk. When you let people talk, when you let women talk, when you let women talk when they're being snarky and mean and rude and they're angry at the world, this is them. What value do black men have? What have black men done? What have black men built? Black men are not captain of industry. When Mr. Z says it's a neoliberal assessment of men and masculinity, I've been saying that for years. I said it on Dr. Green Gorilla's channel. I said it on Charles Faulkner's channel. I've said it on BGS's channel. I said it on Art Newstyle's channel. I said it on the Raj Report's channel. I said it on Rogish's channel. I said it on Kev Blackman being brutally honest channel. I've said it everywhere. This is what Mr. Z was saying. I've said it on Dr. T Hassan Johnson's channel. This is what Mr. Z was saying. I said it on Tone Talk's channel. This is what Mr. Z was talking about. This East African Veronica in the UK said it. She said it. This wannabe Margaret Thatcher ass East African, huh? She said it. Black men are not captain of industry. What have they built? So somebody has been listening to Princella. Somebody has been listening to Cynthia G. Somebody has been listening to Chrissy. Somebody has been listening to Crystal and Karazin. Dear FD Signifier, do you understand now? She's not even American. She's not even in America. She's British by way of goddamn East Africa. Or the other way around. East African by way of Britain. Huh? This is what Mr. Z means by let them talk. She called in, she was frustrated because in her mind, black women seem way too obsessed with black men as they should be. Uh-oh. In her mind, black women are way too obsessed with black men. Mr. Z says, as they should be. Huh? And so what she said is, why do y'all care what black men do? Black women should care what black men do. First of all, we're black, we're attached by the hip. We're black, we're attached by the hip. It is black men's business what black women do. It is black women's business what black men do. I don't know where the hell you weirdo ass people come from. What do y'all care what black men do? Because we're all related and we're attached by the hip. What type of weird ass? And it's funny because the host of the show said it earlier. We've become way too individualized. We adopting Western worldview of different things. And then Veronica calls in, East African Veronica calls in and proves the goddamn point. Huh? She calls in and proves the exact point. Imagine living on a planet where your people globally are seen as the bottom. Middle Easterners goddamn throwing them out of windows practically. Huh? White dudes taking SEGs tours to Africa and recording it practically. Spreading HIV to black women both in Africa and in America. Huh? Imagine Imagine being part of the group where another group colonizes the bottom section of the goddamn continent and says it's theirs and rules that country damn there with an iron fist with only about 10 or 12% of the population. Huh? Imagine the whole goddamn continent being colonized outside of what, one or two countries? Huh? Imagine there being a place where they took the black people, marched them, black men, excuse me, black men, marched them off to war so they could be slaughtered, so they can lower the black population, and then they brought in a bunch of not really wanted by anyone else as white folks from Europe, Argentina. Huh? Imagine you being part of the people that the goddamn Chinese incels fly over to your continent to go breed up the women and then fly back. Huh? Imagine your region of the continent being the region of the continent where they really started enslaving the people. You know, Middle Easterners going over. If you think European slavery is old as hell, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see what the Middle Easterners been doing to the East Africans for millennia. Huh? Huh? Imagine having resources from your continent all on display all across Western Europe, in Portugal, in Spain, in Britain, in France, in Germany is nothing but artifacts, diamonds, all these different type of things from Africa. And this lady talking about why do black women care what black men are doing? Lady, if you don't shut the entire hell up forever, huh? And a woman like that got the unmitigated gall to say men are insufferable. Huh? Well, will you look at that? Will you look at that? Nigerians are some of the most educated folks in America. They have among the some of the largest population on the planet right now. I think Nigeria is what top 10 population on the planet, give or take. And yet, what pull really do Nigerians in the UK, in Canada, in America, what pull do they really have politically? I'll wait. All these PhDs in America, what pull do Nigerians really have in America? I'll wait. All these doctors, Nigerian descent and straight up Nigerian doctors in the UK, in America, some in Canada, what pull do they really have though? I'll wait. Oh, yep, that's what I thought. Huh? Ethiopia wasn't colonized. And what pull do they have? I don't know, anywhere. Anywhere. Huh? Oh boy. Huh? This lady is talking out of her ass. It sounds nice. This is why we say bitter. This is why we say bitter. To East African Veronica, lady, do you not think you sound bitter? I heard the panel, I heard them talking, I heard the women speaking and how black men are excuse me, black women are seen as bitter and other people are seen as haters when they criticize others and black women are seen as bitter. Did y'all not hear East African Veronica? She don't sound bitter? Huh? When y'all used to hear what's her name off of the grapevine? Huh? Uchechi off of the grapevine. She didn't sound bitter? Huh? Cynthia G doesn't sound bitter? Chrissy doesn't sound bitter? I don't care how much they purport to be enjoying their lives. And the second they turn off the internet and the second they turn off their social media, they enjoying their lives. When they turn it on, though, they don't sound bitter. We're not just calling them bitter as some sexist retort. No, listen to the way they speak. Listen to what they advocate for. Listen how they speak about black men. Listen how they speak to black men. They don't sound bitter. Is it sexist or is it descriptive? Huh? East African Veronica says black women speak about black men like they are obsessed with black men. And as Mr. Z says, again, one more goddamn time, ma'am, as they should be. Once again, black women are not obsessed with black men, but they should be. For their own livelihood, they should be. for this quote unquote beauty standard they're trying to uphold or achieve. They should be. For that quote unquote nuclear family that some of them purport to want. They should be. Huh? To East African Veronica, ma'am, it is not black men's fault that you're working with white women and you feel unattractive in their presence. God damn. It is not black men's fault that you are working with white women and you feel like you don't have enough resources and money in the UK when you're among white women. It is not black men's fault that you wish you could look down on white women the way you feel they look down on you. They probably do. That's not black men's fault, ma'am. And we know that's what you're thinking because what did you say? Black men are not captain of industry. I'm so glad that these women keep saying that, keep implying that, keep suggesting it. Because as Mr. Z says, dear black men, individually, it's not what you haven't done. That's not the problem that black women have. They were talking crap. Black women's issue is that they're not white women. Huh? Black women's issue is that they don't get to flex class power on non-black women. Their issue is that they don't get to look down on non-black women. Huh? I finally found the clip I was referring to. Media Man covered it. The sister with the fro and the glasses, who essentially said, "Black men earn more than black women, but it's not enough more. It's not enough more for them to be the patriarchs of their homes and for them to run their homes." Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna put the link in the description after the stream. Shout out to the replay gang. That's why Mr. Z says, let them talk. You let the beauty of the internet is how much the conversation between black men and black women got blown the hell open. Black women could no longer hide behind the Dr. Umar Johnsons of the world and the Steve Harveys of the world and the Barack Obamas of the world. Huh? They can't hide behind Bill Cosby anymore. Huh? They can't hide behind the white men, the Joe Scarboroughs. Shout out to you, Gail King. Huh? Black women can't hide behind those folks anymore. Now they're on full display with all their contempt, all their sassiness, all their snarkiness, all their jealousy, their envy, and their bitterness is on full display. Huh? Say that. Huh? And we'll pause right here. And L's Active says, and thank you for the super chat. Why should black men be respected? If it weren't for black men, you would still be colonized with no independence for you to arrive to the UK to talk wicked on the sons of your liberators. Say that. And once again, L's Active, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? And you hear this often, right? You hear this type of talk from Real Talk with Yanni. You heard it from Chrissy, right? Is this what have black men done? Imagine saying what have black men done and you have a voice on the internet. Huh? Imagine saying what have black men done. Pierce Malone kind of went to this road also. Imagine saying what have black men done when Pierce Malone was going at one of these white women and she was, the whole Snow Kings and wherever Pierce Malone was going with it. Imagine her being able to say that about white people and not have white people kick her goddamn door in and drag her by her hair and then ask what have black men done. Oh boy. Huh? Wow. Yes, Black Guru, I got the email, and Black Guru says, Z, you get the Snow Bunny cleanup woman video I sent you? Yes, yes. Right, and thank you for that. Yes. right? You have a number of black women who are literally saying, what have black men done? While they get to speak around white folks and not have their teeth knocked in the back of their throat. While they're not disappeared and deleted when they're talking. If you are on a college campus, university campus, you protested, you calling white folks devil in their face, you saying white folks, white men smell like wet dog, all of this type of talk. If you're able to say that and not get disappeared, and then you ask what have black men built, oh boy, you don't get it. Or you do get it, you're just too cowardly to admit that that's what black men have done. They allowed for you to talk crap. Huh? Oh boy. Imagine being able to become a CEO, right? Imagine being able to work in a space with white folks and not be harassed or insulted or demeaned or called all type of monkeys and N-words, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine being in these spaces and then asking, what have black men built? Imagine working a government job anywhere in these United States of America and being promoted and being elevated in those spaces and then asking, what have black men built? Imagine being able to drive your baby luxury car, your baby Benz, your Tesla Model 3, your BMW 3 Series, your Audi A4s and A3s, all your luxury SUVs, all up and down the suburbs. Go get your $12, $13 goddamn coffees, $15 and $20 coffees, all in Starbucks or whatever little coffee spot you're getting it from, and ask, what have black men built? You're not being harassed. You're not being stopped. Huh? Oh boy. Imagine being able to be the sexual plaything for Brad. Y'all break up and he doesn't speak about you disparagingly. He doesn't go around insulting you, especially in the presence of black men, and then asking, what have black men built? Even when y'all purposely make yourself the sexual plaything for Brad, he still know better than to talk crazy about you in the presence of black men and not get his teeth knocked down the back of his throat. That's what black men built. Huh? You want to know what black men built? Black men are not captain of industry. I'm glad, madam, that that is your metric. Huh? I'm glad that that is her metric. As Els Active says, you know, you look at black men throughout the diaspora and what they've been able to achieve in Canada, in America, in Germany, in Britain, in France, and then you have black women saying, what have black men built? While they could talk. Imagine being able to talk in the presence of non-black people as a black woman, and you ask, what have black men built? Huh? What have black men built? Imagine being a black woman who's earning any type of real money in America, anything, to be frank with you, anything more than $40,000 a year, and say, what have black men built? Imagine being a black woman who can purchase a house. Let's say you're single and you making good money. You making like damn near $200,000 a year, and you purchase a nice home in the burbs by yourself. Imagine being a black woman who can purchase a home in the suburbs by herself, maybe $1 million home, right? Imagine being that black woman and then saying, what have black men built? The fact that you have a job that pays you that much. Secondly, the fact that you can purchase that home. Third, the fact that your white neighbors don't harass you. Hopefully they don't harass you. Imagine being that black woman and then saying, "What have black men built?" Asking, "What have black men built?" Imagine that. Huh? What have black men built? Oh boy. Els Active says, "The fact your womb is yours." Hey, you know what's funny you say that, Els? They don't even, many people in America don't even know about the sterilization campaign that was going on in America all through the late 19th century, definitely the early and mid 20th century. And that the Nazis made it a dirty thing. So that's why they slowed up on it. Shout out to Planned Parenthood. Oops. And black women talking about what have black men built. The fact that they don't see you as imbecilic, they might see you as imbecilic, and they don't sterilize you because of it. That's what black men built. The fact that they had to sneak around with Planned Parenthood and get you that way. What have black men built? Huh? The fact that white dudes don't just walk in the hood, grab whatever black women they find attractive or appealing enough, handle their business with you, delete you, and then toss your body, which on the low kind of sort of is happening. But the fact that they're not openly doing that is what black men built. Imagine, what have black men built? Black men are not captain of industry. Huh? East African Veronica is saying black men are not captain of industry. Huh? And Black Lulu says, the only doctors my wife has ever really trusted have been black men. She even prefers them over black women. What have black men built? What have black men built? That sister that glued her goddamn hair with super glue. Where was that, in Baltimore somewhere? It was an African brother that got the glue out. An African doctor. What have black men built? Getting glue out of your goddamn hair. What have black men built? Huh? The fact that black women's natural shape is desired now. Who put asses on the map? Black men did. Huh? So much that black men are trying to goddamn stretch out the term for thick to mean fat, just not to hurt fat black women's feelings. What have black men built? We trying so hard not to hurt your feelings, it's actually hurting us. Huh? Now you got heavy set and fat black women calling themselves thick. No, ma'am. Stop. Huh? What have black men built? Imagine all of that because black men in significant number aren't captain of industry. What people in significant number are captain of industry? Who? I was watching something and it was a group of East Asians talking, and they were saying, we're in tech and we're in kicking ass, but we don't really have those CEO positions the way the South Asians do, the way the Indians do. Uh-oh. Captain of industry, right? Yeah, that's it. The white guys are complaining, the WASP white guys are complaining that the small hat white guys are all the CEOs, but black men are not captain of industry. Huh? You're literally watching the debate right now with Vivek and Elon on one side and the white nationalists on the other side. about who should be in the tech industry and bringing in cheap labor with H-1B visas. Captain of industry, right? What have black men built, right? Oh boy. Imagine saying, what have black men built? And yet, you as an East African woman is sitting in the UK talking crap about black men, calling men insufferable, speaking English. Imagine, what have black men built? The fact that Europe is not a smoldering goddamn glass bowl is what black men built. Huh? Windrush. The fact that Britain was importing black folks from the West Indies to help them rebuild the UK after World War II is what black men in the UK built. Uh oh. Huh? The fact that black soldiers are fighting in World War II and won. The fact that you're in the UK and you're not speaking goddamn German is what black men built. Well, in that case, you wouldn't even be alive. And if you were, you would be back in East Africa, probably speaking German in some factory that's helping the German economy while you were getting raped by some white German officer, probably. Oops. Huh? Okay, let's continue. All right, fine. Germany lost the war. The fact that you ain't speaking Russian, huh, is what black men built. You see what I'm saying, Detro? You ain't working at a goddamn Messerschmitt factory in somewhere in East Africa. Is what black men built. What you talking about, lady? This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. This lady said it. Y'all thought we were joking. Shout out to all of you who think Mr. Z and this side of the black manosphere is a bunch of sexist, misogynistic, misogynorous, a-holes, chauvinist a-holes. And we let the women talk. And even in the UK, well, black men are in captain of industry. What have they done? What have they built? Oh, you gotta love it. What have they done? What have they built? What have they done? What have they built? The fact that South Asian men aren't raping women in the UK, black women in the UK right now. The fact that Middle Eastern men that live in the UK right now aren't raping black women. You want to talk about what black men haven't built? Huh? All because you're not a rich white woman. Jealous ass. Loser ass. Let's be very clear that what you're really saying. Let's actually say what she's really saying. What you are really saying, ma'am, is black men ain't build me Wakanda. Black men did not make me a rich or elite white woman. So what have they built? This is coward speak. This is loser speak. This is bump yitch speak. Huh? Good point, Els Active. What have black men built? In the UK, grime music. Huh? They have a whole different UK hip hop industry now that, in many ways, is flourishing now. It ain't just a one-to-one imitation of what's going on in America anymore. Huh? House music in the UK, which is heavily influenced by house music in America and vice versa, and a whole lot of black artists. A whole lot of black artists in house music. Black producers in house music. Huh? Exactly. Black producers, treacherous ingrate speak. That's all. To say that black women are obsessed with black men, the problem is they're not, but they should be. Huh? The problem is they're not, but they should be. And let's say they were, what would be the problem? Let's say black women are obsessed with black men, and the problem is, imagine in America, because I'm pretty sure it's reflected in the UK. Imagine in America that 28 or so percent of black women are married. Huh? And that number is supposedly projected to go down to what, 16 or so percent in the next couple of decades. Imagine that being the number, at least in the US. I'm pretty sure it's going to be reflected similarly in the UK. Imagine that being the number, and you have a problem with black women who are obsessed with black men. They should be even more obsessed with black men and get on black men's program. Huh? Wow. And Chief Ruckus is, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Z 2025 donation. Oh, and shout out to Lawanda Page. You have to Google some of her vintage photos, 1940s. Hashtag you heathen. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Right. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. I'm gonna start putting sound drops to, like I said, to the super chats, and yeah, we're working on it, y'all. We're working on it. We're how Kevin used to say it, we'll build it while we fly it, right? And literally that's what Mr. Z is doing, little by little, we building it while we fly it. Right? Rest in peace, Mr. Kevin Samuels. Huh. What have black men built? Why are black women so obsessed with black men? Imagine saying that and meaning it. She also went on to say the prize is always you, and she's referring to black women, right? She said to black women, the prize is always you. Ma'am, maybe that's the problem. That many black women actually do think the prize is always them. What does the marriage rate say about that? Ooh, goddamn Z. What does the divorce rate for black women say about that? Ooh, goddamn Z. Huh? If the prize is always black women, if the prize is always the woman in general, black women specifically, what does the marriage rate say about that? Yikes. Huh? What does black women's marriage rate say about that? Even black women's marriage rate in the UK. Huh? What does black women's divorce rate say about that? Huh? What does black women's same-sex loving rate say about that? If if black women are always the prize, who else corroborates this outside of black women? Uh-oh. Where can we see that reflected outside of how black men see black women? Who else outside of black men also sees black women as the prize. Z, don't do it. Z, don't do it. Do black women even see black women as the prize, or is that coping mechanism? Goddamn, Z. Is that coping mechanism for an insatiable inferiority complex because you occupy the same planet as rich white women? Huh? Goddamn. And Vic says, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna read this one now. And Vic says, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. 59% of them are single in the UK and 62% are single in the US. That's within the margin of error. Same difference. 3% difference ain't no difference. That's within the margin of error. So same difference. Like I said, thank you, Vic. Huh? So once again, to East African Veronica, who says black women are the prize. Yeah, they're the prize. That's why 62% of them are single in the US and 59% in the UK. Huh? Because outside of black men, who else is seeing black women as the prize? Are other women seeing black women as the prize? Are other non-black men seeing black women as the prize? If black women are the prize, then how can we see that in numbers? What else corroborates that? Who else corroborates that? Huh? And AB says country music, the microphone, they say dumb-ish, the refrigerator, the mop, etc. What have black men created? Okay. What have black men done? All right, that's it. Huh? You living in the UK, you speaking English, and you're not being raped by some British dude. And you talking about what have black men created? What have black men done? Black men are not captain of industry. You living in the UK and you're speaking. Huh? Imagine. And once again, Chef Rocka, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Vic says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They think they are the only ones on the internet. Look, dear people in general, this social media thing, this internet thing, look, the alphabet boys are all over this stuff, man. They listen into all of our conversations. Certain trigger words, they start listening in, or they have some algorithm listening in. Huh? They're all over these things. Dear black women, all of this reckless talk you doing on the internet and social media is actually going to hurt you. Your temper tantrum, you petulant children, your temper tantrums you're throwing, excuse me, on the internet is actually going to hurt you. White folks trying to get it together right now in your face. White men are yanking on white women's chain right now in your face, and you still don't get it? Huh? You're watching the repeal of Roe versus Wade. You saw it. Huh? You see them. They going after education for white women. Oh, you think you independent because you got a college education? Watch this. Huh? What you think that repeal of affirmative action was about? Yeah, to spite black people, but really to get white women back in line. Huh? What you think this is about? You're watching it and you on the internet talking crazy. Right? Oh boy. Imagine being on the internet, not really appreciating that this is the town square and other people can see you, they can hear you. Any doubt that they had about your motives has been obliterated. Huh? Oh boy. Yeah, they talking crazy on the internet. And that's why Mr. Z says, pat myself on the back again, the internet will expose us all. The internet will expose us all. Y'all know the internet is forever. Social media is forever. Y'all know it. Huh? Black women are talking way to. I said it when I came on the internet. I said it to Chrissy. I said it to Real Talk with Yanni. I said it to Paris. I said it to Alexis Exodus. I said it to Mahogany Pink. I said it to Cynthia G, etc., etc. Y'all are being way too loud on these interwebs. Y'all exposing yourself and y'all hand way too much. Now you seeing Chrissy starting to backtrack, and she admitted like I might have said things and that. Yeah, huh? Now she's trying to backtrack for some of the most incendiary language while she's still being incendiary, huh? This is absolutely insanity, right? It's crazy you say that, Black Guru, because like literally that was the last thing I watched, right? And Black Guru says, I send the Snow Bunny cleanup woman to highlight how white women um, adapted adapted the very language and arguments made between black men and women to lure and seduce black men away from black women. And that's definitely a product of black internet and social media. The Snow Bunny was even referring to black men, black women as kings and queens. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Huh? This type of talk is going to hurt black women more than they know. More than they know. Or more than they can appreciate right now. Huh? And y'all actually give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'll be with y'all shortly. Gives you a second. All right, let me see if I could do this. Give me a second. Let's see if I could do. Mr. Z about to see something. Wait a minute. Let's see. Black Widow, I just tried to do something. Give me a second. Let's see. Mr. Z out here trying to do movie magic. Trying to be a mini compassion out here. Oh, wait a minute. We might be able to play this. All right, let me fair use, fair use. Let's see. Let's see
The Black
if this.
Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So
Okay, so that does play. All right, I'm gonna play this again. So Mr. Z out here trying to be compassionate, low key. So let me see if I can play this again. And so this is what Black Uru was referring to earlier. Mr. Z out here trying to be my own DJ. And let's see how this works. I'm gonna try to bring it back. Let's see.
the Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Mm-mm-mm. Wow. So, number one, that like sighing, moaning voice at the end, that like borderline like eroticism, like the turn on, the orgasm ish voice that she did at the end. I'm like, lady, you know what you're doing. Number one, because when I first saw it, Black Widow, I was like, why is she using that voice? And she was a divorce season, right? This is a goddamn Nicole Simpson, Anna Nicole Simpson looking fucking Aqualine feature having white woman. Like this is white make white white. This is whitey make white white looking woman. White woman. This is the type of woman that the white men be trying to delete people over. Right? Look at her nose. Right? Aqualine features like a mug. And she's over here. I want to stress this to black women. Listen to what this lady just said. This lady, this is a white woman who is waiting for the second round draft. Do y'all understand that? She's not even trying to get black men first round. She said, black women, you can have that. I'm waiting for after he divorces you. Oh, wow. I'm waiting till after you break his heart. I want black women to appreciate this. Dear black women, you're the one saying you're not doing struggle love. You're the one waiting at the finish line. You're the one saying who wants to be with average anyway. You're the one saying you're not going to build a man. You're the one saying you're not going to build with a man. And this whitey make white aqualine feature white woman. This ain't, you can't call her fat or pudgy. You can't say she's cute. She's all right. Mr. Z ain't really into white women, but she's straight. Huh? Whitey make white woman. This is the white woman that white men fight over. And she says she's waiting for after you mess up. Find me all the white men, Latino men, and Asian men saying that about black women. I'll wait until after Tyrone messes up. I'll wait until after Jamal messes up. I'll wait until after Jermaine messes up. Once again, I don't agree with the framing, but still, show me the men of different races outside the black community that are saying that. This white woman said she's waiting. She didn't even listen to what Zia said. She not even talking about going heads up with you first round. She said, by the way, black women, all this, oh, we want first right of refusal. The white woman said, y'all got that. She said, y'all already got the black men first round. This is what black men say, right? Black men say this. Hey, these athletes, dear black girls, young black women, you have first right of refusal. These black athletes are with you in elementary school, in middle school, maybe not in high school so much because they start getting drafted in high school to the nicer schools in the city, in the county. But either way, you have the first position to imprint on those boys. Dear black women, dear black girls, you, before he even gets drafted in high school, you have the first ability to imprint on him. This white woman said, I ain't even going heads up. Did you hear that, East African Veronica? That's why Mr. Z said, y'all need to be obsessed with black men. This is a white woman. She ain't say nothing about no goddamn athletes. She didn't say anything about rich black men. This is a whitey big white woman saying, I'm waiting until the second round. Oh boy. Huh? And Black Guru says, because they know black women are going to break black men's heart. Meanwhile, Margot Robbie is laying in the cut. She kind of looked like she could be related to Margot Robbie. It's funny you say that. Huh? She looked like she could be related to Margot Robbie and to Anna Nicole Simpson. Huh? Meanwhile, black women are telling you what they won't settle for and what black men haven't built. And this white woman is saying, I'll wait second round draft. I'll wait until after y'all break his heart. I'll wait until after. And she's saying black queens, black kings. Now what, black women? So let's get this right. The other day I covered a Latino man saying he was at an event or at a get together, at a gathering, and a Latina had a black boyfriend, I guess, and she went to make him a plate, and it was full of Latinas and a handful of black women. This is what the Latino man is saying. Once again, Latino man is saying. And he says the handful of black women were telling the Latina why she making her man a plate, her black man a plate. The Latino man was like, why do black women treat black men like that? Don't they realize essentially all men want their plate made? Don't they realize that's part of our culture? That's a Latino man to black women. Okay, fine. We'll leave that for yesterday or whenever I covered that the day before. Now we have a white woman saying to black women, don't worry, you got that. You got first right of refusal for black men. I'm waiting in the cut. Alexa, play Wiz Khalifa in the cut, please. In the cut, rolling doobies up. She said, I'm waiting in the cut. I'll get him second round. Oh, this is not no average looking white woman. This is not an ugly white woman. This is a cute ass white woman that told you she's waiting second round. Meanwhile, black women telling you what they're not going to build, what who they not going to settle for. And white women aren't told to settle. This white woman says she's going to let you have first round. You telling us white women aren't told to settle. Let's say it again. Black women during the height of COVID were calling into Kevin Samuel's show saying white women aren't told to settle. This is a cute white woman who said, I'll get the man after you. Huh? Understand what this white woman is saying. She's saying, after you break his heart and maybe his wallet, I'll take him. I said it, what, over a year ago. Everything black women are saying, I ain't doing that. White women are like, I'll do it. Latina women are like, I'll do it. Huh? Where you at, Chrissy? Where you at, Paris Milan, with your Ketanji chose better. Eve chose better. Serena chose better. And this white woman said, I'll take, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but she didn't say this, but I'll take the average dude after black women break him. Imagine that. Dear black women, are you really going to let white women be the ISIS to black men's Osiris? You really going to let that happen? You imagine? How embarrassing. Huh? No wonder so many of y'all are eating vagina and on this same-sex loving thing. You can't help who you love, Z. Love is love. Because y'all fumbled the bag. You uglify yourselves. And then the white woman with the aquiline features is waiting in the cut. And she snatched up the black men. And all that leave black women with is other black women. And by the way, if you think the white women are on this, you don't want to see what the Latinos are on. I said it. Let me say it again for all of the newcomers who never heard Z say this. Some of my old heads, day one Mr. Z subscribers, remember Z saying this. Don't be surprised when y'all start seeing those videos of black women and Latina women fighting over black men. I mean, literally feet to fist over black men. Don't be surprised when y'all see Latinas trying to give black women that work. I'm not saying she's going to win the fight. When y'all see Latina women starting to give black women that work or try to, because they tired of black women talking crazy and reckless about black men. Y'all heard it here first. Dear black women, y'all think it's a game. You out here okay with starving because you didn't get on a black men's program. These white and Latina women said, I'll get on his program. When I said y'all gonna be doing y'all Golden Girls thing, I meant every word of it. Dear black women, you refuse to compete. You said you're not competing for no black man. Fine then. Go out there and be the sexual plaything for Juan and Brad. And when they kick you off of Mount Kilimanjaro and you try to come back to the black community, and white women like this would have snatched up Tyrone and Jermaine, all you got left is other black women. Huh? All you have left is other black women. Play that for the people one more time, Z.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Huh? Let's read this again, Vic. Let's read this again. And Victor Krieg says, once again, thank you for the super chat, Vic. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They think they are the only ones on the internet. Let's say that one more again, Vic. They think they're the only ones on the internet. The white woman said, I see y'all slipping. I'm going to catch that. Don't worry about it. And she said, I'm going to have pretty mixed babies. The lady said pretty mixed babies. So while black women are talking about colorism, this lady said, I'm going to make y'all life worse because I'm going to have a whole lot more pretty mixed babies. Let's be honest, probably lighter skin. Oh, shout out to you, black women. I hope there's a whole lot of white men saying this about black women. There's not. Dear black women, you fumble in the bag. And imagine this. The white women are saying it to your face now that you fumble in the bag. They're not even this white woman didn't say, I'm gonna out compete you for black men. Understand where Mr. Z is going with this. This is a white woman that said, I'm not trying to out compete you for that man. He's gonna end up with you first. You're gonna mess it up. And I'm gonna be right here and catch him second round. And then me and him are gonna have pretty mixed babies. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, Black Rouge. Yes, she did. And Black Rouge says, and then feel all cleansed, you know? Yep. You imagine? Dear black women, that's not a fat white woman. Dear black woman, that's not a fugly white woman. Huh? Dear black women, if you want to know why white men want to delete black men, it's not because black men are not captains of industry. To Miss East African Veronica. Dear black women, if you want to know why East and South Asian men are jealous of black men, even though black men haven't quote unquote built anything according to just about everybody, right? Train tracks, right? If you want to know, huh? It's because women like this. I want everybody to understand. Shout out to Big Kev, wherever you are, Big Kev. This is what Big Kev says all the time. The issue everybody has with black men is that we don't worship women like this. We're the only group of people that's not chasing after women that look like this. They're chasing after us. Oop, goddamn, Z. Exhibit A. Huh? Dear black women, if you thought we were lying, dear East African Veronica, when you were black men are not designed, what have they built? They're not captains of industry. This lady, they say nothing about being captains of industry. She say nothing about being masters of the universe. She said, after you fumble the bag, Miss East African Veronica, after you fumble the bag, she's gonna be waiting for your ex-husband. And she said she gonna have pretty mixed babies with him. Ooh, goddamn. And he gonna feel cleansed. You imagine? Chrissy, what now? Huh? I said it, let me say it again for the 1 zillionth time. If black men leave, there's nowhere else for black women to go. There is no black community. Dear black women, I'm not trying to make fun of you when I say it. I'm not trying to spite you when I say it. I'm saying you get on black men's program and you stay there, or these women will eat your lunch. You can't, dear black women, you can't make up for this. AB Media says, Z, I had a snow bunny in my DMs a few months ago. Huh? What did Dr. T tell us? When he's teaching his classes, it used to be white women, now it's more Latina women, but women that are not black, non-black women are taking his classes so they can understand their black boyfriends better. Black women, on the other hand, are less likely to take it, and if they do, they assume they already know black men, and all of their assumptions is on some sexist, misandrist crap. Huh? Black women, that's young black women, that's 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds, are in Dr. T. Hassan Johnson's classes, assuming all a bunch of sexist drivel. Meanwhile, white women that look like this are waiting for y'all to fumble that relationship, and they're gonna be on that, brother. Huh? While y'all on Pop the Balloon, calling educated black men goofy. Yeah, I saw that clip where his sister was like, I'm goofy, but you come off too goofy. And you saw that brother's face. Huh? While y'all on Pop the Balloon, telling the shorter brother, wait, are you saying you can afford me? Huh? While y'all laughing at the artsy ass brother, Pop the Balloon again. White women like this are waiting for them. Let me say that more succinctly. White men like this, I'm saying white men. Well, white men too. Hey, if we gotta be honest, Sam. But yeah. Z said it, and we know white women are waiting for black men to give up on you. Dear black women, all that we're too loyal to black men. Are you sure that you're the one that's too loyal to black men? Let me just get right to it. Dear black women, are you sure you're the one that's too loyal? Do you really want to have this conversation, black women? Dear black women, are you sure you are the one that is too loyal? Uh-oh. Let's ask that one more again. Black women, are you sure you are the one that is too loyal? Are you willing to bet the black community on it? Are you willing to bet your livelihood on it? Huh? Did Kendra G not have white women calling in looking for black men? Ooh, goddamn. Did Kevin Samuels not have white women calling in looking for black men? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there not a Soraya Brooks? Yikes. Are there not Asian women all the way on the other side of the world? We ain't talking about Asian women in America going in on black women. Huh? Black women, are you sure you're the one that's too loyal? Because according to this white woman, she's waiting for black men to give up on black women because she's waiting second round. Understand, she even say she going heads up with y'all first round. She said you could have first round, but she know you're gonna fumble the relationship. Huh? Shout out to you, Chris Lynn Carrison. All black men are as Big D and swag. Yeah, that's it. Big D and swag. And this white woman said, I'll take it. Huh? That's a whitey McWhite woman from the Caucasus. Huh? You can't get more Caucasian than this lady right here. This is the epitome. And when people say white women, this is what they mean. You can't get more white woman than this lady. This is a whitey McWhite white woman right here. Huh? Just shout out to Destro. Exactly. Destro says the pinkest of toes. Huh? Wow. And Art says it sounds like you got your voice back. Thank you, Art. Thank you. A little bit. I'm maybe probably still at least a few more days away from really sounding like the old Z, but yeah, I still feel raspy. I feel like I'm young Jeezy right now. Right? But yeah, my voice is still raspy. But don't worry, women like that are waiting for Z. Ms. Z already, and you know what's funny? Ms. Z only has one thing that she said I better not ever do. She even say cheat on her. You know what she said? Ms. Z only has one thing Mr. Z better not ever do. She even say strike her. What do y'all think Ms. Z said that it's irredeemable? There's one thing I can never do. It's only one thing. What y'all think it is? I'll wait. That's a real question. That's not a rhetorical question. What do you think the one thing Z could never do? She will never forgive me. Thank you, Jake. Get a white girl. Thank you, Gilgami. Get with a white woman. She didn't say Mr. Z better not ever step out. She didn't even say Mr. Z better not ever strike her. She didn't say Mr. Z better don't ever curse at her because Mr. Z don't. She said one thing: you better not ever step out on me with a white woman. Thank you, better you mess with that white yitch. Right? Thank you, I'm Waffles, the snow bunny. Huh? Thank you. Black Guru says the rapacious snow bunny even refers to black women as black queens. Absolutely diabolical. What's a black queen without a black king? Shout out to y'all little gynocracies y'all trying to form over there. I already told y'all, hey, these white women are about to make y'all gypsies. Dear black women, you keep on messing with these Latina women and these white women, they're about to make y'all gypsies. They're going to take all the black men. I didn't even just say the productive one. God damn, Z. I want y'all to understand, somewhere in Chicago is white women waiting for the Roger Report. They just waiting for the Roger Report to let go of black women, and they're going to be on them. Somewhere in Chicago are white women that's waiting for the Roger Report. Huh? Somewhere in LA were white women waiting for Art Newstyle, but he got him a Brazilian wife. Somewhere in LA were white women waiting for Art. Somewhere in Chicago were white women waiting for Black Uru. They mad Black Uru ended up with a black woman. God damn it. Somewhere in Ohio were white women waiting for Dr. Thunder. They were waiting. Ooh, they were waiting. After that first marriage, they were like, ooh, we got him. Oh, no. God damn it, he wants black women. Huh? Uh-oh. Meanwhile, East African Veronica telling you what black men haven't built. Huh? And white women like this say, I'll take him second round. Huh? If you want to know why you keep on seeing these NFL players and these NBA players, definitely the NFL ones with white women, because it's white women like this. If you want to know why you see an increasing amount of Latina women all through South Florida, all through LA, all through Texas, all through New York, increasingly in Chicago. If you want to know why you see Latina women with black men, well, because they look at black men and they're y'all. Do y'all understand what's going on? The Latino man that I covered the other day was asking, why do black women treat black men like that? Why don't they cater? He said, why don't black women cater to black men? That was the Latino man the other day. And this white woman that I'm covering today said, I'll get black men on the second round. Don't worry, black women, you got it first round. Huh? Thank you, Detro. We got 104 viewing, actually 108, and we got 76 likes. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? Dear black women, you gonna keep on messing around. One of these Latinas, one of these white women gonna be getting at Ed. Shout out to Edward Anderson in the Carolinas, in North Carolina. You better stop messing around. One of these Indian women that Ed work with, gonna get them. Huh? Keep messing around. Huh? Y'all already heard what Lion said. Lion said he went to that mixer and he went out with an Asian woman afterward. Keep messing around. And isn't lying divorce second round? All right. Huh? And Destro says, Pooh John go get her. But hey, you keep messing around, right? Y'all better be lucky that Sarge Willie Pete want him a black woman. Because Sarge Willie Pete was supposed to been end up with a white woman or a South Asian woman. Probably a decade ago, at least. Huh? Dear black women, you think we're lying and joking. You think we're making it up. You think we're making it up because you're making it up. We're not making it up. We're not lying to you. We're not trying to gaslight you about these white women chasing after us. And white men. Oops. Huh? That politician, where was it? In somewhere in the South, over here cross-dressing, conservative Republican politician, over here cross-dressing, and he was the bottom for black men. Huh? Talk about being mounted by black men. Dear black women. Huh? And once again, thank you, Vic, for the super chat. Thank you, Vic, for the super chat. And a split Jim says, society's hyper focus to keep black men's progress at bay has allowed them to flourish. Another reason why they want to keep black men's black men from prospering and doing well and climbing up the ladder is because their daughters are this woman. A white woman sounds like this about black men and black men's current state. Let's say that again, Z. A white woman that looks like this sounds like black men. Excuse me, sounds like this about black men and black men's current state. Huh? You imagine? If you want to know what Martin Goldberg's issue is, if you want to know what Vivek's issue is, goddamn Z, go there. You want to know what Vivek Ramaswamy's issue is with black men and black people? Dear black women, you want to know why you catching strays from Vivek? Because you're producing the sons that white women like this want. Vivek thought that his education, his status, and his money was supposed to get him white women like this. And white women like this want black men second round. Huh? Uh-oh. You want to know what the problem is? Vivek was drooling over white women in the school he was at, and they were talking about black men. Huh? You want to know what Vivek Ramaswamy's issue is? This is hysterical. Hysterical. I gotta read this now. Hysterical. And the real Umar Johnson says, and thank you for the super chat. I can barely contain myself. Says, I better not be hearing about Snow Bunny talk. 5,000 lashes. Hysterical. Hey, we talking about the Snow Bunny, but the Snow Bunny chasing us. Say that. We're talking about the Snow Bunny, but the Snow Bunny is chasing us. I want to be very clear what the difference is. Women of color are chasing after the white man because of the status, because of the rape and pillage that white men have enacted on planet Earth. I want to be very clear. Women of color want to be this white woman. Huh? Y'all are all chasing after the white man. And the white man's sister, this white woman here, says, I'll take the black man and I'll take him second round. Huh? Black men are Leonardo DiCaprio standing next to the Sanchez lady, the Latina, while this is Jeff Bezos lady. White men are Jeff Bezos. Black men are Leonardo DiCaprio in that picture. And everybody in this society can't stand it. Every single, pretty much not woman in this society can't stand it. Black women, white men, other men of color that are not black. So to all the people, all the black women who say, see, black men won the white man's prize, and they won it because they can't be the white man. They haven't built anything. They're not captains of industry, and so the best thing they can do is go get the white man's prize, and then they show off the white. And why are all these black celebrity men with white women? This is the white woman, huh? This is the white woman. Once again, are we chasing after her, or is she chasing after us? Let's take that. Make that better. And I'm not saying black men are trash. Understand what Mr. Z is about to say. Is she chasing after us, or is she going through what black women deems as trash and she's picking out the garbage? Oh goddamn, Z. What black women deems as trash, black men, this white woman from the Caucasus says, I'll take your trash. Huh? This white woman is goddamn Lady Liberty. I'll take your poor and your homeless. Send me your poor and your homeless. This white lady said, I'll take it. You're poor, you're homeless, out. Dear black women, the men you don't, I'll take them. Huh? Thank you, Dre. One man's trash. Oh no, that's not Dre. That's Art New Style. Thank you, Art New Style. And Art New Style says one man's trash is another man's treasure. Huh? That's frightening. That's frightening. This white woman said that. Jesus Christ. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Detroit says, watch out for same-sex loving ass Hammer. Just saying. Yeah, I know. Whenever the conversation of interracial relationships concerning black people, namely black men, comes up, Hammer comes up. But the thing is, I have it in me. Hammer don't want none, right? Because Hammer could say what he want to say. This is Art New Style is in LA. Ask Art New Style. The Latinas sound the same way. Huh? The Latinas in LA sound the same way. Huh? Who want to tell me the Latinas in New York don't sound the same way? The Latinas in New York speak about black men like black men belong to them. Huh? Wow, I never knew that. And AB Media says, Z, that's what Minister Farrakhan said about Rachel Dolezal. She picked up the trash black women threw away. Wow. Wow, I never knew he said that. Right? Wow. Huh? Exactly. So to all those people that's talking about black men, like black men are waking up in the morning saying, you know what? I'm not gonna go. I don't want no black woman. I don't want no dark skinned black woman. I want me a white woman. I want me a Latina. Meanwhile, these are the white women and Latinas, and maybe even some of the Asians. Ooh, Wait until South Asians start becoming more Americanized. No? You really don't want to see it. Y'all better hope East and South Asian women keep staying up there over there where white folks are. You better hope. No? So will elite white men mop up? Yes, they will. And the second you step one big toe out of the elite class of men, oh, you better believe them women are running towards black men. If you want to know why the society keeps its foot on black men's neck economically, because if you put enough black men up there in those elite classes, ain't no competition no more. Huh? There's no competition anymore. Say that. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Ishmael says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Ishmael says, peace to Z and the chat. Becky saying it with her entire chest. Clearly pays attention to the gender dynamics in the community. Keisha, Becky's watching. I've said it. The internet will expose us all. You think this lady don't know about Kevin Samuels? Huh? I said it, black women, y'all showing y'all ass too much. Chrissy, every single woman, I'm almost certain, just about every single woman that subscribed to you can't do nothing with this chick right here. Huh? Chrissy, you telling me you could pull a better white man than she can? Huh? Huh? Chrissy, are you telling me you could pull a better white man than this white woman can? Because what she's saying is she could pull the black man after you. She's saying she's not even trying to compete with you first round. She'll get him after you. And this white woman can outcompete you for her own man. She said, I'll wait for black men second round. Show me the white men. Let's be very clear. Show me the Latino men, the Asian men, that baddie ass Latina women, Asian women, white women, right? Show me that these men could get these women, and those women said, you know what? And Mr. Z just lost his train of thought because I'm framing it all type of wrong. What Mr. Z is trying to get at is where are all of the men that could pull really attractive women in their own communities from their own races and ethnicities, and they're waiting for black women after black men are done with them. I'll wait. This is why Mr. Z says, black women, you better hold on to black. Excuse me, y'all. This is why Mr. Z says, black women, you better hold on to black men for dear life. That's where that's coming from. Huh? That's where that's coming from. Huh? Thank you. And KMS says she's the type of white woman that turns white men into pirates. Yeah, they gonna be dropping that N word hard as hell. Huh? That N bomb gonna be falling like a nuke. Huh? And this is what I'm saying, KMS. And KMS says no one is waiting for black men to fumble black women. Low key L's, and L's active says, you know she's doing all the submissive racial play in the bedroom. Here's your reparations, daddy. You know it. Huh? Thank you. And Black Rule says, white dudes don't want any woman after brothers have rotted them out. To white men, that's like buying a used car with a cracked frame, right? I'm saying this. Black women, you want to watch what you say on the internet and social media? This is what I was saying to East African Veronica. When you say, what have black men built, as a way to chastise black men, as a way to challenge black men's masculinity by saying black men aren't captain of industry, your words. Black men didn't build anything. Why are black men desired? Your words. You said that. What have black men built? What you don't appreciate is that white women that look like this said, I'll take him, don't worry about it. Huh? You can't reverse psychology black men, dear black women. Huh? To that question of if black men are more desirable than black women, I want to be clear. Black men didn't design it this way. Black men are not the ones who are going up to non-black people saying, value us this way. We understand that the quote unquote natural dynamics of things is that the woman is seen as the beauty in the coupling, that women are the ones that are seen as the beautiful ones. We understand that that's the way quote unquote it's supposed to go. Dear black women, as I said before, if you would get out of your way and you would get out of your own jealousy of black men, then you can have black men. But the way the black community is currently constructed, black women's insatiable inferiority complex and them sabotaging themselves and oftentimes black men means that white women like this who know you're going to mess up, understand, she knows you're going to mess up. She's telling you, I'm waiting for you to mess up and I'll catch him second round. Thank you, Saint Cyr. And Saint Cyr says, but Z, black women swear black men get the white women that white men don't want. We only attract fat and ugly white women. Imagine that. And that's projection. Huh? That's projection. Huh? When y'all saw the pictures, the one more recently, I want to say last year, and the one before that, where all those brothers are with white women, all those brothers graduating high school are with white women. Those women were average looking to cute. They weren't a bunch of 300-pound, 250-pound white women that these brothers couldn't get the cute white chick in the high school. So these brothers are going to prom, and every single one of them has a white woman, and none of these white women are 250-pound white women who could barely fit in her dress. Huh? Black women are projecting when they say that. That's what they wish it to be. They wish that the only white women and Latina women and Asian women that black men can get are the ones that were thrown away from their community. They're not desirable by their community. These are the white women, the Latinas, and the Asian women that those Latinos don't want. Those white men don't want. Those Asian men don't want. Huh? Meanwhile, this white woman is talking about divorce season, exactly, Gyogami. Divorce season, they have a calendar about it. Huh? Divorce season. Huh? Wow. I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute. I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute. Right? And exactly what Ishmael said. Keisha, Becky's watching, right? Becky is saying it. Becky's saying it with her whole entire chest, with her entire chest. I told you, look, man, white folks are paying attention. They saw y'all dancing on Kobe's grave. They saw y'all dancing on Kevin Samuel's grave. They saw y'all dancing on Terry Nichols' grave. Dear black women, I told you, a 19-year-old white girl who had a whole white boyfriend, now she's married to him, was talking to Z about black women and how they speak about black men who are with white women. Huh? BGS says, so black women are losing out to 300-pound white women. Yeah, that's it. That would be an insult also. But the way they frame it is that the only black, and this is the framing of it. If we're gonna call a thing, this is why Mr. Z makes sure to reiterate it so we can hear how delusional and how asinine it sounds, right? The way black women like to frame it is there's a bunch of very attractive dark-skinned black women running around here. Tika Sumpter, Kelly Rowland, Lupita Nyong'o, Bria Miles, Keisha from Belly, right? There's a bunch of those. Jodie Turner Smith, dark skinned black women running around here. And black men are moving them out the way, tackling them to get with a heavy set Lisa Nepalelli looking ass white woman. Honey Boo Boo built looking ass white women, right? That's how black women like to frame it. They like to frame it like their dark skin is the reason why these brothers ain't checking. Like these black men are like mushing Kelly Rowland, right? They're mushing Kelly Rowland. They're stiff arming Lupita, right? Just to get to name the heavy set white woman. So when they frame it like that, they're not quote unquote losing black men to 300-pound white women. Is that black men are so color obsessed and excuse me, and obsessed with getting the prize of the white man that's really not the white man's prize, it's the white man's trash. They're so obsessed with white women that they're foregoing all of these highly attractive, fit, dark-skinned black women for the heavy-set white woman. That's how black women like to frame it. Now we know it's a bunch of crap, right? We know it's a bunch of crap, but that's how they frame it to for them to try to make sense of why it's actually white women that look like this that are ending up with Amy Schumer. Yeah, Amy Schumer looking ass white women. What's the one that was saying that she when she meets Michael B. Jordan, she's gonna be grinding up on him? The feminist. What's her name again? Oh my god, her face is right there. Oh man, y'all know who I'm talking about. Uh Lena Dunham. Lena Dunham. Is that her name? Lena Dunham? I want to say that's her name, right? They think they speak like black men are tackling and moving Kelly Rowland out the way and Bria Miles out the way to end up with Lena Dunham. Huh? That's how black women frame it. They don't want to be honest that white women that look like this are waiting in the wings. Huh? Exactly. Like black men are chasing after the Roseannes of the world, Roseanne Barr, right? That's how they speak about it. So once again, Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Victor Creed says, Becky said, might win some, but you just lost one. Oh man, shout out to Lauren Hill. Huh? She said divorce season. Exactly, Gilgami. She said divorce season. God damn. Meanwhile, we got African sisters in the UK telling you that black men ain't build nothing. And what like makes black men desirable? Black men are not captain of industry. This white woman said, I don't need them to be. I'll take it. Huh? And I would love to see how that black woman looks, Miss East African Veronica. I would love to see how she looks. Because a white woman that looks like this, a white woman that looks like this, ma'am, says, I'm waiting for you to fumble the bag. Huh? Black women need to stop pretending like it's just fat, ugly white women who are ending up with black men. Huh? Like it's fat, ugly white women that are ending up with black men. The black men that end up with heavy set white women, unattractive white women, you want to know what he also does, or what he at least used to do? He used to date heavy set, unattractive black women. Y'all need to stop lying and pretending like these brothers are overlooking the very cute, attractive, fit, say it again, fit, one more Genzi, fit black women around the way in the hood. He's overlooking those black women for heavy set trailer park white women. Stop. Whatever you gotta tell yourself to go to sleep at night, black women. Rosie O'Donnell built exactly. Rosie O'Donnell built white women. Black men are overlooking. Huh? Black men are stiff arming Keisha from Belly for Rosie O'Donnell. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah, that's it. Absolute insanity. Huh? Exactly what Vic said. That is what that white. Yo, I'm gonna play it one more again before I bring y'all up. She really said divorce season. Huh? She said cleanse. They feel cleansed. Oh, she's saying she's cleansing. You hear that? Huh? So while Eve is saying it took this white man to tame her white husband, this white woman is saying, I'm going to cleanse you of the stench of the Eves. God damn. She said cleansed. And she said pretty mixed babies. Oh, black women. Are you sure it's black men that are the colorist? This white woman says she gonna make pretty mixed babies. Oh, this is the white woman that lives in their nightmares. This is the white woman that Chrissy has nightmares about. Huh? Wow. Saint Cyr says, the pure white snow cleansing us. Oh, Lord. Lord. Yes, Lord. Huh? Wow. Thank you. And Dell says, that woman said, not only am I going to take your man, but I'm going to have pretty mixed babies with him. Destro, you know I'm about to do it. And Destro says, wait, where did that comment go? It moved. Wait a minute, Destro. Where did your comment go? I just saw it and it moved. Oh, yeah, there you go. And Destro says, squirts water from Lake Minnetonka. Nah, she's squirting water from something else. And it may not be water. Oops. Goddamn, Z, you can't go one stream without the innuendos. I know. There's going to be some squirting going on. But it won't be from a lake. I mean, there might be a lake on the bed afterward. But anyway, that's a whole different conversation. We gonna leave that one alone. We gonna leave that. Huh? The way this lady talking. Yo, she turned on the orgasm voice at the end, y'all. She black women, did you hear this? This is not an old black woman. I mean, excuse me. This is not an old white woman. This is not a fat white woman. She didn't sound any type of stupid or airheadish. She's talking about divorce season. She's talking about pretty mixed babies. And she put on the orgasm voice at the end of her comment. God damn. You know how y'all need to see this white woman? Let me be very clear. Y'all need to see this white woman as having war paint on. Y'all need to see this white woman as having war paint on and an M16 in her hand. She says, I know we're going to lose ground in the beginning. I'll get him second round. Huh? Y'all need to see this white woman as having war paint on, as having army fatigue on, as having her M16 in her hand. Huh? As having some grenades in her pocket. Huh? Oh boy. Spain Man said, she is inevitable. Say that. Huh? Thank you, Afro National. She was doing a little snow bunny dance too. Afro National, no, let's go there. We already did the innuendos. That lady was bouncing, bro. Uh-oh. She was bouncing like she was bouncing anyway. She was bouncing, bro. She was giddy. Black women, this is a white woman giddy but about the idea of divorce season. Jesus Christ. So while Cynthia G is talking about deleting your unborn black babies, this white woman is talking about having pretty mixed babies. And she's giddy about it. And she's bouncing in her chair. God damn. She's putting on the orgasm voice. Jesus Christ. Spanman said, play it again for research purposes. All right, Spanman, I got you. Here you go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean you right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Hey, don't miss it. I just caught it this time too. Don't miss that she says, and the snow bunnies get on top of things and mixed babies on top of what things, ma'am? Uh-oh. The snow bunnies get on top of things like what? She said the snow bunnies get on top. Her words were the snow bunnies get on top of things. On top of what things, ma'am? Huh? Hey, dear Dr. Umar Johnson, what? Look, Dr. Umar Johnson, you, and that was a pretty sister that Dr. Umar Johnson was speaking to, that the sister in Australia. I found her attractive. Understand something. Black men have to either deal with a sister like that in Australia, in the UK, in Canada, in America, or they could deal with a white woman like this in Australia, in UK, in Canada, in America. You telling black men to forego the white woman that's giddy, thinking about having babies from you, huh? You telling black men to ignore that and end up with the black woman who feels like she got to deal with you in your ineptitude because you haven't built enough, huh? That you're not industrious enough, that you're not captain of industry, as East African Veronica said, huh? As Black Uru says here, she was getting wet at the thought of the post Keisha BBC. You imagine, at the post Keisha BBC, right? Man, Revelant says she's enthusiastic about the BBC, huh? Meanwhile, FD signifiers trying to make it seem like, oh no, black people, black men struggle and black women struggle. No, we don't. Stop it. No, we don't. No, we don't. Mr. Z's not gonna say every white woman wants a black man. Mr. Z's not gonna say that. But stop with the BS. This is not the same. I know you're trying to protect black women's feelings and trying to equalize it, and we're equally not desirable. Stop it. You better stop. This is how you send black women out here, and then white women are tackling them. Latina women are tackling them to go get to the black man. And Destro says 92 likes, 92 likes and 123 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? Wow. Meanwhile, they saying, "Oh no, the black men are chasing after the white man's prize. He wants the white woman because that's the white man's prize, and because he didn't build anything, and because how much black men have to go through, and they're not even that generous with us because of what black men have to go through. He hasn't built much. So he wants the white man's prize, and he wants white women. No, clearly, and shout out to the sisters from the breakdown um a woman's perspective. I almost forgot it. The breakdown on women's perspective. One of them admitted that the white girls used to let the brothers in high school drive their car. It was the white girls chasing after the brothers in high school when she was in high school. One of the women from the breakdown admitted that. One of the sisters from the breakdown. Meanwhile, we have all these other black women lying and saying, "Oh, it's the brothers chasing after the women." Have I seen brothers chasing after non-black women? Yes. Is it a thing? No. The Latinas are the ones talking and chasing after the brothers. The Latinas talk about the brothers like the brothers belong to them already. Dear black women, these women are low-key admitting to you that you have first right of refusal. And they said they know you gonna fumble it and they gonna be waiting. And when they and shout out to Toya, when they say what takesies no backsies, or however Toya says it, snatchies no take backs. The white woman said snatchies no take backs. In other words, when I snatch him, you ain't gonna be able to get him back. No wonder y'all celebrate Russell Wilson so much, because that was one. Oops. Say that again, Z. That was one. Huh? Wow. Hey, black women, they really coming for black men. But hey, black women, they really coming for black men. Uh-oh. I'm just saying. Y'all saw her giddy. Y'all saw her bouncing like she was bouncing. Ooh. Huh? Meanwhile, we have African sisters calling into a show saying, what have black men are not captain of industry? What makes them desirable? So you have one woman who's black who's saying black men are insufferable. She can't see herself loving a man, but she could maybe care for him. And then you have this white woman who's enthusiastic at the thought of making babies with you. God damn, that's frightening. Huh? And I was thinking earlier, I was trying to um I didn't want to bring it up because I wasn't 100% sure the details, but shout out to Big Mo and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. And Big Mo says, reminds me of that Pop the Balloon show with the white girl at the end of the line of black women who rejected the black man who said, who would my want a strong man? Who wait, I'm lost. I think you meant to say who wouldn't want a strong man or something like that. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. So somebody send that to me. I'll probably review it. I've heard of it. I don't recall if I watched it. I don't think I watched it. Right. If somebody has a super short clip of it, I can hurry up and if y'all email it to me or put it in the comments or something, I can maybe download it and now that I'm starting to mess around with some of the things in the background of StreamYard. So Mr. Z is building it while we fly it. And then I'm gonna speak to Compassionate and we're gonna hammer something out and work something out and I'll all the stuff that I can do. I tell y'all New Year's resolutions, people. New Year's resolutions, right? We're gonna build it while we fly it in 2025, right? Wow. But exactly, I recall hearing about this. So yeah, pop the balloon. The white girl was the one that didn't pop her balloon. Dear black women, I just want black women to appreciate this. The men that you do not find desirable and you don't want and you make fun of, you ignore. When those men end up with white women, especially attractive white women, when they go off in the burbs, right? When their mixed children are in private school or a really good public school, when their mixed children are at one of the Ivy Leagues or near Ivies, yeah? When their mixed children go off and end up at one of the Fortune 500 companies, huh? Just make sure that you remembered that you overlooked that brother, that you sidelined him, that you were not interested, right? Just make sure, huh? I'm just saying, if you're the ones popping the balloon on the black man, sensible black man, average, a little bit below, a little bit above average black man, if you're making fun of the black man because he's too short, if you're making fun of the black man because you think he's too goofy, right? If you're making fun of the black man because you think he's too metro, if you're making, listen, there is a Latina, there is a white woman, eventually there will be East and South Asian women that will say, I'll take it. If America was to start importing more working class and poor South Asian women, y'all wouldn't know what to. They would snatch up all the black men. Y'all lucky it's mainly um South Asian Indian folks with PhDs or that are in tech that are coming to America, the Mindy Kaling parents of the world, and those children and those mothers, obviously, well, if they come in with their husband, but those women are ending up with the white guys because if they were bringing in working class and poor Indians, oh, y'all would have a problem. You better be lucky it's not mainly working class and poor Chinese folks coming into America. You better be lucky. Because the second they would have started bringing in South Asians, and those South Asians with no money, by the way, started going to school with your black sons, oh, it's a wrap. Huh? Working class South Asians, poor South Asians, all in America's hoods, it's over. Huh? KMS, I ain't even gonna read it out loud. Right? You ain't gonna hit me up, sir. Right? Black women have put themselves in the ultimate pincer move. Well, damn. Exactly, Big Mo. Exactly. The Pop the Balloon show. Exactly. Y'all fumble in the bag. And the white woman said, don't worry, I got it. Second round. Right? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for that, Big Mo. Exactly. And for anyone, once again, if y'all don't mind, y'all can either put it in the comments now or send it to me through email. I'll look at it. I'll review it, maybe, probably. Right? I'll just be late. There gonna be I guess the second episode of Minute Late Reviews. Shout out to Dre, right? And who was it? Joe's. Joe's was the one who came up with that. Joe's and Dre, right? Minute Late Reviews. And once again, and KMS is black women, black women. I'm not bothered. Also, black women. Live streams, video essay, and thought pieces. Hysterical thought pieces on why the NFL draft coach doesn't have black women on it, or the NFL draft couch doesn't have black women on it. Say that. No. Here's the issue. Black women, you can't only be about the elite rich black men. It can't be only about him because you end up missing him on the way to that. Number one. Number one. Huh? Y'all ever hear about the flagship cars of a company, a car company, right? Or the car that the halo car of the company. Like for Nissan, it's the GTR. For Mercedes, it's the Benz GT Coupe. Now it's the GT, the four-door GT, right? The G Wagon. These are like the halo cars. These are the cars that companies have that people aspire for, but people, because of that halo car, often, which brings notoriety to the company, people end up buying the cars lower down, further down, right? That's why Tesla came out with the Model S first and not the Model 3, which actually they came out with the Roadster first, but that's a whole different conversation, right? The Acura NSX, exactly. So yes, Acura had the Legend and the Vigor, right? But they had the NSX, right? Yeah, they had the Integra, but they had the NSX, huh? Dear black women, the white women, the Latina women, the Asian women, they want to end up with the athletes too. They want to end up with the halo black men also. But guess what? Many of them on their way there, they're stopping at the Integra of black men. They're stopping at the Nissan Sentra of black men. God damn, Z. They don't go all the way up to the GTR of black men and say, if I can't have that, I don't want anything. Huh? They're ending up with the maxima of black men. I ain't gonna say ultima, maybe not. And even some hood ass Latinas, they'll even end up with the ultima of black men, but we'll leave that. They're ending up with that. They're ending up with the infinity G37s and G35s of black men. Huh? They don't only say, hey, if I can't have the Audi R8, I don't want nothing. The Audi R8 V10. No, they end up with the Audi A3 and the Q3 of black men, the Q5 of black men. Huh? The Audi A4 of black men. I didn't say S4. I didn't say RS4. They end up with the Audi A5 of black men, the Audi A7s of black men. They don't say either the R8 or the A or S8. That's it. That's not what they saying. Huh? They're not saying either I get the BMW X5 over the 760 Li or nothing. The BMW i8 or nothing. That's not what they're saying. They're getting the BMW X1s. They're getting the BMW 135i's. They're getting the BMW 5 Series, the 530s and the 535s and the 540s, right? They're getting the BMW 3 Series. No, I'm not sidetracked, and Mr. Shukti says, y'all didn't sidetrack Z with the car talk. I'm emphasizing that these ladies, they're not going all the way. Either I end up with the R8 of a man, or I don't want the Audi. Huh? Thank you, Diasparel. They're not saying RS or nothing. They'll end up with the A4. If they're lucky, they'll end up with the S4. And if they're super lucky, then they'll end up with the RS4. Black women said, I'll end up with the S4 modified or the RS4 or nothing. I want the RS7 or nothing. I want the R8 or nothing. The R8 V10 to be exact, or nothing. Huh? Better you said, ish, some of them said they'll take the Huffy. Huh? Thank you. And Black Uru says the higher status white men will most likely remain at the top of the heap, but the status of white men overall is flattening, and many black women will realize they are chasing the mirage of being elevated by being with white men. Yeah, because for the most part, they're not going to be able to end up with Bartholomew the Third. Shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. Most women will never be able to end up with Bartholomew. As a matter of fact, most of the time, even when Bartholomew steps out, he ain't even stepping out to y'all. Huh? Bartholomew the Third? Shout out to black women who end up with working class white men that they try to throw in our faces. Huh? And once again, as KMS said, black women, I'm not bothered. They try to do the Omarion, I'm not bothered thing. Also, black women, live streams, video essay, and thought pieces, hysterical once again, on why NFL draft couch doesn't have black women on it. And KMS, who's on that draft couch? It'd be a sea of black people, and who's on the draft couch holding on to her boyfriend for dear life because he got drafted. So in her mind, we got drafted. Huh? Ain't nothing but black people in the middle of this living room. Huh? Dear black women. Huh? Saint Cyr says Bartholomew the Third totem pole: white women, Asian women, Latinas, animals, men, black women. Now I'll put black men before animals. I'll put men before animals. Right? Exactly, Gilgami. We rich. KMS says the chick who got him Chipotle after practice. Meanwhile, the sisters on the college campus said, "I ain't doing that for no man." What did the sister say on that the 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 one that showed the social media and how black women are rated less on social media? And that sister was like, "I ain't doing that for. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing all of that." The white woman said she'll do it. Huh? You remember Mr. Z covered it? BGS covered it last year. That sister said, "I ain't doing that." Okay, all right. The white woman said she'll do it, and she's enthusiastic about it. Huh? Her panties are soaked. Huh? She says after you say, notice something. She didn't say she's gonna outcompete you. She said after you say no, you won't do it. She said yes, she will, and she's going to cleanse black men of even ever thinking about you. God damn. Huh? Hey, black women, just saying. Y'all thought black men were making it up. Thank you, Black Uru, for reminding me about this. Y'all thought black men were making it up. Becky don't want you. Okay. Huh? Y'all only get the fat black women. Isn't that what Dr. Umar Johnson said? Y'all don't even end up with the cute ones. Yeah, Dr. Umar Johnson, say that now. Huh? Uh-oh. Say that now. Just saying. And a split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Z, isn't the European beauty standard a version of the big D and swag talk? Why would black women want it then? Say that. Because in reality, they're just trying to snipe at black men. In reality, black women are trying to like hit black men with a whip and make black men make them upper middle class and above white women. Huh? That all you are is big D and swag is their reverse psychology way of saying you ain't build industries, you're not captain of industry, right? What do you own? What do you control? Translation: I'm not the white woman because you're not the white man. Huh? So the all you are is big D and swag because if you're a real man, you would be valued for more than just your sexual prowess and your personality or your charisma. I don't even know what people are talking about. Your sex game isn't even all that. You don't really have charisma like that. You don't have a personality. You're not likable. Hate, y'all. Ooh, the hate is real. And all of that is just black women's reverse psychology way of saying, look, these other men are valued for real things like building. These other men are real men because they make their women rich women. That's what they're really saying. These other men are real men because they raped and they conquered. Really, it's just white men. They raped and they conquered and they pillaged and they made their women the women on planet Earth. And so they're real men. You're not a real man. You're not a real man because you didn't make me a rich or elite white woman. Meanwhile, the white woman says, white women get on it and produce pretty mixed babies. She said mixed babies are pretty mixed babies. She said white women get on it. I'm gonna play it for y'all one more again before I let y'all up. That's what she said. So the big D and swag, the white women said, I'll take it. Shout out to you, Crystal and Kerosene. The big D and swag. Shout out to you, May. Black men put black women through a cruel tutelage, right? Cruel tutelage. That's what May said. The white woman said, I'll take it. Huh? Now what? And Victor Creed says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And once again, a split Jim, thank you for the super chat. Victor Creed says, the Eve thing is crazy about being tamed when she called herself Miss Pitbull in the skirt. Diabolical how time reveals all. Look, let me say this. I agree with Jason Black for real when he says, if you want to know what people really think, put them in the room by themselves with a white man. I don't listen to what nobody, especially women of color, I don't listen to what women say in general, namely women of color. I don't care what they talking about. Put the white man in front of her and let's see if she really mean it. Put the white man in front of her, especially a good-looking one that looks like he has some resources with him. Make it seem like he'll save her, and let's see what she says when the good-looking white dude that looked like he got some money and some status. Let's see what she says if she's even able to talk. Ooh, goddamn, Z, when she's in the room with him by herself. I don't listen to nothing these women are talking about. That's what I was trying to say to FD. All these women, black women, women of color that are feminists, these white women that are feminists, I don't want to hear none of it. Put the rich, tall, good-looking white dude in the room and let's see how many of them are feminists. No? I've already told y'all, half these women that's on some feminist crap, they love being oppressed in the bedroom. We already know it. Mrs. Z already experienced this. Oops. We already know it. And Abba is an East African black man. So imagine what those women are on when they're around the tall, good-looking white dudes. I don't want to hear nothing. Look, Mr. This is the part of Mr. Z that's super sexist for real. I don't want to hear nothing no woman say about feminism at all until I see how you interact around rich white dudes. Until I see how you interact around white men generally, but definitely white men with power. I don't want to hear nothing about what feminism or what female empowerment you want. Shut the hell up. That's honestly Z when it comes to people in general, but specifically women, and even more specifically women of color. I don't care nothing about that female empowerment crap they talking. So Eve, all that pit bull in the skirt, yeah, when you in the hood or when you were around rappers like Mason, Cameron and them, DMX and them, right? When you're around Swiss Beats and them, Birdman, Timberland, when you're around them, yeah, you all pit bull in the skirt. When we put you around the rich white man, huh? When we put you around the rich white man, let's see how feminist and Pitbull in the skirt and I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar and Rosie the Riveter you are when we put you around the rich white man and he ain't even that good looking. Pause. Huh? That's why I say it. I don't want to hear nothing no woman talking about until I see how you interact with the Henry Cavills of the world. Huh? If I don't see how you interact with the Henry Cavills of the world, I don't want to hear nothing. The Chris Evans of the world and the Chris Hemsworths of the world. Other than that, shut the hell up with your female empowerment. You full of crap. Huh? And like I'm saying, that's all women, particularly women of color. I don't want to hear nothing about no female empowerment until I see how you interact around powerful white men. Definitely, especially the celebrity women, but especially rich, good-looking white men. Until I see how you interact around white men, you might could get something out of, or that you feel you could get something out of. I don't want to hear nothing about how strong and independent you are, or how you breaking men, and how you not intimidated by no man. Men are intimidated by you. Shut the hell up, because you gonna be out here crawling on your knees like that Jamaican sister when she was around Charles. I ain't even gonna call him by the quote unquote official name. I'll say that royal from the UK. That's how y'all act when the white man in y'all presence. Miss me with the BS. Y'all all female empowerment until y'all around the white man. Then y'all are crawling on y'all knees like that older sister that was crawling in front of Charles. Huh? Pathetic. Huh? And Black Uru says it might even be worth hiring some young Brad Pitt looking type to make a run at your girl. Just be prepared to have your heart broken. Hey, Black Uru, I have this conversation with one of my coworkers all the time. But he swear like some of the hood sisters or some of the around the way sisters ain't checking for them white boys. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but really it's because they think them white boys ain't checking for them. I tell him, I'm like, bro, I said, bro, you'll be surprised if white women thought white men were going. I think you would really, and I say the same thing you say. I think you would be really heartbroken by how many black women would be throwing themselves at white men if they thought white men were going. White men would go. No, y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Right? And we're back. And y'all gives you a second. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Right? Right? Yep. Oh man. So on that note, y'all, we're gonna play this one more again. Let me let me do this. Give me 1 second, everyone. Second. Wait a minute. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. What we looking like right now? We got 127 watching. I mean, we got 115 likes. All right, the likes is going up. The likes are going up. All right. There go the link for y'all, and we'll play this as y'all come in. And once again, Victor Creed, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, that Pitbull in the skirt Eve thing, yeah, that sound nice. She was younger, true. Part of hip hop culture, true. Aggressive women, whatever the hell. But yeah, that I don't listen to no. Look, especially when it comes to women of color, especially. I don't want to hear nothing about how hard they are, how kick ass they are, until I see how they interact with white men, particularly white men of status.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
I'm gonna play it
Oh
one
my
more again. Wait,
God.
Abby, wait. I'm gonna play it one more again because I missed the part again where she was like, black women snow bunnies get on it, and she says have mixed babies. I'm gonna play it one more again for everybody, and then we'll get y'all comments. Give me one more again.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Hey, black women say they're not competing. I'm not competing for no man. I ain't competing for no black man. All right. Hey, this white woman said, I'll take it. Go ahead, AB. Go ahead.
These are white women ain't playing with y'all. I'm
Hey,
telling
bro.
you, if you get a white woman that likes you, she's like a cockroach. It's hard to get rid of her.
Hey, bro.
You
Yeah,
think I'm lying about that? You think I'm lying about that? Okay,
you
let a
know
white
what it
woman.
is?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't see the movie with Idris Elba and Beyonce, Obsessed. Y'all ain't see that for a documentary. That movie is a goddamn documentary. Y'all don't get it. Go ahead.
But these white women compete for men,
Hmm.
and I
Yes.
do mean because they're relentless. They compete, man. You see all these white women growing asses now, right? Oops, did I say that out loud?
Okay. You
You
know
see
what it
you see
is.
these
I
white women
think
go out
too.
here, grow.
Go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead. Finish for that. I'm sorry.
You see these white women going out here, working out their backside so they can have something in the junk.
Right.
But
Junk in the trunk.
y'all talking about we don't compete. What a black man built. What a black man built. The microphone and the hypertext markup language y'all use to post and say that dumb shit. That's what we built. So
Hey,
to all the heifers talking about black men ain't built that, you can all go kick rocks. You don't know
AB
shit.
just said that y'all talking into the wrong microphone. Y'all need to be talking into the other microphone.
Oh, did you hear what they're trying to
Number.
put on it? Did you hear the thing they try to put on us on TikTok?
Oh.
Um, Apparently over in Germany somewhere, they did this bust and they found this website or something where 70,000 Caucasian dudes were in this chat or on Telegram or something talking about essaying and hurting women and children. Somehow, some
Mm.
way, BW's over here found a way to blame us for it.
Send it to me. Send it to me, AB. Send it to me. Because I don't think people appreciate that white people, your average white man is feeling real tight right now. They feeling the walls close in on them. And you
Yeah.
know what happens when white men feel the walls closing in on them. Black women, you all right. Let's see. I hope the Brad you end up with is willing to protect you from the other Brads because the way white men move, they'll murk him and they'll murk you. They'll delete you and him. They'll delete him for good measure just because he didn't just throw you away. All right, keep playing with it. Anyway,
Oh,
number one. Number two, what I think also is going on, AB, and I'm gonna let you speak in a minute, Vince, and shout out to you, better you. Is I think what ends up happening is that the sisters are around white feminist women who oftentimes end up marrying anyway. They end up in relationships anyway, no matter how much feminism crap they push. And what ends up happening is like black women take these white
we'll
feminists
talk
at
about
their
Hillary
word.
Clinton like that. Oops, let me shut up.
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. They end up taking these feminists at their word. They don't appreciate number one, white women are going to turn around and get married on your ass. They're going to turn around and marry the white man on your ass. But even for the ones that don't, white women have enough of a number that they can afford to be single.
Yep.
They can afford number one. Number two, those white women feminists that y'all are interacting with in San Francisco, San Diego, LA, New York, maybe Chicago, maybe Miami or South Florida, these white feminists y'all are encountering, they don't represent the masses of white women.
Nope, not at all.
They don't represent the masses of white women.
Ask Kamala
Y'all
Harris.
don't really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. That's exactly my point. Even Kim Foster said that. The white women that she interacted with in the South is different than the white women she interacted with in the Northeast at Harvard. The Hillary
Oh,
Clinton women and the Sarah Huckabee Sanders white women are different. The problem is y'all think there's more Hillarys than there's Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
I'm glad you said that, Z, because I can't find that TikTok, but I heard a white woman flat out say it. Remember when Stacey Abrams ran the second time and lost by even
Yeah.
more?
Mhm.
She came out and said it. She said, Stacey, we don't want black women above us. Stay in your place.
Hey,
I was like, damn.
what? Hey, we look. We are in a point in history where everybody's beliefs are going to be challenged.
Mm-hmm.
What our forefathers and ancestors were on in the 50s, in the 60s, and in the 70s, the receipt is coming due. In the 80s, the receipt is coming due,
Oh yes.
Shit,
right?
even in the 90s.
So, and I'm not just saying that about the woman thing. I'm saying the receipt for neoliberalism is coming through. The receipt
Oh
for
yes.
feminism is coming through. You see what I'm
Why you
saying?
think why you think
The
Joe
re-
Biden giving out all these awards to people like George Soros and Hillary Clinton? Oops, I said that
yeah.
out loud.
The receipt for all of this stuff is coming. The receipt for America and its entanglements overseas is coming through. All those receipts are getting cashed in right now. All of them.
Looking to come home roots, but the title of my stream today: Get right, or get left.
Hey, you see what I'm saying? So black women, you discarding black men all through the 60s, mainly the 70s and the 80s, the 90s. Hey, that receipt is coming through. That receipt is come due.
They should have watched that little short film Maya Angelou came up with. Where you going, baby? No, baby,
Oh yeah,
don't
yeah,
leave. Don't
yeah, yeah, yeah,
leave.
yeah. Hey, remember after she was talking crap.
Yes.
After she was talking crap, she ran him off, and then when he actually got up and left, then she was like, "Wait, no, wait." Yeah, exactly,
Mm-hmm.
right. And if I'm not mistaken, you talk about the play that she had with the brother that was probably the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
saw it.
yeah, yeah. He
Yeah.
had his suitcase all packed up. He's like, I'm
Yep.
out.
Yep. Say that.
She
So
thought he was a sucker.
and that's why I say they want rich dumb lames. They want provide, protect, and shut up. And the problem with that is black women. The dating market has blown wide open. You don't got a monopoly on black men anymore. So you're gonna have to compete and win.
Wait a minute, Mr. Z. Don't talk about Kardashian's brother like that.
Hey, well, yeah, true. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
and
How do you marry? I'm being so. I don't. I'm getting old. Can you tell? How do you marry Black China? How you marry that hoe
hey,
and deal
he,
with her,
he,
deal with her hoe of a mama? I said what I said.
hey, but true. That's true. But they had to sacrifice their brother because they were making so much money off of black men, and they
True.
the name recognition, etc., right? So yeah,
Kim
we
had to
get
ask for it.
Kanye,
I'll give her that. But
we sacrifice Rob for Kanye. I get it anyway,
yeah, right.
right? So no, but I want to emphasize that while black women are telling us what they're not going to settle for, it there's these aquiline feature white women who said, "I'll take them then."
Mm-hmm.
While black women telling us what they're not going to settle for, what they're not going to do for black men, what they're not going to do with black men, there's these Aqualine. Y'all can't say she ugly. Y'all can't say she fat, right? This lady damn there is having an orgasm, thinking about ending up with the black man.
Mm-hmm.
And she looked like she have a good healthcare plan.
Hysterical, right? She ain't really my speed, but
Yeah,
hey,
I've had several offers from white women. One was offering to be my sugar mama. The other one was just desperate. I had to block that one. Uh, she didn't know when to stop.
hey,
That's
bro.
why I say when a white woman wants to get at you, they're like cockroaches. They're hard to get rid of.
I've only heard a handful of black women admit, and I'm talking about throughout my life, I'm talking about real life and online. I've only heard a handful of black women admit and just say, "No, these women are chasing after black men." And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a couple of them on the internet, black women who have admitted that and straight up said it, but it's only a handful.
Mm-hmm.
Most black women act like it's the men chasing after these white women, or it's because, like I said earlier, we can't be the white man, so we trying to get his prize, which is some old trope that black women been saying for decades. Nah, the truth of the matter is, this is usually the dynamic.
Yeah, real quick, then I'll let somebody else get in.
Mhm,
You preach to the choir over here, man. I have a white niece-in-law.
mhm.
Just found out I have a white woman cousin-in-law and two white men-in-laws. So my little cousin just got married to a white man. Hey, it is what it is.
Hey, look, like I said,
I
T-
I told you I laugh at divestitures for a reason because most of these chicks talking don't qualify to get a simple white man.
I'll say this because I don't want to bust the brother out too much. I'll just say this: one of our PhDs in this space gave a story of driving home during college, taking a young white lady home,
Ooh,
and
always
she
danger.
offered, she wanted to pipe. She wanted him to pipe. She put it on the table. She wanted him to pipe, and he was the one that had to damn near like reprimand her about it and
Mm-hmm.
shame her about it. She wanted him. Let's be very clear. Say it again, Z. She put the vagina on the table.
Literally.
She wanted him to pipe. She wanted him to drive her home, and she wanted him to pipe. Dear black, do you hear this, black women?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you up against.
Oh yes, they're ruthless. They
And
you.
this is before he was a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
He was an undergrad, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember this story.
You know who I'm talking about. Let's not
I
say his
know you
name
talk
just in case.
about.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
thank you. Come on, man. Hey, look, I said it to y'all. I meant it. My fear for black women is they gonna play themselves out of position and they gonna make themselves the gypsies of America, quite frankly. And what I'm here, what it's looking like of the West, they're gonna make themselves the gypsies of the West. And so white women are going to be with average black men, a little bit below average black men, above average black men. Latinas, same difference. If you get enough Asian women, that's working class, working poor, lower middle class, even middle class is
Mm-hmm.
going to be the same thing. Y'all so lucky America ain't bringing in working class South Asian women and East Asian women. That would have been y'all. Black women would have been over for real. It's damn
And
near over now. But if America was bringing in working class Chinese women and working class Indian women, because remember, these people, both nations got over 1 billion people. They could afford to lose 3, 4 million.
Mm-hmm.
If they were bringing in working class, or the parents in these Asian kids grew up working class and they grew up in neighborhoods with black folks, man, it's over. It would be over. Keep messing
man,
around.
and I don't think this is a high moment of a woman or nothing like that. I think it's kind of sad a little bit.
Yeah, it is a little
It's
sad.
not no celebration. Like we ain't popping no bottles or nothing, or you know what I mean, high five. It's like a mm. It's like
They
being
don't
the
know what they
ancestors
had.
here, just shaking their heads, just like. But like it's this concept that I want to talk about. It's called false consensus. It's when you think one opinion or one group of people opinion is the overall opinion or overall point of view of something. Like if there was someone in the classroom and someone just said nobody likes you, it's kind of like a speak for yourself kind of thing. And I think that unfortunately the black women that do not have like who do have contempt for black men and stuff like that is the one saying all this and blaming stuff on everybody, and that's not the case for everybody else around the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the case globally and things like that. And it's kind of like that's like the cousin of like the echo chamber,
Mm.
um, false consensus, mistaking your opinion or your point of view for everybody's point of view. So
Standpoint
women
theory.
yeah, it's right around there. Yeah. Whereas like you ain't shit. And it's like, speak for yourself. You got other people like how you leading to say that, like, if you're the one that I take it,
You know what also gets me with the insult of in with like the African sister in the UK. We said, well, black men are not captain of industry. First off, most men aren't. Number one. Number two, in America, I'm not sure about the UK. It's really the immigrants that are bolstering that entrepreneur rate,
Hmm.
right? It's really the immigrants. So that affects black men, white men, Latino men, Asian men that are American or that
Why
were
you think
born
Trump's
here.
not
Number
against
one,
why you think Trump's not against these H-1 visas?
B visas, exactly. Number one.
Well,
Number two,
has Trump actually said anything about that, like in response to what's
Yeah,
going on?
yeah,
he's backing Elon in them. He's
Oh,
backing
okay.
Elon and Vivek. Yeah, he's backing
yeah,
Elon and
and
Vivek.
unfortunately, I hate to say it, Z, I am too. Let me tell you why.
Mhm.
Um, we're behind in certain fields, and quite frankly, we need the help. I'm not saying
Yeah.
Americans are dumb, but we really
Mhm.
do need the help.
I get what you're saying, but recall it for
Now
Elon.
let's not
So
go ahead.
Mhm.
so
No,
can I ask?
real quick, Jay, real quick. For Elon, it's I would say it's less about the talent pool and
Yeah,
more about the money.
yeah, it's more
I
about the
get
money.
what you're saying about the talent pool and the help and
It's about
staying.
the talent pool and the
Mhm,
money, but it's about one thing even more important than both of those. It's
mhm,
about control. It's easier
mhm.
to control those people. It's easier
Yeah.
to
Yep.
wield
Yep.
power over non-citizens. You can do whatever you want with them. You can
Yep.
threaten them. You can scare
Mhm,
them. You can make them do things off the script of what is even legal, perhaps, to
mhm.
do in the United States because those people are so fearful of
And
being
you don't
sent
have to
back
pay
to.
them. You don't have to
Yeah.
pay them
Yeah.
shit either because
So,
they're
so I
legal.
mean, yeah, it is
Mhm.
definitely financial, but if you have the power, you will always make the money with the power. You
Yeah.
will always make disproportionately more money. If I have the power over the talent pool, my company will outcompete everybody else, and I'll make the money.
Mhm.
I'll drive other people out of business with the power.
I have a question for I have a question for Z and AB.
Somebody's echoing.
Yeah, I don't know who's echoing.
Not me.
Mhm.
Is it me?
Okay, no, it stopped. Go ahead. No, not Sarah Hillary. Goddamn, somebody.
Yeah,
Okay,
if people
everybody
can
mute up
mute up.
except for Dre, real quick. Let me see something. Go ahead, Dre.
Am I echoing? No,
Nope. Okay,
no,
so
it's not me.
it's somebody else.
All right, so
Mhm,
All right.
yeah,
mhm,
so I had a question for Z and AB and Black Guru.
mhm.
Like, I know the hope was that Trump wasn't going to pull this shit, but did you really expect him to not pull this shit?
Oh, for me,
Well, for the three of you,
I
specifically
know.
the three of you.
So
I
I know
wasn't
Trump is
surprised.
unpredictable.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised at all. I know Trump is at the bottom line, and I can walk in and convince Trump about something, and then Black Uru walk in and convince him the complete opposite direction, and then AB walk in and come and get him to agree with me, and then Trump. You, the thing about Trump is he is not a natural politician, so
yes,
he's gonna go wherever he's gonna go, and you
yeah.
just hold on.
This is
Well,
why. Hold on.
How is what Trump doing any worse than what would happen if Kamala was
It
in?
would probably be worse with Kamala's in, but this is why I told black folk back in 2020 when he was running again. This is why I told black folk if Trump gets elected again, here's what you need to do: gather up whatever you want Trump to do and put his name on it, and then
Mhm.
sell it to him, and
Yeah,
watch how quickly that shit gets passed.
yeah.
Put his name on it. You use
So
his ego. Use his ego to your advantage. Put his
and
name
this
on it.
is thank you. This is why Mr. Z calls him what? A 12-year-old. Stroke his ego, put his
Hey,
name on it. Remember, you talking about the man that wanted his name on the goddamn checks during
yes,
COVID.
yes.
You see what I'm saying? You
That's one
stroke
of the
his
reasons I said
ego,
that. Yeah,
you compliment him.
stroke his ego.
Yeah. And you want to know why black men are more suited to do that than black women? Because black women showed you that during the press conversation with Trump, right?
Yeah,
The black press that was speaking to Trump, those women, the only one that sounded like they had some sense is
Harris
probably
Faulkner.
the one that I would be. Thank you. Probably the one I disagree with more politically, Harris Faulkner.
Yeah, I got more respect for her after that. After that
Thank
interview,
you.
it looked.
Well, yeah, you already see how Harris Faulkner speaks. She wasn't gonna be that type of incendiary, antagonistic. No, definitely not. Um,
So the,
yeah, go
the
ahead.
the arguments that I've been seeing going around, like
Mhm.
following all this stuff, is that apparently it's mainly like white people that are mad at this whole like the H1B1 stuff. Like
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
apparently
that
it's
was because
mainly
of
white
Vivek.
people
That was because
crashing
of the
out over this.
Indians. Yeah. It's number one. They thought that this white thing was more important to Trump than this class and income and power and control thing. Number one. Number two, even if it does matter to Trump, even if it does,
Hmm.
not more than the bottom line, not more than out competing China, not more than
Right,
the control, not
right.
more
Yeah.
than, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it may matter. For me, Elon is one of these people.
You look,
It,
they
yeah,
have created whole systems and university systems, research systems,
yeah,
certainly business systems. They've all formulated around this H-1B programming and the
yeah,
like. And I do look. I don't. I don't accept the notion of just how dependent the country really is on that. I
mm,
think there is some dependency, but I also think you create a system in which you have greater control over, greater latitude and leverage over, and then you create all manner of doctrine around justifying the continuation and the enhancing of that program. And
Hmm.
that's what I see Vivek and Musk doing. I'm not saying there aren't shortfalls, technological shortfalls that are a product of our current educational system, and some things need to be done. I just don't believe it's to the degree in which is being asserted. I think that's billionaires trying to maintain and build up off the status quo.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Exactly. And also to kind of piggyback off some of that too, like there is no talent shortfall, no true talent shortfall in America. If it was, we would be investing to shore that up. Just like what we did with the CHIPS Act. We didn't have the capabilities to manufacture certain chips here. So what did we do? We put money into being able to be more self-sufficient in these things. What it really is about power and control, like Wu said, and of course the money aspect of it. Like they can basically lay off American workers who know their value and give some dude who comes from India or wherever like three people's job, and he'll do it for 50K.
Yeah. So now you guys are finally starting to experience our Indian problem that we're having up here up north. Um, have fun with it, I guess.
I'm not the Indian
Well,
thing
but the
is
reckoning was coming regardless of this. I mean, it would likely be not significantly different if
Yeah. It's not.
Kamala
This is nothing
was
new.
elected. The Democrats are no more antagonistic towards H-1B programming than the Republicans have been.
Yeah, they're
You
both
know,
for it.
if anything, we should be grateful that you have political novices like Elon and Vivek who are willing to openly say what the Democrats would more quietly
Hmm.
do and hide.
Right.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I think one of the funniest moments out of this campaign was when that chick, what was her name, like Ann Coulter or whatever, when she said that shit to Vivek, when she was like, yeah, I like you and everything, but I'm not going to vote for you because you're Indian. I thought that was hilarious.
I call her my favorite political cunt for a reason.
Well, I mean, she's also the person that says the only group that should be getting anything in this country are
Yeah,
black
yeah.
people.
She says stuff I agree with,
You
but
know,
she still.
so I think culture is, for better or worse, an earnest person.
Yes,
One of the few earnest
she's
people
up
in
front.
the political arena, and consistent, the earnest person in the political arena.
let me say this too. What the what also this reinforces is some years ago, some years back, maybe over a decade at this point. Um, was it Google? Who was it that got caught colluding with each other? It was two companies in the tech industry got caught colluding with each other to keep suppressed incoming employees' wages in the tech. Was it Apple and Google? It was one of them,
I don't
That's
Microsoft and
remember.
all.
Google. Yeah. Say it again.
That's all of them.
Yeah, no, but they got caught though. You know what I'm saying? So they got. I'll look it up because I remember
I
I'm
think you're
covering
talking
this. But
about.
yeah,
I remember there was one recently with Facebook, and I can't remember who else it was, but
Yeah, they got caught colluding to, but and you know that's illegal. It was one of those like non-compete clauses, and they got caught with it, and even the U.S. government got involved. But yeah, no, so no, going to what Black Uru was saying is like this is power, and so like they are colluding. They are saying, hey, you know what? I'm only gonna pay them 70 walking in the door. You only gonna pay them 70? Yeah, we gotta shake on it,
Mhm.
right? So yeah,
Mhm.
there you
it's
go.
like I said. It's like I said the last time. Like you can kind of tell it when you're looking at job posts and certain things. Like a lot of salary ranges for certain, especially when you're talking about tech roles. Like some roles, the range is maybe like 20, 30,000, which is more or less normal. And then you have
Mhm.
some where the range is like absurd, 110,000 to 250. Like, and it's not even a
Mm.
commission or anything like that. Like the reason it's that big when you see those types of huge ranges is because
Because
a
they
lot of
want
times
to
they
go
bring
ahead, go
those
ahead. I'm
visa
sorry.
employees. Well, they bring those visa employees in on the bottom of the
Hmm.
range, and
Hmm.
they know for what that role is. Like for an American, yeah, that really is probably like 150,
Better you let's couple
dollar
that.
job.
Let's couple that with when they took away the fact that you need a degree to enter in the tech industry. Let's translate that for everyone.
Mm.
When they bring their homeboys in that don't got no damn degrees, they bring them in towards the top of that income range. When they bring in the guys from India, they bring them in with degrees, by the way. They bring them in towards the bottom, if not the bottom of that income range. And there you go.
And
Meanwhile, go
the
ahead.
black guy with the black American with the degree doesn't even get an interview.
Thank you. Meanwhile, the sister in the UK talking about being captain of the industry, and the white girl says, "Let's play
The
that one
black
more game."
kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
I
To a
mean,
point.
Ha-
To a,
they're using our own dogma.
mhm.
hey,
But
black woman, no, wait, real quick, Abby. Let me say this. Let me say this. You know how diabolical it is for a British woman, a British white woman,
mhm.
a British. Hey, the Brit.
A poor
Look,
British white woman.
the British accent don't do it for me. It's not. That's not the accent that do it for me. But it do it for a lot of men. A
Oh yeah.
British white
Oh yeah.
woman is
No,
out
no.
here
Brothers are
bouncing
going.
in her
Brothers are
chair.
going. They
Oh
definitely
my
going.
God. Let's go with it. She's a British white woman is bouncing in her chair, enthusiastically thinking about cleaning you up. Her words.
About bouncing on top of
Mhm.
things. About bouncing on top
Yep.
of
Thank you. Oh my bruh. And then
Hey,
the
hey,
sister
Z,
in the UK talking about you not being a captain of the industry. Lady, you have no idea what you up
Z,
against.
Z,
Well,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Z,
Hmm.
Z. To her point about mixed children, I got three great nephews and one great niece to prove that, and they're pretty children.
Hey,
She ain't
she said we gotta
black
mix it up
women
and
are
have mixed
fighting.
bait. Oh my God. Go ahead, go
Black
ahead, go,
lying.
Black.
women
Go
are
ahead.
fighting a nuclear war with bow and arrow.
so
Yep.
I could kind of see where she's coming from with that video because I mentioned in the chat like I actually went to like a UK channel before, and like I talked with them and there was an American black woman there on the panel and yeah, she was basically saying the typical niggas ain't shit and they hate black women and all this kind of stuff, and this is to a UK audience, right? So that kind of shit spreads and I could see why she
Look,
Let,
she
let,
was
let,
let,
very
let me say
let,
to it, Dre,
serious.
real quick, yo. Dre, black women could try to spread all the negative PR about black men, particularly in America, as they want. The white and Latina women, and even some of the Asian women, don't care what they're talking about.
mhm.
They're trying to cock block. And what did that Latino man tell y'all that I covered the other day? A Latino man was watching black women
Why are you not making a plate for your man?
You're
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
and he's what, and he's saying, why aren't black women catering to black men? Black women, you could try to do all this negative PR about black men all you want. Everyone's looking at you like you're the problem. And so this is when they try to do the intersectionality thing and moralize it. Nobody care what you're talking about, bro.
Well,
Cool story, bro.
one of the byproducts, maybe the unintended consequences of integration has been these people have spent time around black men and boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They actually know black men and boys as human beings, not as something you can put on a poster, in 1950 or whatever,
Hmm. Hmm.
and talk about he's here to steal all the white women and children. They've gone to school with black kids.
Mm-hmm.
They've been involved in research projects. They've been on sports teams. And they have been involved in Glee Club, and they know black boys and men as human beings.
You know
And
what I
so
think it
they
is?
don't.
I'm
You
sorry.
can't just say this guy's a monster when I've spent the last 15 years seeing that they really kind of all right. In fact, if anything, they're kind of nicer than our guys are.
Say that.
Yeah, and to your point, Z, about the internet will expose us all, and how black women think they're the only people on the internet. Black women don't think other races of people don't see how they hate on other black women, and you
Yeah.
think and I'm telling you guys, it's vicious. I've seen black women wish SA on other black women. They are vicious to one another.
Mm-hmm.
They're utterly
Hey,
vicious. Vicious.
and
And I'll tell them in a minute. I would never tolerate a dude saying some of the shit I've seen black women say to other black women online. It's just not going to happen.
hey,
And
it's one point I wanted to make. That Oru kind of made me think that like some other people they look at us from a asset point of view versus when in our own community we looked at as liabilities. So they probably move according as such.
Brother, if that's black women are gonna have to reconcile their crap ideas about black men that they've adopted because they ain't white women. Because the actual white women said, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'll take it." Outside of the most virulent
I
front, and
think the
I'm
man
not
told.
saying that this real quick. I'm not saying that this white woman may not have problematic views. If we talk to her
Of
long enough,
course.
I'm pretty sure she's gonna have problematic views about black men or black people. With that, black women have adopted a very misandrous view about black men and overall a gynocratic view about their position and what they should be running on planet Earth. And everybody's continuing to live their life. I keep on saying it. Black women are gonna make themselves almost lost it. Black women are gonna make themselves the goddamn gypsies of the West, and that's their own fault in their own doing. And as more and more young black men around your age, Vince, around Demetrius' age, Demetrius wanted black women. But once again, if he's not committed to being with the black women are gonna keep on leaking and slowly losing these young black boys, and there's nowhere else to go. It's Donzo.
Actually, Charlie came over the other day and cooked for me, so she's competing.
Okay, well that's what's up. That's what's up. But I'm saying that, Vince, to say like once again, it's white women out here like this and Latinas, and this white girl still don't got nothing on them Latinas. Them Latinas are out here. As Black Uru said, y'all trying to fight a war with bows and arrows, and these women got nukes.
so
Yep.
that's why I love that clip that
Mhm.
that Umar clip. I love that. I love that clip that BGS was going over. I think you might have covered a bit of it earlier. I love that clip, like, because it's bad when even Umar is like low key promoting snow bunnies, even though like he had to kiss the ring like
And I ain't
during
ever
that
heard him talk
conversation.
like that before.
Yeah, it's like
Show,
seeing him
show,
talk
show
like
our
It's
that.
name,
too,
brother.
it's
Bad.
too obvious now. He ain't got no much of a choice.
I wouldn't. Oh, my bad, Lion. I just noticed that you put the link. You asked for the link, but yeah, no.
Well,
I wouldn't
I
still.
think with Umar,
My,
I think part of what happened there is he was talking to a black woman outside of the country. Uh, and sometimes when people get outside of the U.S. and deal with people outside, other people, they can be they can perhaps involuntarily be a little more earnest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're in a different environment, you're talking to a different kind of person, um, you're you're having different sorts of things being evoked. You know, you're here, you're talking to Keisha, you just fall into the Keisha paradigm, right? You get
Yeah.
outside the country, you start talking to different kind of people and sound a little differently. Maybe they sound a bit more sober and a bit more cogent and more
Mm-hmm.
controlled in the way they present themselves. And your more objective and professional side kicks in. And I think that's what happened to Umar. Because I never forget the fact that this man has a PhD, which is
Mm-hmm.
what in both embraces me and then hurts me about him. Because we know he knows better. He knows better than most people do. So it just kind of really bothers me about him. But I think he called her, and he probably also thought this like, damn, so this shit is just all over the world now. Because he wasn't even talking to an American black woman. He was like, y'all saying this crazy shit over here too. You know, that's probably what
In the
really
land
kind of
down
hit
under.
him. Wow, this sickness is everywhere.
Hmm. Yes. As a matter of fact, Black Uru, he said that. He said, "What are you saying that's different than pretty much it's what the issues that Black people are having are global." So he said it. He said like, "Yeah, ain't no
Yeah.
difference," and she said, "No, there is a difference," and then she proceeded
Yeah,
to
he
say the
said I've been
exact same
in
thing.
countries.
Mhm.
He kind of, I think, sort of bragged or whatever that he the most traveled or whatever, I
Mhm,
guess,
mhm.
Pan African. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I
I
don't keep
wouldn't
track
doubt
of
him
that
if
kind
he
of
said that. Yeah, I wouldn't
stuff.
doubt
Yeah.
him.
I wouldn't make an argument against it. But his point was that, I've seen y'all saying the same shit all over.
Yep.
You
And
black
she
women
proceeded to say it.
are saying and doing the same thing all over.
Hmm.
And you're getting slick out of your men, especially the best and brightest of your men, and you're freely and willfully doing it. It's not like somebody is coming in and just outright stealing them. Because, like the Snow
Yep.
Bunny said, I'm just laying in the cut. I'm waiting for the
Yep.
supplemental draft.
Mm-hmm.
Uru.
I'm not even on the
So,
first on draft day. On the first draft day, I'm waiting for free agency.
Hey, I'm gonna play
hey,
it again. Wait for it, y'all. Wait for it before you go, Vince.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Send her
Yeah,
my way,
Negroes are
please.
Hey,
I
wait,
will
definitely
go.
going,
real, real
man.
quick,
They
because I
definitely
wanted to
going.
stress this. Let me stress this. Let me stress this. She starts off her statement with saying the black kings get divorced. That's the first words out of her mouth. She's admitting y'all are because we already know women file for 80% of divorces, 70% of divorces. She's saying after y'all divorce them, we waiting for them.
So
Black women.
like I said earlier in the chat, like she's waiting around for the second round black pick. Yeah, I said what I said.
Yep.
I'm already
Yep.
divorced, baby. What's up?
No,
Talk,
she is.
talk to me.
Hey, and look, and she's understand something where black women say, "Well, you can have our leftovers." Do you know how embarrassing and sad it is? Because I had it happen to me with one of my 300ZXs. I sold it for mad cheap, and then I saw it a few years, and I'm like, God damn, he did that to it. So like, you imagine what it is when you toss black men and white women say, she's saying, we'll clean them up, we'll clean them up. She's admitting, oh yeah, it's trash to you. Don't worry, I'll take it. I'll clean it up.
That's fine.
How
I mean,
embarrassing is that?
but I mean, they talk all this
Oh,
stuff but forget that 61% of black women are single mothers. Like
yeah.
dead stop. 61% of black women are single mothers. there are more married black men than black women by a mile. So
And
at the
62% of black
end of the
women are
day,
single in America.
yeah, at the end of the day, anything they saying don't matter. The numbers speak for themselves.
Say
And
that.
another crappy thing about that is the stuff that they're saying is like their own language is going to be used against them with the women that they're speaking to, because the women they're speaking to Black Rule's point of saying, well, in my personal life, I ain't never had no problems with no black men.
Hey, Lion, brother on my arm, no brother on your arm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I see you by yourself in the cold, sweetheart. Make sure you put your hat on, stay warm. But
Goddamn.
as
Hey, go
far as
ahead.
year 2025 is concerned, the attitude for black men needs to be fuck you then. That's just pretty much just needs to be two. You on a roll? Fuck you then.
Let me ask, because I have somebody in the back. Tunnel Runner, do you go by another name in the chat before I let you up? What's going on, KMS? But yeah, Lion. Hey, bro. And like I said, so exactly, Lion. She waiting for women. She waiting for men like you. This chick is saying, I'll take him.
And I don't discriminate. A white girl, a Becky can get it. I do not care. I have plenty of experience in this field. I am perfectly fine with a white girl. I got no
Hysterical.
issues. With no
Yeah, there you
hesitation.
go.
I'm not even scared. Bring it.
Yeah. Hey,
She get it
you
too.
know what? By the way, thank you, Black Wood, for this. This is going in the archive. I'm gonna be playing, and it's already saved now. I'm gonna play this all the time. Now, you want to know what? Every time they talk, y'all go after the fat black women, and y'all. I'm just supposed to say fat black women. Well, that's accurate. Anyway, y'all go after the fat white women, and y'all end up with the women, white women that white men don't want. And this, exactly.
You know, I think what's most interesting and telling about that is that's I think you might have touched on this, so forgive me if I'm repeating what you said, but I think it's very interesting that this is a white British woman who has adapted the language of Black American people and are then using it as a part of her mating scheme. It's just like I said. I mean, it's an overused word now, but it
Diabolical.
truly is diabolical.
Yeah, I'll get a white I'll take a white girl, but a white girl with a British accent, Lord.
I mean, that's deadly, man. That's deadly.
That accent does it for me. That accent, man. Listen, come here.
And once a critical mass of white, and assuming they don't already exist, but once a critical mass of white women figured this scheme out, oh boy. I mean, because they're gonna, as white people do, just take your shit and perfect it and then use against you.
Pretty much.
Hey,
I'll take her home. I'll take her home.
What she's doing is Machiavellian. It is Machiavellian.
Yeah.
She is God damn.
Yeah. I mean, she even started bouncing around like a bunny towards the end.
Oh my God. I'm like, look, I'm not even in the white women. I'm like, hey, bro, like, you know when you look around, like, am I seeing it? Are you seeing this? I'm seeing this. You seeing this? I'm seeing it. Like,
yeah.
So funny.
Hey, I'll give y'all real quick. I'll give y'all a little bit at one of the gigs. I will say there's a little redhead, and she done made certain comments to me, and I'm like, it is, and I'm like, you know when you're like, is that in my head, or is that is that in my head, or did I hear it the way she said it?
Hey, let me tell you, if a redhead had got a hold of me back in the day, I probably would have been gone, man. There's something about them pale redhead white women that just crazy to me.
Hey, and Black woman, what makes it worse? This is a little one too. Like she's not small, but she's shorter and like. Oh wait. Oh, it makes it worse. Black woman. Wait, it's about to get worse. And she's a dancer.
Oh,
she's a dancer.
Splits. Oh,
yeah.
Even just physically, but also just attitude-wise. Like, because with my dealings with white women, the first word that comes to mind is unselfish. And I mean that in all ways.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Once they open up, bro.
Hysterical.
Unselfish. Unselfish.
Hey, you know what's crazy too? Because she said something, and then I was like, I ain't hear that. And she said it again. I was like, okay, I gotta go do something. Like, you know, when you, and this is the thing, like, you know, the thing with black men, and it's true about the, like, the thinking about things. Y'all give me a second.
You know, lying how when you're in the back and sometimes you accidentally, misdirect things and you say my bad and she say no,
Uh-oh.
it's
No, she's
okay.
like, it's okay. She give you that smile. She give you that it's okay with a smile.
Hey,
Lord,
hey, low key,
Lord.
hey, here we go.
Like, no, it's okay.
What she's
Give me
really
the
saying is
smile.
either one of
Lord,
you.
it's
She's
the
really saying
smile
either one
that
of
do
you.
it too. It be the
Nah,
smile. It's okay. And the
that's
smile, like,
crazy.
oh my God,
Yeah, it's
showing teeth
okay.
and all.
Z, check
Look,
your
Oh,
email.
It's,
okay. Well, hey, it's crazy to me that this is the competition. And I'll go into what I was saying earlier. So what gets me is so you know I told y'all I'm gaining weight, whatever, and like you know when you look because the space that we were in, so like I said, she dances, so it's nothing but glass, and so I'm looking. You know when you look at you like, damn, that gut is showing, and so when I heard the comment, I'm like, ain't no way, right? Because it's not. I get subtle flirted with all the time. I get subtle flirted with all the time, but like this type of comment was like, did you mean that the way I think you mean it? And yeah. I think so. I
So
think so. Go
really?
ahead, go ahead.
I see it a little bit differently.
Mhm.
With this white lady and whatnot. It's two sides of it. First of all, I feel like other women see what's going on with black men in the black community, and as such, there are some women who mean well and are genuine, and there are those who see you as prey. And you have to have the discernment to know which is which. Um,
I kind of agree
the
with that.
second part, the second part, I would say is I have right off the top of my head, I can think of 5 friends that they have like a spouse who's not, not black. And the thing that's a common thread is basically they say black men easy. And what they mean by that is like, yo, the things that are super basic in our community or group are seen as above and beyond by them. So it's not like one dude dates a Latin chick, and she says it. She's like, "Yo, he loves me. I fix him a plate. I honor him. She's basically like, yo, I really ain't doing nothing, and he thinks it's the world." And to me, I take it as both a good thing and a bad thing, because it's like, yo, on the low, they really telling you like, yo, we kind of getting you for the cheap.
okay,
I've
but
heard it.
but
I've
hold
heard it.
on. Let me ask you a
Mhm.
fundamental question. This is because you're talking about, an intangible thing. Now I'm going to go
So what?
tangible with you. You're talking about an intangible thing, this feeling that they're getting you. I'm going to ask you a tangible question. Is that what Tina going to do what the fuck you tell her to do when you tell her to do it?
Yes, sir.
If she going to do that, and who gives a fuck about that other stuff? If I know this woman gonna do what I need to do, how I need to do, the way I'm gonna do it, she's gonna consistently do it. She's gonna talk back to me, even if we have some problems in here. She knows she's my woman. She's gonna submit to me. She's gonna stay with me. She's gonna fulfill her motherly duties as well as her wifely duties. If she think I'm easy, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Why would you
And
care?
another thing. Is she quiet when I speak?
Exactly.
Who cares? I mean,
I
I hear
feel
what
like
you're
you
saying,
missed.
better you, but
Uh,
I don't give a fuck, dog.
No, I feel like
let
y'all
me
missed
say
it.
this because no, I don't know. No, I know. I got what you were saying. I got the angle that you were coming from. Better yet,
Nah, I
this
get what
is what
he's
I
saying. It makes
this is
sense,
what I would
but
say to that. There's only
yeah.
the only thing that I would say to this really is I don't I think for a lot of these women, it's just that they feel like the shackles have been let off of them to truly just like black women have feel like the shackles have been let off of them. We live in a marketized society. So these non-black women, especially if they don't come from frothing at the mouth anti-black families, sometimes even if they do, if their family even seems a bit open to it, I think for them it's just like I like this guy, or I like black culture, or I like black men, or like I like the way I see my father cheer on Kobe when he was alive, or my dad was a Jordan fan, or my dad likes LeBron, or my brother wears Jordans, and so they just end up liking black culture and the face of black culture, black men. So I do think you're right to a certain extent, where there are those who feel like they're getting black men on the cheap, or getting black men on a discount. But for the others, I think it's just really, I just like black men. I think that's what a lot of non-black women. That's what it is. I like the culture, and I like the
Yeah,
fact that they're not really on because every other man is really chasing after white manhood.
yeah. For what I've
Black men are the
seen,
only ones not trying to imitate white men.
for what I've seen,
And
it is genuinely that. I think a lot of women have a genuine attraction to black men. They just do, and it's all the tangibles that does, as far as our attitude, the way we speak, the way we carry ourselves. It's just a genuine attraction to black men. Because just like, well, here's the thing. That's what loving Virginia was granted, even though it was a black woman. But look who's more interracially married. Black men had nothing to
the,
do with getting that pass. But look
the
who's more
thing with
interracially married.
black men is black American men in particular, because we you mentioned Kobe and whatever, so just culturally, the cultural influence. Uh, black men can be and project very masculine and even dominant uh, aura without being abusive,
Or
without
aggressive.
being hurtful, without
Hmm.
being nasty to women.
Hmm.
And it's because of our physicality, it's because of the tonality of our voices, it's because of our diction, it's because of our culture, it's because of our music. Black men can be very manly, very, very manly, without it being destructive.
Yeah.
So when the women are saying we're easy, they're not just saying we're some saps. What they're saying is he can give me all this sort of dominance manly thing without beating my ass.
Yeah. Here,
Because a
here's
lot of
some.
because a lot of what's easy is not getting their ass.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that's the thing. The key thing, and just a personal thing. Like, there's a Latina I'm talking to right now. One of the first qualities I notice about her is that she is completely and utterly quiet when I speak. And she's staring at me. Like,
Oh.
eye contact. Like, when I'm speaking directly. Even
Mm.
when I'm driving. But here's the thing. Even when I'm driving. When I'm driving, she knows I
Mm.
can't look at her, but she knows I'm
But she's
speaking,
still
and
looking.
she's completely quiet.
Let me say this. I think what also happens is, I think a lot of women don't really appreciate the economic landscape and how that changed the dating game, especially black women. So when women no longer necessarily need men financially, for many of them, not all, not most, but a sizable minority, that's actually going to be better for black men in many ways. You want to know why? Because she don't need to be with the man with the money anymore. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's necessarily preferable. What I am saying is, it's real when the woman said, "Yeah, okay, now that I'm okay-ish financially, now I guess I will get with Jay Electronica." Oops. Well, who was it that was with Jay Electronica? Wasn't it one of the Rockefeller kids or
Yeah,
grandkids?
Rothschild. He was with
Rothschild.
Rothschild.
Thank
Rothschild.
you, Rothschild. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
I,
When it's
I'm
no longer about the
amazed that
money,
they
there you go.
allow
Jay
him to
Electronica.
hang out with that girl.
You
I'm
see what
I'm
I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I'm I'm shocked by that.
You see what I'm saying? So like, this is what I'm saying. When I have the money, when it's no longer about the money, and I have the money, or at least I'm good enough, then I care about these other things,
But
right?
yeah, but
I care about these other things, and it's not like the women didn't care anyway before. Is that the resources were that important in the conversation, which is understandable. But
yeah.
now we live in a world where women could earn their own, and some of the women that got it, guess what? Right?
But
So
it's like Chef Sade. Chef Sade said it a while ago, and she was telling black women, she was like, y'all can't complain about y'all can't talk about beating your chest about opening up your options to dating other men, and then get mad when Brad's sister wants to date your brother.
yes, they can. It's a double standard. I agree with you, by the way, but I'm just saying, yeah,
Well, I mean, I know what you're
it's
saying, but
that consistent. Yeah,
Sade says that you like
Yeah,
you want to date Brad,
that's why
but
you
don't.
learn to say I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care. Like I don't care about colorism. I don't care about featureism. I don't care about texturism. I don't care whatever you perceive your particular disadvantage. This is an open world mating market. You got to figure out what you have to offer and compete with everybody, not just all black women, not just even all American women. No, you got to compete with all of the women because the very best of men, black, white, and otherwise, have claim to the very best of women. And a lot of them aren't going to necessarily be black. A lot of them are not going to necessarily be American or Christian, or, they could be anywhere. They could be doing anything. They could have any particular religion or background or whatever. And the smarter and the more cosmopolitan men get, and especially when brothers figure out they need to start sooner rather than later in their lives, learn your Spanish, learn your French. If you can really do it, learn your Chinese, because that will make you work. Those will make you
learn your
world beaters
Mandarin.
out, or Portuguese. Those will make you world beaters out here. That will geometrically increase your leverage in this world.
Yeah, geomaxing does increase geometrically, but yeah, no, it no. So that I think is something that we need to stress here. Is like, black women are gonna keep on talking. I already said it. Like, they hurting right now. They're gonna continue to hurt. They said they're not competing unless you already hit the finish line. Rich, leave them out here, dear black men. 2025 is leave them out here year. Leave them out here. Leave them at the manufacturer. Leave them to
What
the manufacturer. Like I said,
what
like,
was the title
Hashtag
leave
of
them. Yeah.
hashtag fuck them then.
no? BGS had a good he had a good title for that. What did he say?
Leave
Leave
them
them
on the
on the
lot.
Leave them on
yeah.
the lot.
He said
Yeah,
leave them
because
on
he
the
had a
lot,
thumbnail
and
of
it,
a old, like it was an old, looked like an old ass Impala at a used
yeah,
car
no, it was like
lot.
a Studebaker or something like that. Yeah, like
Yeah.
leave them
Yeah.
on the lot, and then
And
and then he
when
said,
you're real smart, you won't even go to uh, a lot where they're at. you know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's
when
the
Nah,
you
we got
you're
money
real
now.
smart. You
I
don't
don't
even
need to
go
go to
to the
I don't need
lot
to go to a
where
used
that
car
they're at.
lot.
Yeah.
We
well
got
the
money
lot
now.
the lot
but
where
not
they're
only
at
leave them
is
at the lot, but I want to stress this, my bad, Dre, but also send them back to the manufacturer. So BGS said that on a different stream. When he said, I did a whole stream about that phrase right there. Send them back to the manufacturer. So if they want to be part of the dominant society so bad, if they're comparing us to men of the dominant society so bad, send them back to them. Send them back to the technocrats. Send them back to the social designers. Send them back. Send them back to white
Nah,
society,
bump that.
right?
Bump sending them back. Bump sending them back. Uh, Come pick them up. Come pick up this car. I can't move the battery dead. Come pick up the car. Come tow this car. Take it to whatever. Come tow it. I ain't taking this car nowhere. Come pick it up.
Yeah, just leave it on the curb.
Just leave it on the curb. Come pick it up. Come
In
pick it up.
Chicago, we just leave them on the curb.
Just leave them on the curb. Come pick them
The
up. I
city
already
will
took
come get
everything
it
out.
eventually.
I already took all my stuff out the car. I got all
Yeah,
my
my
belongings.
tags,
I
I
got all
got,
my belongings. I'll leave it right
yeah.
here. Leave it right here on the curb.
Hey, Mr.
Nah,
Z.
bump that. Like this going back and
If you,
forth. This shit is not sustainable at all. Like that's what the back and forth I'm having with was it with I was talking with Dr. Thunder. I'm like, yo, Mary, because he was doing a play-by-play of a Melissa Ford video, and she talking about being a cat lady and going through her engagements. She's a hypergamous failure. I'm like, and then she gonna put in the I am woman here reward and women being single and being comfortable being single. I'm like, until you're like, to Dr. Thunder was talking about getting married. I'm like, you hear this video. I'm like, all these impressionable women listening to this woman. There are women who are 30 going in 25, 30 years old who will never be as beautiful, never be as rich, and still taking in this message. And you're talking about marriage. Marry who?
I mean, the
was
only
that the one she
value,
didn't know on podcast?
the
Go
only
ahead.
value to Melissa Ford, anyone listening to Melissa Ford talk, is to present that to like a 10 or an 11-year-old black girls. That's the only value of her. The only value of them are living cautionary tales. where you
Yep,
ask
but
yourself
not
the
Yeah.
picky.
question, do you want to end up like this person?
Say that.
But they're not
And
going
you're
to see
going
it
to
that
have
way.
to, at 11 or 12 years old, as sobering as it sounds, you're going to have to decide at 10 or 11, 12 years old how you're going to be dealing with these black boys going forward, because they are going into a competitive international world of females. So you can't wait to high school, you can't wait to college, because your relationships with your impression with young black males is going to be established now, not just when you're in high school or when you're in college. We remember our very first experiences with girls when we were 5, 6, 7 years old, and that establishes the foundation that from which we build our relationships, our perceptions, our image with them. And then, but versus if some little the Indian girls always liked me in 5th grade, or for whatever reason, right? The little Korean girls always liked me in 7th grade. I don't even know why, but they did. That is foundational material. That's going to
Yep.
influence your
Yep.
behavior. It's going to influence what you do when you get in high school, who you're going to hang out when you get in high school. It's going to definitely influence who you hang out with and date in college and going forward.
Mhm.
And so when I look at a Melissa Ford, I say, yeah, I think it's great she's doing what she's doing, but I say the value of that is present this to some very young black girls and start asking them, start telling them, asking them, is this how you want to end up? And if you don't want to end up like this, then you're going to have to start behaving differently towards your black male people.
But
So in terms of Melissa Ford, I'm not surprised because she's a Canadian Caribbean.
it's that, yeah, but that okay. But the thing with that I wanted to say about Melissa Ford, this is coping. And so I hear you, Dre, but this is same thing as the black American women, same as the black women in the UK, which you saw is same as the black women in Australia when Dr. Umar Johnson
Thank,
was talking to that sister. It's
thank you,
all
Z.
coping. The
That's all
issue
what
that we
exactly
have,
what I said.
it's coping. And listen, at the end of the day, anything that happened to them, they have to make it seem that it was some journey of empowerment.
Yeah.
If you listen to black women talk, they are obsessed with the happy ending. And I was going through a journey, and I'm going to come out on the other side of this journey, and I'm going to be more empowered. And you even saw it, not even just black women. You saw it with Jeannie Mai with the divorce with Jeezy. It's always some, I'm going to love me more. I'm going to work on me more. I'm going to
Coping and
optimize
failure.
myself. It's some lame, bro. It's the lamest court for men. I want any woman listening to me. Y'all sound absolutely corny and batshit crazy to us when y'all say that. Y'all
They're
Interest
sound
coping
me.
and
in
failure. But that's all.
fucking sane to us.
And I,
But that's
I
all
would
they can
I would
do. But
tell
that's all
young
they can do
women,
because they're done. Because they're done as far as social market value is done. So all they can do is just cope in their failure.
and I
Interestingly
would
enough,
tell the
because
young girls that in that coping, I would explain to them as calmly and dispassionately as I can is that this is the Pied Piper story leading y'all to doom. This is a person putting a nice face on things to encourage you to think that you should make decisions that you should not make. And that when this interview is over, this woman very likely is going to go somewhere and drink herself into a tearful stupor. When the cameras stop, when she's in her condo with her cat somewhere, this is not
Mhm.
the same person you're going to see.
She had a
You're going to see
wine
a
bottle right next
broken
to her.
woman. You're going to see a woman who lamenting X number of abortions
Mhm.
and what do you call them, miscarriages
Yep.
and failed engagements, and the guy left her for some other woman, probably some white woman,
Mm.
probably some white woman who even wasn't even as pretty as she was. You know,
Say that.
uh, that's the reality behind the performance you see here, and that's what I would tell young black girls in particular. This is a
Yeah.
performance. This is
But that's the
actually
thing that
being done to lead you into making very mistakes of your life and your future going forward. This woman is performing evil to you. That's what I would tell them.
Then that's the thing. I'm like, here's the thing with compared to Melissa Ford. I'm like, the overwhelming majority of women will never be as beautiful, will never have as much money as her for her to sustain herself. Y'all ain't never gonna have that. And this woman had all that, and as far as sexual market value, and she's still a failure.
Interesting enough, there's a lady from the accountability department that compared her to Buffy the Body. Buffy the Body is married, and they're from the same time period. You know, Buffy the Body's married. She's been married for a while, and she's not.
Well, here's the thing. From what because I recall Buffy the Bad, she didn't get too deeply into that baller life thing that
too much
that Melissa got into, and she
she cashed out early. And
she got a little and got the hell on up out of there, and cleaned herself up and stopped wearing all the crazy stuff and all that. She you're right. She made smarter moves much more quickly. She saw that for what it really was and was not, and made better decisions. And I'm glad you mentioned her, because if she does have any presence in social media, I think she would be a great person to listen to and observe. Right, to be a counter to all this bad bitch, propaganda that they've been selling the last 59 years.
I think what's important here to stress is, and going on to what you were saying, Black Guru, because I think it needs to be said. We need to say to the ladies, to young women, this is what a loss looks like. Don't expect her to admit to you that she lost. As a matter of fact, everything she's doing now is for her not to admit to herself that she lost. What we see with all these women is coping mechanisms for fumbling the bag. And you're going to stress to young women, this is what a loser looks like.
And
this is what someone who lost looks like.
But the thing about this, though,
she's willing to lie and distort her reality to encourage other young women to do the same thing. Because I'm always going to focus, because if I watch a Melissa Ford, they're so wasteful, it's difficult for me to validate spending any time on her unless I see some potential benefit and such. And so that's why I keep focusing on, how would I use her? Well, I would use her to try to help young Black girls. And I think a lot of, when we talk about this stuff, because we all got younger female cousins, nieces, some of us even have daughters and whatever. Well, how do you instruct them to avoid making the mistake that Melissa made? Well, you take a Melissa and you expose all the lies and the fallacies and the distortions that surround her. You talk about the Diddy parties and all that, because she was all a part of all that kind of stuff. She was all, and it was balling and everybody's having a good time and popping bottles and all. So she was deep into that. Now look at her by herself with cats, face all kicked up, look like a damn.
But that makeup was crazy.
Face.
That makeup was crazy.
That's the back end of all of that.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it. I'm like, that's why she is the epitome of a high purpose failure. You had access to these 1%ers for the past 15, 20 years. You got you had two engagements, as you tell us. And here you are. And the engagement you spoke to, the guy that you seem to have been pretty much in love with, you let that go because you didn't want to, quote unquote, lose your identity. Like, you're a failure. You're a high purpose failure.
Wait, let me get this
She
right.
herself admitted
earlier, real quick, Lion and Ben, y'all said that she had a bottle of alcohol next to her when she was talking to?
She had a bottle of alcohol right next to her.
Of course she did.
She was taking
I mean, they talked
in the midst of the story she was telling. Like in the midst of the story she was telling,
she looks like a lush. She looks like a former party girl lush. That's what she looks like. That's what they look like.
But
she was sitting in that chair. She was literally sitting in that chair and giving bits and pieces of different stories. And in between the break, she's taking sips of wine, like right next to her.
So in other words, we got Crystalline Kerosene again. We have, who else began drunk as hell? What's the other one? Not Divested Zealot. What's her name? Divested Witch. These women just be getting drunk as a skunk and spilling their guts because they done messed up.
Yeah, because
but she herself in previous
failure.
episode. In previous episode, she admitted that she just recently started achieving the certain milestones of adulthood. You know, buying a house, being good, having good credit cards, all that stuff. Later in her life, I mean, she passed. I mean, after all the career she's had, all the so-called success, if you want to say that, she still didn't manage her funds or her life properly. So it wasn't the late 30s, early 40s that she's admitting that she's doing those first steps now.
Now,
Hey,
where she did, that's what she said. What she didn't say is she had niggas paying all her bills and they stopped paying her bills. She had to pay them for herself.
hey, Cameron
That's what
exposed
she
her.
was saying.
Cam,
Yeah.
Cam said she was out here handing out the box for the cash.
Yeah.
That's what
Hey,
Cam
Yeah.
said.
And in the
In a
late,
public bathroom.
early
Mhm.
2000s, it was all good. Niggas
Yep.
was throwing bands at her. They
Yep.
stopped throwing them bands at her.
At
Yep.
private parties in the bathroom.
That's
And cutting
exactly
the
what I
camera
wanted
on.
to get to. Was Z?
Speaking
Can
of
you
Cam,
tell Z? Can you tell Alexa to play "Wouldn't Get Far" by the game?
Hey,
Yeah.
oh yeah, did the game? Yeah, the game talked about
Yeah.
her too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
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 it
yeah.
did.
You're right. Yeah,
Wouldn't get
yeah,
far.
Airing her
yeah.
out.
Good
Yep.
point. Good point. Good point.
Well,
And she
Yep.
specifically in
reflected
the
that too.
song, he
She's mad
said
at it.
like,
Mhm.
they don't know Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Look, Melissa Ford. I want to stress this to everybody who doesn't get it. Melissa Ford is the reason you have the term video vixen. It's not that she was the first, but she was the one.
Yeah. She was the
The
most
whole
prevalent.
the Thank you. The
She
whole
had the
reason you
shape,
have
she
the
had the
term.
eyes,
Yep.
the
Yep.
structure. She had that face. It was her facial structure. And then the body.
What Locke's music video was it with her? Was it We Gonna Make It? Which one was it?
Nah, it
Where
wasn't
is
that. It was I
it
think it
was
was
another
that.
one.
Damn, she was
Videos
around.
with Mystical,
Yeah.
Shake Your
Yeah.
Ass.
Yep. Look,
The Jadakiss
she was the
she did a
chick.
Jadakiss video, Knock Yourself Out.
That's
Yeah,
the
you
one
have
I
to
think I'm thinking
emphasize.
about. That's the one. That's the song I'm thinking about. That's the song I'm thinking
Hey,
about.
let's be real.
Anybody.
Before Cornhub and them, she was the joint on the magazine tips, man.
Yeah.
Let's be
Yep.
She
real.
Yep.
was.
Yep.
She
Yep.
was.
Yep.
It's
She
hard
she
for
was
Bad.
anybody.
she and a few of the other ones. She got a lot of brothers through high school, and
Yep.
some of them
Hey,
It's
she
hard
wait,
for
wait,
was.
wait,
anybody
real
under
quick, y'all.
30
Let me
to
read this real
appreciate.
quick, y'all. Let me read this. And Dre says, "Line got the 304 facts, the whole facts."
Yes, sir.
It's
I
It's
got
true.
hard.
two
It's hard.
voices. Right. I'll be
It's
right
hard
over.
for anybody under 30 to appreciate how big she was in that time
Yeah.
period.
She
If you're under 30, you
Well,
can't really comprehend.
I agree with that. I kind of agree with that. But you like, and she was just super bad. She was the it chick, and she didn't. She. I think she just waited too long. She thought it would never end. I don't know what these women be on something else, bro. Like I don't know, man. Like I know how to cash in
Wait.
my chips, but yeah, go ahead.
Can you imagine if OnlyFans was around that video vixen era?
Oh no, she made
Man,
she'd have got way over in
yeah.
the prime in the OnlyFans era. She got
Yeah,
way
because
over.
I remember when she announced she had OnlyFans and it was for free and she barely got any hits. Or was
Yeah.
it somebody else? It was somebody else some other video vixen. I think it was Tahiri.
Hey man,
We
That
even
don't remember
MJ
that
had to
no more.
eventually retire.
I'm
yeah.
saying, they look,
You know,
they miscalculate, and then they get angry at the world that they can't keep on cashing in the way they did in the early and mid 20s.
Nah, that's when they jump on it because at the end of the video she started getting on that decent man. I'm like, well, you can do
Decent.
all
Look,
that. You're
look, look.
48 years old. You've been
You
descending
know,
from men as far as
let
long-term
me say what
relations.
I always say, line. The problem with y'all is you still want the millionaire. You still want
You
to be
still
with
do.
Mace or
Yeah.
Fabulous or one of them. Melissa Ford. You and I agree. I said it before Jason Black. Let me say, make sure I said it. Hey, Jason, you heard right. I said it first. Let me make sure I say this. I've said this before. When you get Melissa Ford's age, you're supposed to end up with the brother that make $200,000 a year in the back now. 300, 250. That's who you're supposed to end up with. Y'all still trying to go after the millionaires. No. You done aged out of that. Now you're supposed
well,
to end up with
and
the
the
guys that
thing
make
is,
2 and
well,
250.
no, they could have got hold to some brothers who were involved in the production of all those skanky videos she did,
That's what I'm saying. Yep.
or
Yep.
some guy who was engineer, and those guys can easily clear $500,000 or so a year. Live very comfortable life. But because, like you said, she wanted to be with Cam and those dudes,
Yep.
Fabulous and those dudes.
Mhm.
And those guys are obviously just don't run through women. They lose that opportunity to get with the guy who's got less status, but is still doing very well and still
Yeah.
is an active and productive part
Hey, Mr.
of
Z,
that
Mhm.
overall scene.
Wait,
I
real
tend to
quick,
agree with
Ben, when you get a chance, read this after your comment. Go ahead.
yeah, I tend to agree with CGA mostly. Like
Mhm.
once you're over 40, especially for women, the game's over. Dating is for young people. It's people under
I'm
it's
not.
30 and down.
I'm saying I'm saying there's bad and there's worse options and there's no options. What I'm saying is, if you're being pushed out the damn door, grab on to at least one of these motherfuckers on your way out. You're being pushed out the club right now. Grab onto one of these niggas on the way out. These women just start throwing temper tantrums and getting kicked, and then starting to talk about decenter men, because once they think about men for 5 seconds, they got to think about how much they fumbled the bag. You see what I'm saying? The
They're
issue
gonna
that
get
these
kicked out
women
the
have
parking
is
lot.
look, this is the thing. You have to accept when you took a loss for you to move on. You have to accept that you messed up
It's the
for you to move on.
It's
Go ahead.
the feminism. It's the
Yeah.
feminism. The feminism breeds a level of entitlement. Because see, prior to the ascendancy of feminism, women would realize, okay, I'm getting old, I gotta grab a dude. And there would be no shame in that, right? There would be no you looking down on her or anything like that. It would just be understandable. Okay, I'm getting long in the tooth. You may have
Mhm.
heard that old phrase before.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
They're not checking for me. The men aren't looking for me the way they look. Women used to be much more earnest about that kind of thing. And if you're honest about that kind of thing, then you'll make honest, productive decisions. But feminism has put them in this fantasy of entitlement and expectations and whatever things are supposed to work out because I'm a woman and I'm entitled to it because of historical oppression, whatever kind of bullshit. And so you make very irrational decisions based on a very sort of flawed fantasy about what you should be able to receive just because you're a woman at this point of time in history. So it's
Mhm.
largely about it's really a consequence of feminism. Because I'm telling you, generations ago, women didn't think this way. They were much more acutely aware of that small window of time in which they were the belle of the ball, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well,
See,
I mean, yeah, but now they're trying to
it's,
circumvent the game and they're going for younger dudes now. Now they're trying to now they're functioning like cougars. So now, they're doing what Dre Michelle did and what these other chicks doing, going after impressing younger millionaires now. So that's just a whole
Well, I
that's
mean,
just
that's only going to
exact.
work for a very small group of
Mhm.
females. And sooner than later, the young men are going to figure out the folly of that. All they got to do is see one or two of those young men that get really messed over by some of these old women, and then they're going to put a check on that as well. So that only gets to only a few women get to scam men like that, you know, for so much or so long, and then eventually, but then you end up spoiling the reputation for the larger group of women. So a few women get over, they get their bag, they get their mansion or whatever, but now you spoil the soil for all the other women. So eventually the women still, even though a
Yep.
few women may win, the masses of women still lose. One of the things that is shocking to me um, in social media is how gleefully and aggressively Black women appear to collectively want to destroy their image and reputation. I am
Mm.
aghast by how so many Black women want to show the most reprehensible parts of their behavior and their record and in their
Because
interactions with men, and I don't think they realize you you're creating this image that everybody, including black men, and especially black men, are going to see when they see a black woman. They're going to see that collage of all this negative imagery and commentary from all these black women. And even though it don't necessarily represent this one particular black woman you're dealing with, you, subconsciously, that's going through that man's mind, and a lot of young men, obviously, apparently, are beginning to, go in the other direction. But yet they're still doing it, and doing it even more so than they did before.
So Black
I don't
Rule,
think
like,
they.
Wait,
I don't think they.
wait. Go ahead, Vince, and then I'll go, and then you got to Dre. Go ahead, Vince.
I don't think they thinking like that. I don't even think they thinking about that they ruin their image, because you gotta look at, like, how hoes could be redeemed, apparently, like Black China and other women who they quote unquote change their ways, like with that
They
basketball
use the
player
outliers
wife.
to try to disprove the rule.
Nah, they cleanse their wholeness, like how
Hysterical.
what's her name did, the one who became Muslim or whatever, like that. So
Black
everything
China?
they no, not Black China, the other one.
Are you talking about the Brittany
Yeah, Brittany
Renner?
Renner.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
Brittany
yeah.
Renner. Yeah.
So it's like everything I did was in the past.
Oh,
I'm
Brittany
mature. I'm
Renner.
grown. Yeah, but they're like, that's not. I don't think that's how reality necessarily work, because I don't know. I just think that they could just do whatever they want, and then it just like you could just
Let,
like shrug it off, and it's like
let,
it never
may
happened.
I give Dre? Let me. I'm sorry, Vince. Let me give you something to think about. Let me give you something, and you and Black Rule something to think about. Possible. Is it possible that if I'm not going to be the white woman, then I'll be the complete antithesis of her? For some of them, I'm not saying for all. For some, it's I'll give the world a different form of femininity. If I can't be her, if I can't be damsel in distress, if I can't be the white woman, if I'm not gonna be the beauty standard, if men are not gonna delete other men for me, this is what they think men are doing for white women. Then I'll be the antithesis of her, right?
I
And I'll
I
say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, even though I'm 400 pounds and y'all put me on the cover with once again Margot Robbie. And beauty, all of these women are beautiful. Stop it, right?
I
So I think for some it, and I've actually heard it. Real quick, Vince, I've actually heard it said, especially from leftist black women, right? It's this idea that I'll just present to the world a different idea of femininity, a different idea of, and why do you want that? That's a European standard, and it goes under the umbrella of the European beauty standard. This is what they're kind of going in
That
on, like,
that
like,
that could
oh,
have
go ahead.
worked. That could have worked maybe 40 years ago in a
I
much
agree.
more insular world where you, for
mhm.
example, for black men, hey, when I was coming up, I didn't really at all think at all about any women other than black women, even though I had great interactions with non-black women, and some wanted to date me that I never even thought about even considering dating. But in
Hmm.
this world, that whole I'm just going to try to force feed my alternative view of beauty and aesthetics onto you, and you're just going to be forced to accept it, flies against the reality of there being, maybe 20 million, 23 million of you and 5 billion other women. I
so
mean,
Hmm.
so there's no win there for
what?
you. You
So it,
cannot defeat. If I look at any number of African women, they're all manner of beautiful African women, different looking forms of African beauty. But they're all very beautiful and uniquely beautiful. So if one of those happened to particularly capture my fancy, you're not going to force feed me into accepting your being 350 pounds with a bull ring and fuchsia hair.
well, I
And
mean,
I'm
350
I'm
pounds
sorry.
with a bull ring. That seems pretty accurate because you might as well be a cow at that point. But
Uh,
uh, I wanted to respond to what you were saying earlier, Uru, because you were talking about like why are they destroying the reputation, and like uh, like it sounds like you're coming at it from like an elder perspective, like which you would, but just at least from my knowledge, like millennials down, like I'm just looking at it like what reputation did they have?
Well, the image, I want to speak to the image of what Black Girl was saying. And and here's that's going to answer it. What movies do Black women love the most?
What is
Waiting to Exhale.
Color Purple, anything Tyler
Exactly.
Perry.
That is the image that they want to destroy. That's the image because they think that is the image that they had to live with their entire life, and that's the image they want to destroy and turn it into something else. And
I more so meant
Hey,
like
Those movies are
wait. Say what you just said again, Lion. They want to turn into something else, right?
they want to turn to something else. They want to go from
What? Pause.
Sealy.
They want to go from Sealy not to something else, but to something new. What movie
Yeah,
am I referencing? Oops.
that's the movie. What's the
So
Nah,
now,
Yep.
Hey, Mr.
That's
Z,
Talking
when
about
you get a
that's
love
the
and
chance,
goal.
basketball.
That's the goal.
Mr. Z,
To go from color purple, to go from waiting to excel, right? To go from even Love Jones to something new.
Mr. Z, when you get
nah,
a
not
Go
chance,
ahead.
Love and
play that.
Basketball. The other movie.
Wait,
The movie with Sanaa Lathan when she was trying to date out.
wait,
Yeah.
Mr.
that
Z,
was
when
the
you get a
name of the
chance,
movie, something
That
new.
it's called something new. It's called something
Oh,
new.
that's the
Yeah.
name. Oh,
Yeah, that
okay.
was
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
name
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
play
My
the
bad.
link in the
I forgot.
background
Z,
when you get a chance.
hold on one
Go.
second.
Wait. What you said, Ben? And then we got better you. Go ahead.
When you get a chance, play the link in the background if you can.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
And
on the transit right now. Unless y'all wanted Mr. Z to die. Anyway, y'all go ahead.
I dropped that.
Random side note. My lady really be annoyed when I say stuff like that because I be speaking about my mortality and um potential death like it's nothing. That be messing with her. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Speaking of your mortality, Z, you need some cough drops or some shit, bro.
Yo, I know it's bad. I know. I know.
If
Told y'all I
you
feel like Jeezy. Go ahead.
I dropped something. Whenever you get a chance, Z, I
Mhm.
dropped something from Killer Cam IG in the back chat that I think ties in to, well, it tied in more a little bit to where we were probably like
Hey,
10
you
minutes ago,
you
but still
hey,
good.
better you notice Cameron ain't never tell Melissa Ford you wasn't there because she was. That if y'all don't know, that's one of Cameron's taglines. Whenever he posts something, you wasn't there or you weren't there or whatever. And I was like, yeah, he ain't say that about Melissa Ford because she definitely was there. All right, but let me see. Ben sent me something and you sent me something. Y'all give me a second, y'all. Y'all give me a second.
all right, guys, if you don't mind me just hopscotching in here real quick, jumping in here real quick. This is just to Black Uru. Um, I know you're an intellectual man. You're a very intelligent man. So let me just set this up for you like this: if it wasn't a Black woman, in these actions that not only hurts themselves but hurts others to no benefit of themselves, what would you call a person who does that?
Who repeat? They hurt who? I'm sorry, I
Okay,
kind of lost it.
if 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 we weren't talking about Black women, but we were talking about a person that continuously does actions or speaks on topics or subjects that not only hurt themselves but hurt the people around them consistently to no benefit of themselves, what would you call that person?
Disabled.
No,
I mean, it sounds like,
it's a rhetorical question.
oh well, rhetorical. I mean, I don't know if rhetorical means there's an answer. I mean, by definition, you appear to be describing a sadomasochist, but
But
Yeah, you call them. You
real,
call them.
real,
but
real quick. Let me
I'm
say
not.
this. My bad. I'm like, let me say this. So, Ben, I'm gonna review that. I'm gonna review that because for those of you that check the link in the back that Ben posted, I'm gonna review that. It's another one of these LGBTQ sisters telling us what we already know, that we're right. Of
Yeah.
course we are. What you thought we was
enough
making it up?
waffling, enough waffling.
Well,
Hey, bro, come on now. Anyway, and I'm gonna check out what you were saying. What you sent also. Better you. So y'all go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
so
Hold
what?
on. Did you ever do your super chat here?
Oh yeah, I already did. Actually,
Oh.
like seeing that you're volunteering.
No, I'm not. I'm not
I'll
volunteering.
read
Too
it.
late. Too late. And then you go back. You can go read.
All
Go
right.
ahead,
Well,
read this for me, please and thank
thanks,
you.
Joe's. Biden giving out awards like employee discounts. Well, yeah. I mean, he basically trying to leave something, that could be remotely considered a legacy. I think it's pretty clear he's going to go down as one of the 3 to 5 worst presidents ever in history. And
Hey,
yeah, I mean,
Black is the way
if
you
he
said it.
really wanted a real legacy, he would do what he can to pardon all those brothers and a few sisters, but mostly brothers who got locked up from that evil crime bill that he sponsored
Hmm.
in 1994. If he really wanted to leave any kind of, we had a governor here in Illinois. His name was George Ryan, and he had some problems during his he ended up doing federal time. He ended up, which was interesting because still not quite sure what he actually did. It seemed like he mostly kind of got locked up for people around him that did, but that's beside the point. But one of the things he did, and it was for personal reasons, obviously, or maybe he thought it would help him. I don't know exactly what he did, but he let out somewhere over about 100 or 150 men, most of them black men. He let them off of death row as he was leaving office in Illinois. If Biden really wanted to leave a substantial legacy, he could do that if he made some significant overture towards reversing the evil he did about 30 years ago. Created 30 years ago.
So
If he doesn't do that, then he's just shit in history as far as I'm concerned.
I did see that apparently I seen that he apparently pardoned Big Meech's brother. What's up with that?
Well, that was he probably got paid to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With if you think about Vivek's comments and you think about Biden's history and how he pretty much has been a mediocre fuck up his entire life, it sounds a lot like he's talking about him in a weird way, or people like him, rather.
Yeah. But his own son. Anyway,
But Vivek ain't nothing but a finesser himself. I mean, you tried to patent some drugs, the drugs that never passed inspection, failed 3 times, and sold them.
Still
and
became a billionaire off of it, though.
Like you ain't nothing but a finesser.
So, well, I'm glad you brought that up, Z. That's why that scenario was so funny for me. The fact that this guy's like an Indian billionaire, but he still can't buy his way into whiteness. Like the chick still told him, like, yeah, I'm not gonna vote for you because you're Indian.
By the way, Vivek already kind of knows this. By the way, he resents it.
He knew.
He knows.
That's why he put that tweet in.
Vivek understands. Vivek gets it. Mindy Kaling's brother gets it. A lot of them South Asians, especially the darker ones, they get it. And they resent it. They resent it. They're cowards. And they refuse to say anything to white folks for the off chance one day, maybe possibly, they'll have the political and social power of white folks, and it won't just be their money that lets them in the door, and they still ain't really in the door. So they never say nothing to them. Notice Vivek ain't say, it was Elon that was calling these people unrepentant racists. Vivek ain't say shit because he's a coward.
Nah, but
and I would say it to his face.
Well,
he was saying something with that tweet.
Let me get real for y'all for a second. When have Indian guys ever had to fight for anything in this country?
Not a damn.
When have any of them ever had to get their nose bloody or their heads blown off, or fighting with guard dogs and water hoses? When have any of them ever had to go through any of that kind of shit?
Never.
So they are cowards by default because they've been given outsized gratuity and advantage and haven't had to get bloody for any of it. So of course they're cowards.
But that's what. But all that resent, like that tweet, like I read that tweet and I was like, I'm like, yo, why is Vivek coming off like a dude that used to get pushed in the lockers?
Because he was the dude that got pushed in the locker. He came off like what he is.
And then you naming these TV shows, I'm like, why? Like, oh, so you were the guy.
Because he was the dweeb. I won't even give him nerd lines.
You were the guy in the back
dweeb.
pining for Topanga. Because you named
Look,
Saved by the Bell. So you the guy in the back pining for Topanga? Is that
hey,
what it is?
this is the thing, line. There's levels to this. There's nerds, there's geeks, and there's dweebs. This nigga was a dweeb.
Oh,
He
dweebs
was
are
a
the worst. In the
freaking
hierarchy,
dweeb,
dweebs are the worst.
right? And the problem with Vivek, and you didn't even have to wait for that. Look at Vivek talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates, like Ta-Nehisi Coates stole a white woman from him or something, right? He has this outsized like disdain for black people, black women, and black men. And I want to know who bullied him or who stole the white woman he was drooling over years ago.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah,
question.
he some white woman he was drooling, he got caught sucking off Daquan under the bleachers in high school.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Vivek has a different type of resentment. And my question to all of his quote unquote black friends, what is and by the way, this I apply this also to Sagar and Jetty too. I don't know what the hell is up with these dudes. They have a special type of disdain for black people, and they might have one or two token black friends. I'm looking at you, Marshall. I don't know, right? My question always to black people is, for those of you that call yourself these people's friends, where's the line where you're finally gonna say, yeah, I can't rock with this dude no more.
Well, let's be real. He's got a lot of money, and people, I'm sure whatever sort of so-called friends he has, their economic interests are tied to him, or in some way, something he either has some direct or indirect influence over. So I don't know how much earnestness you can expect from their evaluation of him and their relationship. I just, whenever
Yeah,
I see what looks to be, and I've said this before, whenever I see what looks to be smart, talented people, especially smart, talented black men doing dumb shit, I just assume they're getting paid.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me read this. And Victor Creed says, "Y'all peep." She said, "Bunnies keep you warm in January." I did not
The
peep
Black
that. She
Kings
said that.
get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Oh yeah, she did say that.
Man, this whole singing and everything.
Look, man. Look. Hey, I know you young folks use the word diabolical. Y'all throw it around for nothing. No, this really is diabolical, though.
Nah,
This
you know what? You
really
know what I'm
is
thinking
like
though?
Machiavellian diabolical.
Yeah.
What she doing?
Nah,
This is
that video.
man.
You
Yeah,
know,
nasty work.
after listening to that video, and she directly addressing like black men, Asian men are tight.
Oh, you come on, look, man.
Asian men
I
mad at the motherfucker right now.
look. I remember watching the Fung Brothers video. This is over a decade ago, forever ago. And the Fung Brothers like black men and Asian men both want white women, but black men actually get them. And they made they made like they were trying to be funny with it, but I was like, no, y'all mean that.
Nah, they mean
y'all
that.
mean that. Y'all
I mean, they're
mean
not
that.
lying though. I mean, hey. But I like she addressing black men directly.
I will say, at least for the younger Asian dudes, they could maybe pull them a white girl or whatnot because of K-pop. And that's short-lived. That ain't gonna last too much longer. But shout out to you Asian dudes. Y'all better make K-pop work for y'all, because when that window closes, it's over.
Yep.
Back to the gallows you go.
Well, when you look at that video, I think it's dual purpose. Obviously, it's a recruitment tool for black men, but I also think she want to fuck with some black women too.
Oh, like she want to antagonize them a little bit.
Really, I'm gonna grind into their ovaries on some shit. Because especially that little bouncing around at the end.
Hey, no, peep this, Black Guru. When she said they move on swiftly. When she said the brothers move, she said they move on.
She said first they get to Queens and then they say, I'm gonna trade up.
Yo, she's not
And
lying though.
I'm going to, and they feel
Oh,
all
man.
cleansed.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Hey,
she's not lying though. That
I
the irony in what she said, she's like,
Yeah,
as a divorced man, she's not lying.
yeah.
That is not.
look.
There's no lies in what she said.
I want to stress this. This is why I kept on playing this over and over again. I'm probably gonna play it another 2, 3 times. I want to emphasize these white women are chasing after the brothers. Dear black women,
Mm-hmm.
dear Dr. Umar Johnson, dear FD signifier Kim Foster.
Umar
Kim Foster
knows.
already know because she went to
Umar
Harvard. You
knows.
already know.
Umar
Dr.
knows.
Umar know. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. He knows too. Stop with the BS. This is a UK white woman, right? These white women, that's why I brought up Jay Electronica earlier. Jay Electronica was out here with a goddamn Rothschild. You see what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know how they let that happen.
Since you brought that up, like one of the biggest things that I see
Oh,
online.
real quick, Jay, pause for 1 second. And that's why Vivek is mad at black people, folks, namely black men, because a goddamn Jay Electronica could pull a Rothschild and he could never. And go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that I see like in these groups that like white people are mad at, they're mad at the fact that Bill Gates' daughter was dating a black dude.
Yep.
they're mad as hell about that. They're still mad,
Yep.
even though they're not even dating anymore.
Yeah, they're not. But this is the thing you got to think, Dre. South Asian, very few South Asian men, it just wouldn't happen. You see what I'm saying? East Asian men, not really ever either, bro. East Asians got money. There's East Asians in America with really good. They got money. White women still ain't checking. South Asian men are starting to go to the gym. They start to literally get their weight up, right? White women still ain't checking significantly. You see what I'm saying? Like that's driving. Think about it. You are the child. Like, okay, if you are Mindy Kaling's brother, you came here, your parents came here, better yet, had you here, you grew up upper middle class. You're around the white women. The white women ain't checking for you. Meanwhile, the brother, what was the name of the brother from Fox News that was gaining in with one of the hosts and then she want to claim harassment after they get caught? Right? Like that brother over here getting in with Fox News white women. Meanwhile, you kissing white people's ass, and then white women ain't giving you no play. That drives those South and East Asian men absolutely bonkers because they feel like they did the work, they went to the schools, they were in the environments, and them white women still ain't checking for them really, especially not the baddies. That shit drive them crazy. I get it.
Why they don't just deal with women from where they from? Like,
Hey,
what's
hey,
the issue?
here's the kicker. This is the thing. It's the reverse of the black community. Asian men and Asian women are chasing after white. It's just that the Asian women are getting them and the Asian men are not.
Man, people
South
Yeah,
just need
Asian
to.
men and South Asian women are chasing after white. It's just that the South Asian women are more likely to get the white man than the South Asian man is, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I think it was
Asian women
BGS.
have the numbers that black women want.
Thank you.
It,
Yeah,
it
exactly.
just
'Cause
it just
that's
sounds
what I was
like
gonna say. Because I think it was BGS
Mhm.
that was saying that like Asian women date out like at a higher rate than pretty much like
A,
all
a,
other
a,
races.
Yep.
the American born Asian women in 2024. I want to say 2021 numbers. 54% of American born Asian women who were married were marrying out. 54%. 54%. So that's not the woman that came here with her husband. Not her, right? Her daughter.
Yeah, that's why I'm
So
like, that's why it's just hilarious when black women talk about getting with white men. I'm like, I'm like, good luck. Good luck. Good
but
not
no,
with
somebody
Asian
said
women snatching
Jalen
up
Rose.
the
No,
white men
the
in droves.
the brother I'm talking about is older. Like he's a middle age or older brother that was with the white lady on Fox News, right?
I think it,
Was it a Fox Business? It might have been Fox. I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna give y'all his name in a minute.
I think it was
Yeah,
NBC actually, because I think I know what you're talking about. He messed with the other co-anchor or something.
yeah. It was an anchor. It was well. It was a. I'm gonna find it. You might be talking about the same person.
man. I think people just need to work on being themselves and work on being better versions of themselves because they're losing that trying to climb this ladder that they don't want people on it in the first place. You're just taking dumbass L's.
Mm.
I mean, you're thinking really logical right there, brother.
I mean, hey, better than being fucking delusional and being a loser.
Hey, trying the delusion from some people is worse than death.
Hey,
So you'd
that
rather just be delusional and be a loser in real life? Like that's
look,
like
bro. You didn't, Vince. You didn't see me. Or was it early this year? Or was it late last year? I'm sorry. No, no. Was it early 2024? Or was it late 2023? Something. One of these sisters was going around, and there's been a couple of these type of videos that said, um, live in delusion.
I
Why
remember
stay in
that
reality? Live in delusion. Yeah. So yeah, no, they look for them delusion. They don't see the problem with it. They don't see how it harms anyone. So why not live in delusion? Lie to myself. Give myself something to be happy about. It's better than this reality that hurts.
because when that fleeting delusion fades away,
Right.
you're gonna be a loser. You ain't gonna have anything. You built everything on the foundation of clouds,
Mm,
Do you
and
Well, I
that's
remember
mean,
the
but
Matrix?
it's like being addicted to alcohol or drugs or anything. You know it's not good for you. You know you're going to end up worse off likely than you were before you consume those things. But at least momentarily, you can pretend as though your reality doesn't, the squalor of your reality doesn't really exist. So a lot of all that lying to themselves and all the crazy behavior and all the tattoos and bullying. All of it is an attempt to some way distract from or suspend some sort of reality or
Well,
connection
Uru.
to things that's
did,
real. So if I just do all this stuff, if I say all this stuff, if I go to places they can't even go to out to fucking dinner without taking pictures of their dinner, if I just have all this stuff going on, I can distract myself from how totally miserable I am.
So you said
mhm.
did
leave him a lot.
Real,
Vince,
real
Vince.
quick, real quick, Dre. Everyone. So the brother I was talking about was Charles Payne. So he's Fox Business. That's why I was getting mixed up. He's Fox Business,
Ah,
and he was with Scotty Nell Hughes, and she claimed grape after they got caught up. Right after they got caught, she claimed grape, and Fox News fired her ass. So you know, if Fox News fired you over the black man, you
Mm-hmm.
probably they know you stepped out on your husband, and they know that. Yeah, come on now, they choosing the black man over you. I'm just
Nah,
saying.
I mean, it's just women are just better at building sandcastles, and we all know what happens to sandcastles eventually.
Yeah, bro.
uh,
Just saying.
to to the point of the delusion, though, Vince. The thing of it is, it's like it's kind of like the Matrix when old boy said, like, "Yeah, I know this steak is fake," and but
Yeah.
it's comforting.
Yeah.
I like the illusion,
Hmm.
and even when I think it was Neo asked, like, "Yo, why don't we go and unplug everybody?" It was like, "Nah, if they ain't ready, getting hit with reality could kill a lot of these folks."
Yep.
So it's best they stay in their delusion
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what you see from black women is to mask the the depression they have towards the reality that they're in. I mean, we
But
were talking
Yes.
about Melissa Ford earlier. All that talking all that crazy shit and then sipping, a bottle of Merlot or whatever the hell she's
Hmm.
drinking. That's all of what that is. Let me do anything and everything possible to distract from just how miserable I am.
but if you don't deal with life, it incrementally get worse and more difficult as you go. And I
Yeah,
know this
that
even though it's a
happens with
solution, I'm being
that
logical, but
happens with every addict. If they
Hmm.
don't deal with the drinking, if they don't deal with the drugs, if they don't deal with the gambling, but yet people keep on gambling, people keep on drinking, people keep on doing drugs. I mean, it is an addictive quality they have. They're addicted to their, and I'm, and I'm
and
speaking, I'm speaking figuratively. I'm not at all,
yeah.
practicing in psychology, but it does seem to me to be a form of addiction, particularly enabled by social media, in particular because of the easy. It's like that easy, $5 vial of crack.
So a
It's that
wild
Hmm.
easy.
rose.
I'm just gonna get on here, say whatever the hell comes to my mind. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna make fun of whatever I can just create any kind of momentary reality in that moment and have people, give me likes or thumbs up, etc., or whatever, and I can feel better about myself over
Let,
what
And
I'm
it's
doing.
like as
let's
long
do
as they
this.
have a
real quick, Dre, and I'm sorry for this, because I want to bring up this name before I forget about it. Going to what Lion, you, and Black Uru are saying, even the women who are married to one of the most famous NBA players with some of the most rings in NBA history, who's married and who got married to a man younger than her, even though she had more bodies than a goddamn grave. Looking at you, Gabrielle Union, is out here telling the women there's no race, there's no finish line, there's no, and all of this fake ass empowerment talk. You see what I'm saying? Like, even the women who, in many respects, are winning are selling the delusion back to the other women. You see what I'm saying? Like, Gabrielle Union understands there was nowhere for her to go. That's why when Wade had that goddamn side baby on her, she ain't leave because there was nowhere else to go.
No.
But instead of her admitting that and being honest with young women, namely black women, about the fact, and Gabrielle Union to me is absolutely gorgeous as a dark-skinned black woman.
Well,
She's
there was
especially
one
younger,
complication though with
stunning.
the Wade thing. She
Go ahead.
herself can't have children.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
so he had her not only because of who he was and what he had, but he also had it because she can't give him what that other woman gave him, and that was a
yeah,
child.
yeah.
And the
Well, she
other
ended
two
up having a
women,
kid though,
his
right?
wife
But yeah,
and that other, yeah,
Yeah, they have a kid.
they
yeah,
adopted or something or whatever. I don't know what the
mhm,
hell, but she herself
mhm.
could not bear a child.
and and
They,
I'm
they
I'm
did
I'm
actually have
saying
a
all
kid.
of that. I'm saying all of that to say, even it's not just Melissa Ford. It's not just Real Talk with Yanni. It's also Gabrielle Union. Like this, and they just want to sell that crap to other women, namely other black women, to the detriment of other women and other black women. Y'all go ahead.
And on top of that, and like to the detriment of the women who will, one, never be as beautiful, two, never have as nowhere near a fraction of as much money. Only 8% of women made 6 figures. Like, y'all never touching that. Y'all never gonna be as beautiful. Where are y'all going?
They got
Yeah,
nowhere to
well,
go.
and to
Go.
the masses of women, I would tell them, I would ask them, do you think Melissa Ford or Gabrielle, do you think these women really care about you? Because, like you say, these
Mm,
women are uh, much more beautiful, have much higher social status and fame and resources and access. Do you really think they are representing a life that they think is good for you?
And
At
then them
$40,000 a year and $100-some thousand in student loan. Do you think they're representing a life that's good for you?
and
Not for
then them
them,
telling you
for you.
and then them
yeah,
telling you not to be pleasant is not help you out all either.
yeah.
Like
I
they
mean,
have
No,
a
but
let's.
I'm saying
like
I would don't interrupt what I'm saying. I would
Mhm,
ask the young women that because
mhm,
nobody ever really, the Dr. Bryants or whatever, nobody ever
yeah.
really asked regular women to juxtapose their own life to what this woman is presenting because it don't add
Mhm,
up. It don't add up for you to live like Dr. Bryant. You're not
facts.
as pretty as her. You don't have titties out everywhere. You don't have a PhD. You can't hang out with Cam Newton and
I'm
the
Nick
other
Cannon.
guy, Nick Cannon. You're never
Mhm.
going to be in any position remotely close to that. So why do you think what this woman is presenting in any way is any benefit to you and how you going to be able to live?
Yeah. No, it. Yeah. It. I think once again the obsession with this empowerment language, the obsession. When you think of like I think of when Mercer Baradaran told us about Nixon saying sell black people capitalism as a
Yeah,
like not because they
it
actually
worked.
care about us and our upper, but it actually worked on the way you thought about money and unionizing and collective efforts.
Yeah.
But it's selling black people positivity is really what he's saying, right? And believing in self and whether we're going to do for them or not, or even help them get in the mechanisms, which we're not. When you
You know
trickle
what it
that
also
down,
sold to us? Even
mm,
worse, it sold to us self-blame. It caused us
yes,
to blame ourselves
yeah,
for things,
yep,
and
yep,
that's
yep.
one of the problems I have with a lot of this uh,
Alpha your
generational
way through
strife.
type talk.
That's why I have a problem with a lot of this generational talk because a lot of it
Yeah.
is demonstrates an ignorance, in my view, about a lot of things that really happened to us older folks, so to speak. It belies actual history.
Yes.
It's a magical view of a much different, much more restricted, much less accessible world for the vast majority. Like we talk about stuff, we cover stuff in this environment daily
Mhm.
that a person very often probably would have had to be in like some postgraduate program at an Ivy League school
Yep.
in
Yep.
the
Yep.
1980s in terms of and still would not have the immediate accessibility in 1980 whatever at Harvard that you have in seconds today. But yet you'll have young men judging their grandfathers on the same criteria, but from a very different world and point of view. You guys are much more informed about a lot of things than I am, certainly that I was at, you guys are in your 30s. These things were not as easily accessible to me 30 years ago. I would have had to pay a lot of damn money to get access to stuff that you guys key into a damn computer and the shit pops right up in front of your face.
Black
You don't
people
know
take
what that world means, man. Y'all don't know what
take.
how that frames behavior and thoughts and what people think they can do and not do.
But let me add on to what you're saying, Black. Not just access to the information, but even to the people.
Yes.
We're a click away from Dr. Umar Johnson on a lecture tour. We're a
BGS
click
had
away from Dr. T. Hassan
on
Johnson.
his
You know.
channel, on this women's channel the other night, Jaguar Wright.
Yeah, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, Art was in that Art that was on the Art had her right.
No, that was on his BGS
Oh
for
yeah,
Women's channel.
oh yeah, but baby, yeah, it was, yeah, it was. You're right, you're right. It was, it was, it was.
That's one degree of separation from Jay-Z and Diddy. You
Hmm.
know, she was all. I mean, that ain't the world I grew up in, man.
Yep.
I didn't grow up one degree of separation from Quincy Jones.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I just think that that again, one of the problems with being young is you don't see the world that came before you and how we progress to this point, warts and all.
Mm.
You know, you mentioned Nixon. Nixon
Mm.
did a lot of scandalous shit to
Hey, there's
black
a reason why they call him Tricky Dick. Shout
I
out to
mean,
Better You,
a
exactly,
lot of
Tricky Dick.
things that he set up, and of course Reagan took the ball and ran with it in
Yeah.
the 80s. Uh, you know, but just so many things, war against crime, all these programs going after people, criminalizing drug use, and
Hmm.
all these things that wiped out generations of productive, what would have been productive black men, generations of,
Mm.
and we'll never recover from it. We'll never recover from what they did. I mean, even when you look at like why there's so many more black women who have children than black men. That's because so many more black women than there are black men. That's because so many of us die off so much
Yeah.
earlier in life, or imprisoned, or
Yep.
et cetera, or whatever. But
It,
then you say, well, okay, the boomers fucked everything up. Did y'all really see what happened to the boomers between the 60s and the 80s? Did y'all really see that? To the black male boomers? What was happening to the black male boomers between the 60s and the 80s? In between wars, war on crime, war on drugs, jobs being shipped out overseas. Brothers had 1 week, you got a good job at Ford Motors. Next thing you know, they shipped the job out to Japan or Mexico someplace.
Mexico, assembled in Mexico or
Yeah,
Canada, funny enough.
yeah. Or the Japanese take over the car industry, and
Yep.
so then they're closing down plants because they can't compete with the
Against
Hondas.
Toyota
Yeah,
with a Corolla that actually starts when you first start it.
I saw people lose shit, man, lose homes from that kind of thing.
Hmm.
So I just wish, maybe I'm ranting, but I just wish we become a little more historically connected.
Well,
Because,
that's
like I
what
say,
this space is for.
it's a hell of a thing to be able to go onto a computer and just key up the wisdom of the ages in seconds. That is a new phenomenon for human beings. That shit did not exist 35 years ago. You'd have to
Shit.
get your ass up, go to the library. Maybe they had a book, maybe they don't. The book's probably old. Somebody took it out, they destroyed it. And that's one book, that's one source of information that may or may not be there. You can, in moments, pull up dozens, possibly hundreds of references in moments.
Black Uru, I was here when YouTube first really became a thing. You don't even got to go 35 years ago. You could go 20 years ago. You could go 20, let's say 20 to 25 years ago. You don't even have to go 35 years ago. 20 to 25 years ago, as easily. Remember, this is before Instagram. This is YouTube was what barely a baby in '07, '06,
Yeah.
'07, something like that. So this is before IG. There's no TikTok. There's no Vine videos. Rest in peace, Vine. None of that, right? And not only is it the information, if you want to do long form lectures and listen to stuff like that, like Z do, you can listen to that. I listen to Mearsheimer. I'm listening to um Mearsheimer, like I said, what's the other one? Peter Z and all of these people. Those are long form often. But then you can listen to the little shorts, 5 minutes, 2 minute long videos. Number one. Number two, when I was because I was tying Nixon and selling black people on this positivity and also blaming themselves to tie that to this positivity that the Gabrielle Unions of the world and the Melissa Fords of the world and the Real Talk with Yannies of the world, what they sell, right? They're selling women a lack of urgency. They're selling black women a lack of urgency, right? And so what ends up happening is these women think they have all the time in the world. I remember there was a heavy set light skinned sister I called into Kevin years ago. And I want to say she was in her 40s, and all of her girlfriends were in their 50s. And she said they would go on brunch, or maybe they went on day parties, or whatever the hell she said. They went on cruises and stuff. And she was looking for a man, so obviously she called it Kevin. She was still sassy and snarky and whatever. But she was saying her 50-something-year-old homegirls, but Kevin kind of probed her and asked, and she was saying her 57 years, 50, I said 57, 50 some odd year old homegirls kind of have resigned themselves to a lifetime of single. And I don't think I'm ever gonna forget that, right? And I think she ended up making a video about it afterward, but I don't think I'm ever gonna forget that because I remember like there's things that stand out in your mind, like very profound memories. And I don't know why I found that profound that her in her 40s, she was still being sassy or whatever with Kevin, but she was saying that her 50, and she was admitting that they're lying to themselves. But they're 50 some odd years old and they had resigned themselves to a lifetime of single because they weren't going to change nothing about themselves. And that was, I don't
Well,
know why that stood out to me.
well, and that also betrays a very immature, a naive perspective about how things will likely go in the long term.
Mhm.
You really think you're gonna be able to comfortably live without a man going into the future? You really believe that?
Mm.
On what do you base that belief on? You think the what you believe to be the status quo of today is going to prevail 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? You really believe that? In spite of everything you see and hear and how everything is collapsing, you really believe you're going to be able to comfortably do that? See, that's why
I,
you got to start presenting if you're going to focus on these women, like I say, to me, the true benefit of doing it is presenting their folly to an 11 or 12-year-old black girl and saying, do you want to end up like this? Because let me tell you where this is going and what they are not preparing themselves to really have to confront. If
but
you think you're going to be a black woman and you just going to chill into 70 and 80 from this point forward, you in your
that's what I wanted to say.
40s or 50s, okay, good luck with that.
That
Good
so
luck with that.
in even with that Black Rule, let's say okay, let's even if we're gonna grant them a bit of grace, there is a window where a black woman might have been able to pull that off with government aid and living off of her children when they become adults, right? There's a window where maybe a black woman could have pulled this off with no man. That window's closed.
Yeah,
For my age group and younger, so pretty much about 45-ish and younger,
yeah,
definitely 40 and younger, it's over with. For most black women, You can't. The vast majority of black women can't. But the vast majority of women can't pull that off. Period.
Yeah,
There's a window for maybe women, maybe your wife's age, Black Uru, maybe up
yeah.
to about 55-ish, 50-ish, maybe that could have pulled, or
Well,
maybe
look,
could
look.
still pull that
Those
off.
women,
Maybe.
they
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
lot of them were teachers and government workers, and they had,
Yeah.
those solid, defined benefit programs. All those
Yes.
programs are gone now.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Yep.
yeah, if you were, if you're 50 some now, you worked in government or whatever, 20 plus years, yeah, you can possibly coast the next 20 some odd years on a defined pension program. But
Assuming none of that stuff
your
get
niece
taken. Yep.
did not get
Yep.
that option,
Yep.
did not get that opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So, and I think that needs to be stressed to young black folks in general,
Yeah,
young black women specifically, that you're not gonna be able to pull what your that rich auntie thing
yeah,
is. That was
no.
never a thing in the first
It was
place, and
always
it's
a fraud.
really
Yeah,
not gonna be a thing. Exactly.
yeah,
It's really because rich auntie was barely stable auntie, right?
yeah.
She just
Yeah,
was
she was
single.
often fronting. She
Yep.
was credit
Yep.
card up the
Yep.
ass, or some man was supplementing,
Yep.
whatever. No, she was never as rich as she could convince an 11 or 12 girl into thinking she was.
And even
Because
if
that's
she,
what they're talking about too. They're talking about
yep,
rich
yep,
auntie from the position of them looking up at
at 13,
Auntie
14 years
Virgil,
old
or,
type
or
thing. Yep.
whatever,
Yep.
who, but you don't know that she was widowed, and the guy left the pension, and all the details behind how she became rich auntie.
But Black Uru, the sister, the older sister that was on was it 2020 or Frontline that used to work for what the UN or something like that? That she went and started her own African art
Yeah,
business
I
or whatever.
remember
It
that.
went
That was a
eggs.
very foolish. Yeah,
You
yeah,
see
I
what I'm saying?
remember that.
And
Yeah.
she did she lose her house or did she say she almost lost her house?
I think she did, because I
You
thought I
see?
remember something being said about her being homeless,
Hey,
or something about her living status being very much in question. But I
and
thought
there
I
go,
remember her saying she either lost the house or had to leave or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
there go rich auntie. There go
yeah,
rich auntie.
yeah.
I
You're gonna
want you
see a
to
lot of these
understand.
failed rich aunties in the upcoming years. A lot.
Real talk with Yanni, Chrissy, all of them are one hiccup away. All of them, especially Chrissy, I
It's
think is
all
doing pretty
fiat
good
money.
financially. Yep, I
It's
think
all
Chrissy is.
fiat money. If you
I
cannot
agree.
make something, if you
Mhm.
can't really produce something of some real material value, that's why I said, you know, if I were to get in the school system, I would insist on the creation of some kind of trade program.
Yep.
Because going forward, you're gonna have to have a tangible, especially for a man. I think you have to have a tangible skill set of some sort to, at the very least, supplement any sort of trouble you might have in any sort of corporate or less tangible uh, job function or career or business function you perform. Because you might have to actually help to build some shit, or to
Let,
lay some plumbing piping, or some shit like that. And that's
let
okay
me
to do, or to farm, or to fish, or to hunt. And those are okay, honorable things to be able to do. As a man, you should be able to do some of those kinds of things.
let me answer this real quick. Black Uru and Destro says, does a rich auntie have kids or is she a childless? Serious question. So the assumption is rich auntie is single. She's the one
Yeah,
single sibling. She's definitely probably college educated. If not, she works for the post office, makes really
yeah.
good money, or UPS or something like that. She makes good money and she's single and childless. And so she's the one that you call for Christmas to get you that PS5. She's the one who gets the really good gifts for the nieces and nephews for Christmas. She the one who you go on vacation to Disney with, right? That's what rich auntie is.
Well,
And
The
the
well,
only
fathers they
reason
usually are
she
fronting.
only reason
well. That,
she quote appears to be rich is because she's not actually raising some damn kids. She's not putting
Say that.
kids through private schools.
exactly.
She's not spending 5 grand or more on braces for children. I mean, a
Yep.
lot of real substantial stuff. She's not having to do at all.
Well,
Yep.
Z, I think you missed like an important factor of the rich aunties. Like she's
Go ahead.
jet setting around the world. She's in Paris and fucking
Yeah.
Dubai, all them places.
Yeah. That sometimes that might be her money, but sometimes what you don't know is her friend. That's his money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all
that's
you,
his money.
all you
It's,
need
That's the
it's
is
some
Frid's money.
guy's money. It's
Yeah.
some special work program, you know, and they
Yep.
got some discounting. You know, when you peel back the veil of a lot of that so-called rich auntie stuff, you find a lot of supplementation of a lot of that shit.
Yeah.
It's rarely them just actually spending all their hard-earned money on stuff. There's a whole lot of extra money coming, being borrowed, all that kind
Yeah.
of shit.
Two
Let me
words.
let me put
Two words.
real
Spirit
quick.
Airlines.
Well, yeah, Spirit Airlines. Go ahead, you go ahead. That's stupid, Leon. Line. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm. Mhm. Hey,
Yeah. You
whatever to
know,
cut up
the
the
3 or
cost.
4 chicks in the bed kind of bullshit.
Uh-oh. Hey, now we know what might be going on in that bed. Anyway,
Well,
and
we
and let me say, seeing that Dr. Thunder's here. Dr. Thunder, I'm gonna play this for you. And you gave us a story one time, and let me see if this jogs your memory just a little bit about a story that you told to us one time. So here you go, Doc.
The Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it, we're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Hey, it's something about a British chick saying getting on top of things that make my nature
Man,
rise.
look, it's the fact that she was bouncing at the end. I'm like, lady, you are a menace. You are a complete and total look, man. If y'all want to know
She
what's
said get on top of things, and next thing you know, we got a little beautiful
man,
mixed child.
No, but it's
look,
not that too.
man,
It's her facial expression and her bouncing around all happy, like, oh,
look.
getting on top of things. Oh, you trying to bounce?
I want y'all to
Yeah,
understand. She lurks in black women's nightmares.
yeah, she
She
does.
is Freddie.
She does.
She is Freddie in black women's
Yeah, she's
nightmares, y'all.
definitely
Yo,
cougar. Yeah.
Dr. Thunder watching that, and I know what he gonna say. Praise the Lord.
Man.
She's the it clown. She's Freddy
Yeah, she's the
Krueger.
it.
She's
Say that.
Jason Voorhees.
Yo, it's
Michael
like,
Myers.
hey, Black
The red
Room. So I
lipstick. The red lipstick. Oh yeah, she wearing red lipstick. She mean that
Oh
shit.
yeah.
look.
Oh
It's
yeah.
she. Look, people like this are. You know who she is? She's the light skinned sister that was looking at Curry on the stage on the court.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
who she
Yep.
is. That's what she's doing to all black men right now. She's the
One,
sister in the stands looking at the brothers on the court,
one,
twirling the gum
two.
in
The
her mouth.
slow bunny's
Jesus
coming
Christ.
for you.
And I want to play this because I want to stress to all the naysayers, man. This was not into no black man. I'm pretty sure pushed her to do this. This is a random ass UK white woman, right? You want to know why when what's her name moved over here? Iggy Azalea moved over here. Why she was a goddamn menace and black women had her in their damn nightmares, right?
Oh yeah.
Like you see what I'm so it's because look at the black women. Y'all telling us y'all talk about deleting unborn black male babies. Y'all talk about who wants to be with average anyway, right? Black women, that's you. You saying you not doing struggle of, you not no build a bear, you not doing no build a bear thing. That's you, black women. And for all of you that's not speaking like that, you're allowing the ones that are speaking like that to talk like that. You either secretly co-sign it or you too cowardly to challenge it. Meanwhile, the white woman is talking like this.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm
Props to
saying,
one. It was a few of them. Obviously, you mentioned Shay Sade.
mm,
Props to her. The woman, what's her name? Just a girl. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
is it just a girl? Just the girl talk. Just the girl
yeah,
talk. Just the girl talk.
yeah.
Yeah.
Props to her, because apparently they were giving her grief,
Hmm.
personally, trying to expose her and all this kind of stuff. So we should promote and celebrate the few women who are brave enough to actually attempt
Hmm.
to turn the tide. I fear, sadly, I fear we've gone too far in the other direction, and now what it would take to stop the growing infestation,
Hmm.
like any other disease, once it's gotten to a certain point, your choices are very few, and they're all perilous and dangerous and potentially even deadly.
Black Mr. Shugdeyu says, I have another opinion. I think she did that video more to piss off black women because they have been extremely loud. Even if I was to entertain that, that actually low key makes it worse. If you're not so invested in the outcome with a black man, but you just doing this to antagonize black women, in many ways, number one, we would have to ask what have black women said or done where she feels like this is something she wants to engage in because black women could be vicious online. Number one. Number two, a UK white woman who's using the language, who's entertaining and using the tropes, and she doesn't really care about ending up with a black man. She's just doing this to antagonize black women. Black women better hope this doesn't catch on because it won't stop with the women that just want to antagonize black women.
Well,
It's gonna be
well,
the women
well
that are actually ending up with black men. Go ahead.
that may be true, but
Mm-hmm.
that's also, we recently had the Washington Redskins football player, Redskins, forgive me, Washington Commanders,
Hmm.
guy proposed to his white
I
fiance
saw that. Yep.
or
Yeah, I saw that.
woman
Mm-hmm.
at the game.
Mm-hmm.
They were circulating a picture of the Philadelphia Eagles wives and girlfriends, and they were
And I
all
saw that. Yep. Saw
they
that
were
too.
all, it was nobody heaven over, over there. So if you
Black
take
Guru, you might as well say it again. Afro National sitting for you right here. You might as well say
because nobody's coming for you,
it.
so what her motives might be, that's certainly possible, that certainly is possible, but the reality behind, or in the environment and the world behind it, is sort of substantiating that, and is sort of moving in this direction where more productive men can just easily. Now, I'm personally am somewhat and agnostic towards black men claiming black women, white women in America, because
Mm-hmm.
I just think that this country encourages a level of treachery, um, about them, particularly towards black men, where things can be great, but then things can go a different direction. Next thing you know, you're dealing with the police or worse. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually more, get you a Latina or Asian or something like that who's on your program. I tend to be less. I'd be more trustful, frankly, of you dealing with a white English or German or
Mm-hmm.
Slavic or whatever woman than I would, frankly, you're dealing with an American one, because I don't think those women have been prepped and raised to, pull a gank move on the brothers when
Mm-hmm.
things go bad.
Look at what Dr. Thunder said, Black Roo. Where the white women at? Oh, they are hop, hop. Look. Dr. Thunder be a whole
Yeah,
comedian in the comments.
it
It's
even
a
brought
different
it
Dr.
even brought
Thunder
the savage out of Dr. Thunder.
look. He said Dr. Thunder in the comments is a whole different Dr. Thunder, right?
Right.
And when he says hop hop hop, I'm saying giggity because the way she was hopping in that seat.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
look, she could have been on some bull, but I don't know. She was selling it pretty good. She
yeah,
she
no, she seemed
she
too
she was acting
enthusiastic.
like that was something inside of
Hmm.
Nah, I think a part. Well, if she's the one off that don't mean it, there's a whole population of women that do,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's the point at the end of the day. So just because she don't mean it, but to Black Uru's point, next thing you know, you seeing all these professional guys rising up, and like I said, and not to mention, you see this guy, you see this player proposing to his white girlfriend, and then you go ahead and look at the numbers backing that up as far as Black men marrying out.
Mm.
So
Oh,
yeah,
hey, Southpaw says 1, 2. Becky's coming for you. 3, 4. Keisha locked the door. That's what they're really trying to do. That's what all the cock blocking is for. That's what when I covered the other night, the Latino who said why aren't black women catering to black men, and the black women that were hating on the Latina, or better yet, hating on the brother and telling his Latina girlfriend or whatever she was to him, not to make his plate, or why is she making his plate? That is them trying to lock the door. That is them trying to lock the door,
It
right?
sounds all vicious, man. Because
Yeah.
you're talking about cock blocking and you're talking about mate guard at the same time, and it's like it's just bad. It's all just bad, man.
Not the Undertaker, not WWE Undertaker music. Oh boy. And Detroit says Alexa play the Undertaker music. Look, dear black women, we're not joking. Oftentimes you have these conversations or you just see things, and instead of them coming to terms with it's not the same, it's not the same, and it will never be. Instead of them coming to terms with that and moving accordingly, they lie to themselves and they attempt to lie to you. Hey, it's there's some sad work here. There's some sad work. Look, the lady was goddamn bouncing in the seat. She looked enthusiastic. She was talking about getting up on top of things. Jesus Christ. Mixed babies. She talking
and
about
here's the
divorce
thing, though.
season, people. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
and those Black women that in college right now have gone to college. They know Black men don't have no qualms with getting with white women. They know they
Jesus
don't.
Christ.
This new generation of Black men, nah, we'll pipe a Becky in a heartbeat without a problem, no
Say
hesitation.
that. Hey, dear black women, you said you ain't doing struggle love. You said you're not building no man. These are your words. And these other women said, all right then.
Struggle love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference is Brad won't marry you. Becky probably
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Brad
this
ain't
is
gonna.
funny. This is funny. I seen the link that Saint Cyr put in there. Yeah, yeah. Where essentially he has black women give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Okay, make sure I didn't lose my place. Yeah, but essentially it's black women um running off white women from a black man, and then turning around and saying, "You see, I told you they don't want you." And then she walks off with
Ah,
Brad. And then she walks off with Brad. That's hysterical. That's hysterical, right? I mean, here's the thing. The first part, possibly. The second part, yes. The third part, rare. That's the thing, rare. Smashed out by Brad, yeah.
is this
Relationship
some?
with Brad, not really. Marriage with Brad, definitely, probably not.
Is
so
this? Is,
basically that white chick, like, she's basically saying the same shit that Asian chick, that clip that BGS had, that clip that he put on his channel, where the Asian chick was like, brother on my arm, no brother on your arm.
Yeah, yeah, I've said it. I've said it. And better you, I ain't even gonna read it out loud, but that is hysterical and it is accurate. Like it really is the genuine playing in the background. It really is. It really is. And
And
and she played it
Becky
out in
knows
the
that
seat.
song too.
Thank you. You better believe she know that song.
She knows that song.
Hey, I just want to say this. Adele is with who now? Don't think them
Rich
UK
Paul.
white women won't get on the plane.
She dropped the weight and went straight to a black man. Oh man, I know Brad mad
Understand
about that.
something. Adele could have got a lot of different white dudes in the US or the UK. She could
Definitely
have
could have.
ended up with a lot of different white dudes. She ended up with not a LeBron. She ended up with Rich Paul. No offense to him. I'm not saying that to disparage him. Once again, black women. These white women said, "I'll take him second round."
And I think that's a great point that Lion just made. The fact that she
Mhm.
dropped the weight and got a black
Yep.
man.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
not
Yep.
even
she
she got
dropped the
him while she
weight.
had the weight.
She dropped
Wait
the
a minute,
weight.
Lion and Dre. Lion and Dre, are you saying that the white woman is saying that black men are deserving of fit women, and that's why she lost the weight and went and got her a white man? I mean, excuse me, that's a white man, a black man. A white woman
Apparently so.
lost the weight and got her a black man.
And she gorgeous too. She dropped the weight. I was like, oh, whoa. Adele, come here.
That's because even in spite of her fame and her wealth, she wanted to also be able to visually compete with all the other images that Rich Paul is
See,
seeing amongst all the hoes. That's a difference between white women and black women. You remember the actor, uh, the very he light skinned, blue eyes on the television show, married to
Hmm.
he was married. What's his name? Kind of
Jesse Williams.
Jesse
Jesse
Williams,
Williams.
right?
Yep.
And he divorced or got divorced. I don't really
Hmm.
recall who initiated the divorce, but I would observe, I would see them in the media together
Hmm.
prior to their breakup. And she always appeared to be kind of scouring and she was kind of frumpy, didn't really seem like she was doing really anything
Mm.
to visually compete with what he was obviously dealing with being, a star of a TV show, very good looking man,
A
blue
light
eyes,
skinned black
whatever.
man with green eyes. God damn.
Right. And I always thought that what happened in that relationship was that because initially they got together. I think she was the one with the money. He was
Yes, she
some
was.
school teacher or some
Hmm.
deal like that. But what happened was he elevated above her, and rather than her adjusting and adapting to that, she resented that, and probably then operated in a way in which she was going to try to force him to accept what she was, rather than elevating to his level.
Hmm.
And I think that's a fundamental difference between black women and white women. A white woman in that same situation, she would have got the fake titties, the
Yep.
Botox, the fake ass, whatever. She would have at least tried to compete. It may not have even worked, but she would have at least a white woman in that same position would have
I, I,
used all the forces of plastic surgery and Beverly Hills to try to get to a certain level in which she could possibly look something like all them hoes he was with on Grey's Anatomy or whatever show.
Black Uru. How does Jeff Bezos lady look right now?
Oh yeah, you tell lots of investments are
Thank
being
you.
made.
Thank you.
You tell you tell
You see what I'm saying? Now
lots
you
of
compare
investments are
her
being made.
to Mackenzie Bezos.
Yeah.
You compare her, and no offense to
No,
Mackenzie
it's not
Bezos,
even.
right?
Well,
So
although she is Latina, so they gonna compete anyway. But yeah,
but
yeah,
there's a point I'm
yeah,
making here.
yeah.
Mackenzie Bezos, they got divorced. Mackenzie Bezos went and found her a bizarro looking version of Jeff Bezos. She went to go find her another dude that looked almost related to Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos got divorced from her, and he ended up with the Latina that don't look nothing like Mackenzie
Oh
Bezos.
no, no, no,
I'm
no.
just saying.
Although he probably was dealing with, I have my theory about that whole
Apparently, yeah,
thing.
they might have been dealing before the fact. Yeah, that's the whole reason for the
Not only
divorce.
that, but I think she kind of helped to I think she was a double agent in that sense.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
you did say
yeah,
you did speak to that. Yeah, yep,
that whole
I,
thing.
yeah.
But
Well, I think
I think Jeff
Jeff
Mhm.
Bezos
Bezos.
is Lex Luthor.
Well,
Right.
I can't give Jeff
He really
Bezos
is.
too much. I can't give Jeff Bezos too much props because that same chick is the same chick that was eyeballing Leonardo DiCaprio
Yeah, it
right,
is. It is. It is. It is.
right in front of her face.
Hoes gonna be hoes, especially when they're around pimps. That's
And
just
that's
what
Right.
they
that's
do.
fine, but
And
don't marry
she
him.
turned into a pimp and DiCaprio.
And that's fine,
Mm.
but don't marry him.
Well,
Yeah.
Don't.
look, I think Bezos is at that level of wealth and fame,
He don't even care if it's
and
real or
he
not.
probably don't even really care that
Yep.
much at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, he just wanted some in house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
she's probably gonna do enough of what he need her to do, and know the basic protocols of being with a billionaire, that kind of thing. So at least there's some predictability about how she gonna carry on. Even if she gonna fuck Leonardo DiCaprio, it's probably not gonna end up in the newspapers. That kind
nope,
of
nope. And Dre, do me a favor, read this for me, please, and thank you.
Beat up or operating as if black men have a society back non-compete tied to us. To beat up operate as if other women have to honor the defunct non-compete, play warm in January again. I was walking my goldfish.
That's good.
I didn't read it till now, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't think that was just messing with black women. I think that's that white girl competing.
But
I think they
okay, let's
scandalous, man. I think
let's
they
go into
scandalous.
that. What competition black women said they not competing? Ain't no competition. Y'all left the store unlocked with the y'all left the lights on, the store unlocked with the door open, and you said ain't nothing in here worth salvaging or
Yeah,
protecting or any of that anyway. It ain't no competition. It's not like she opened up shop next door, right?
yeah. It's so sad too, because um the war has been lost in their minds and their spirits, not just in
Mm,
terms of the logistics and the resources, because black women definitely could have the logistics, and they are born with the resources, frankly. Um, but it's lost in their mind and their spirit. And what's frustrating is, the woman, I'm just a girl, made a very painfully poignant point about how nobody can tell black American women what to do. Like nobody.
yep,
It's
yep,
like
yep.
seeing somebody drown and everybody tries to save that person. And that person is doing everything possible to stubbornly stay in that water as they're going down. That's kind of how, because we all are, us black men, us more decent, white people, other white people, we're all kind of observing them kind of flounder. And even though we have various different opinions about whether we care or not. I mean, I can definitely understand why you younger men uh, might not care as much. But I mean, we all have some connections to black women. We have sisters, we have cousins, we have aunts, female friends we have grown up with, and we see them floundering too. And if we assuming we're not estranged from them, we certainly love them enough to want them to do well in life. So we're all watching them all kind of flounder and flop about, but we're all kind of helpless to do anything about it.
They, BGS, if I'm not mistaken, I think BGS said something along the lines of, I'm not afraid that they, what he said, I don't think they know how to compete. I think
Yeah,
he said that, right? Like,
they
not that
don't.
they just I I I think it started off as they don't think that black men are deserving of that. And I think we're now at the place where they both don't think that black men are deserving of that, and they don't know how to. So now they're just, for many of them, I think all of this coping is them resigning themselves to that lifetime of singleness. And we already know, I put the link in the article of how many black women are kinless, right? So I think right now we're in a space where a number of black women have decided black men are not worth competing for, and now that they don't know how to, that competition bone has atrophied. That's gonna cost them. That's
Well,
gonna, and yeah, I want to stress this to black young men. I said this before. This is not something to celebrate. You're gonna see black women crashing
No.
out, and crashing out is gonna come in many different forms. It's gonna be them um, um, cursing people out in the grocery store. It's gonna be them, and I saw this, at one of the places I work. A young lady, she was on the phone. She was just being loud, just like look at me loud on the phone, but having a conversation. And you could tell it's really a cry for help with any one of us who were around. And you're gonna see just different forms of mental breakdown. It they have left themselves no safety net. They have burnt every bridge, right? They have burnt. Fabulous has a line where he says these people they burn the bridge and then they expect you to send a boat. They burnt the bridge
Oh
and they
yeah.
shot at the boat, right? Like they shot at the boat and they burned the bridge, right? So like
Yeah.
that they have made themselves insufferable while they say that black men are insufferable. They have made themselves detestable while they say that black men are detestable. It's really projection. They claim that you're secretly on the DL. Every other day, we're hearing from black women about black women munching on each other. You
Yeah.
know, all of these things, all of these coping mechanisms. And I really think what ended up happening, we spoke about, and as a matter of fact, Army of Say Frimpong speaks about essentially being hit with the market after you come out of Jim Crow. I don't think black women have really reconciled with what being hit with white feminism coming out of Jim Crow did to them.
Yeah.
It took already a matriarchal leaning community and it just exacerbated every negative parts of that. And now that we're 50, 60-ish years out, maybe 70-ish years out, you're witnessing the cost of that. And the cost of that is Melissa Ford. The cost of that is Real Talk with Yanni and that damn Rose tour. The cost of that is Crystalline Kerosene, who didn't make it work with the black man, divorced the white man, and now she drunk auntie, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the cost of this. That's what all of this. The cost of it is Oprah, right? The cost of it is Gayle King. Gayle King, her and her man divorced what in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
You see what
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
saying? You've been divorced for how long? For damn near 30 some odd years, lady.
But I have no sympathy. You know why? Because you made a choice.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you
Yeah.
chose
And I
wrong.
was pretty
Yeah.
that was sort of like just like uh Oprah hits billionaire status, and then next thing you know, Gail divorces her husband. It was a interesting kind of timing.
Yeah.
I
Well, she
recall the
claimed
way
that she
that.
walked in on him cheating. If that's the
Yeah,
case, so
yeah.
what? And
Well,
now you,
I mean, I don't, if I don't hear the man's side of the story,
yeah,
I don't,
true.
whatever. You can say whatever. If I don't
Yeah.
hear his side of the story, I don't,
Hey,
believe it.
let's call a thing a thing. Um, there's a number of these women who. Anybody heard from Juanita Jordan recently?
No, no,
Exactly.
No.
no.
Yep. Should have held on. I don't care. He should have had to push you out of the goddamn car.
Yeah, he was Michael Jordan. I mean,
Hey,
highest status human, one of the highest status human beings on earth. I mean, where else were you gonna go? I mean, you establish some kind of ground rules about how you're gonna. Charles Barkley been married to a white woman for 40 some years.
yep, yep,
You never even
yep.
see them and hear them in the same room
Nope.
together.
Yep, yep.
So I mean, you accept that this is a different reality from the reality that most human being women are going to be expected to live. And you set up certain protocols and precautions, right? But this ain't the same. This ain't the dude you went to the prom with in high
Yeah,
school. It's a different dude.
I'm just saying.
No, but this is the thing. But this is where the coping comes. This is the first thing they'll say, and this is the coping code. They'll be like, "You didn't know him like I knew him."
Yeah,
To you,
whatever.
yeah, that's what they'll say. You didn't
No,
know him
he
like
he
I
he
know
was
him.
he was Michael Jordan. That's all I need to know about him.
Thank you. And
And so that means that, unless he's eating babies or something, I'm gonna assume that he's got some shit about him that I don't like, just like all the rest of
mhm,
our funky asses got something about us we don't like.
mhm.
All of us got something we
And
don't that somebody else don't like. So what? It is more
black
pronounced because he has so much more status and power than everybody else. But that don't necessarily mean he's some uniquely evil human being.
Black women just need to admit that they are that sister on that clip where she said, I ain't doing all of that when they were talking about online dating and whatnot. That's who y'all are. And there's, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You just gonna have to eat that consequence. If you're
So
not gonna do all of that, specifically for black men, then you have to eat that.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, dog. Honestly, when you bring up like black women, and I don't like do this, but particularly black women I've noticed on dating apps, they have the worst presentations in their profiles like I have ever seen compared to the rest. It's
Hey,
just
why try?
Distinguish how they differ.
Mm.
Their profile pictures, a lot of them look like they just woke up. Like they
I
do
was just
the
about to say that.
oh
Fuck.
yes. They look like they just woke up, didn't wash their face, didn't brush their teeth, just took the picture and just say, here you go. No present presentation. Like they made sure the picture was clear though, but as far as their appearance in the picture, like no thought went into it. Like no like perception of, maybe I might, this is a dating app, so if I'm trying to land a guy, let me present my, best self, or at least a good looking representation. Nope. Like you can see it in their pictures. No thought whatsoever. So like that's the one thing I'll say about this is the thing that I'll say about, because women love saying that, men take horrible pictures. I responded, I was like, well, women take clear pictures and y'all look worse in person.
Uh-oh. Well, who was it? Because I think Jason Black made a comment about this years and years ago. I guess one of the producers or the writer for Catfish, the series. One time online, I think black women were trying to big up themselves and compliment themselves, and the guy said, other than the fact that they're like the number one catfishers.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Right.
Oh
And yeah,
wow.
so white guys can't wait to humble a black woman. Oh, they can't. White men love humbling black women.
So
Ain't
about
nothing they like more than taking the wind out of black women's sails.
Yeah, that's true.
so
On
about
top
what
of
Lane
that,
just
too,
said, this is not like
After
completely
this, you got
just
to better you. Go ahead, Dre.
yeah, like it's not completely just black women, but I have noticed that I see this a lot on like black women's like dating profiles to be like I'm independent or whatever, and it's like anytime I see shit like that, I'm like, yeah,
Dre, think
I'm
about this.
on to the next automatically.
Dre, think about this, and then we'll get better you after. Imagine being on a dating app which signals that you're looking for someone. Ain't nothing worse to me than these fake ass or Marion, I'm not bothered people. You're on the dating app speaking about your independence.
Yeah. But that's a lot of women. That's the thing that infuriates me the most. I'm like, you're on a dating app. But here's the thing, they don't say about this is one of the main reasons why men are done with dating apps, because a lot of these women are just here to get followed. A lot of women are just there to get followers. Like the ones that do present well, they're just there to get followers on their IG. And then you go on their IG and there's nothing special. They're not doing anything. They're just a regular person. It's not like they're not cooking nothing. They're not presenting no special skills. They're just a regular person trying to get followers.
Let me read this last comment, and then you got a better you. And Afro National says, these yitches be pregnant on dating apps. That's how bad it is. Middle fingers, all caps, cussing in bio, fat kids, etc. Jesus Christ.
That's Facebook dating. Facebook dating is like that. If I were to describe that,
That's
looking
the
at Facebook
slums.
dating, that's going to the bum ass user car lot. That's what Facebook dating is.
Yeah, Facebook dating.
The pay here, buy here car lot.
Yes.
Go
The ones
ahead,
where they got the old ass Mercedes or the car for like $3,000. That's what Facebook dating is.
Go ahead, better you hysterical.
I have seen a little bit of what Lon talked about, but the biggest things I've seen. I have run into the pregnant women before,
Oh
but the
man.
big thing that I've seen on dating apps has been the profile description. And normally
Mm.
it's like, don't message me if I'm one of your hoes in your rotation. Don't message me if you can't be loyal and faithful. Don't message me if you ain't got no money. Don't message me if you ain't got no car. Don't message me if you ain't got no place to stay. Don't message me
Wait a minute, better you. Why you doing
if
the
you
voice
too
though?
black.
Because we know what the voice sound like. Go ahead.
They do sound like
Don't,
that though, but
Or,
he's right about that.
don't,
They'll say
or
that,
don't
and they'll
message
say, "Don't
me.
mess with me." Another thing, they'd be like, "Don't mess with me if you're married." In other
yeah.
words, either you
Well,
mess
once
with
I
a
start
married
seeing
man or
those
your
lists,
friend
I'm like,
did.
yeah.
Oh,
Wait. Y'all gotta let better you land with that. Let
the,
better you land with that. Go ahead.
the,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
the funniest one I saw was, don't message me if you too black. Don't message me if you
What?
too light. If you wanna build something and have a
She
bright
want
future
medium brown.
together,
Hey,
message
Mr.
me.
Z. Mr. Z enters chat. She want medium brown brothers. Mr. Z. She wants safe brown. Mr. Z enters chat. She want the brown niggas. She want the safe brown niggas. Hey, black women, this is impossible. This is impossible, bro. This is impossible. Let me read. What did I have earlier? Let's read cantankerous one more again. The definition for cantankerous is means having a difficult and contrary disposition or being stubbornly obstructive and unwilling to cooperate. Say that last part again. Unwilling to cooperate. One more again, Z, Dr. Umar style. Unwilling to cooperate. Jesus Christ.
I don't mean this as
Cantankerous.
exaggeration, but they do not present well on these dating apps. I'm not saying
Oh.
there aren't other women of other races that do the same thing, but black women, it just seems more overt. Like, I'm not going to present myself well, even if it's on a dating app and I'm looking for a man.
I
How
can't
I
say I've
don't.
seen.
Well,
I'm
I think there's combinations of, well, they in a way, to me, is kind of like an insult to black men
Mm.
that they do that, that they give so little regard to what would attract men, would typically be black men, that they feel as though they could just roll over in bed and take a picture and do
Mm.
a. I mean, I mean, even though it doesn't reflect well of them, but I think, to me, the more sobering aspect of it is it really reflects how little they think of black men,
Yeah.
and that's how I would view and interpret that. Because I'm thinking, okay, this is a white girl who really wants to get a good man, a good date, good-looking, productive man. Is she gonna do that?
Mm.
No, she's not gonna do that, because she actually views getting a a good man, maybe a good looking, productive man, as being an important endeavor, right?
Yeah.
He's a valuable thing to bring into her life. So, regardless of what she might really have going on in real life, at the very least, she's gonna know better to to be as, aesthetic as possible and presentable as possible, because this man is something that I value. So if the women are doing that, as you described, Blind, I have to assume that they just don't really give a shit about
At
the
all.
men.
They don't. But that's where I was coming from, and I've been telling Z since the beginning. It's not that they don't understand, man. They don't think they have to.
Yeah.
And and like the description I was just giving y'all, that's where I'm coming from, where I'm referencing that. I'm like, the way they present themselves, like, no, they don't care.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm
like
sorry.
KMS
I gotta
comment.
bring some levity to it real quick. Let me bring some levity. Destro says hashtag woke up like this. That's really they mean it literally. They mean it
Yeah.
literally. Hashtag woke up like this. Literally
Hashtag
roll
woke
out
up
of
like
bed, snatch it.
bonnet and all. Like
Hey,
bonnet and all.
y'all
Or
took
worse,
this
they'll get out
Beyonce
of
thing
bed,
way too far. Jesus
or
Christ, y'all
worse,
took this Beyonce shit far. Go ahead.
or
I like
worse.
KMS comment right above that one.
I mean,
Wait,
I'm
what did KMS say?
visualizing how much I would. I'm saying, for me to do that and carry on that way, I must not give a shit about the particular people who are
Hey,
on the other side of that, right? I mean, isn't that what
apparently.
I mean? I'm like, I have a almost I have a disdain for them. I have a disregard for them. That's the only way I can interpret what that kind of behavior means. Because typically, when women are excited about a man or whatever, they're going to do everything possible to phony some shit up, right? Typically. So if you're doing the opposite of that, that means you really don't care nothing about your potential suitors at all. You don't care what they think. You don't care. You don't care what they like, what they appreciate, what they value, what they're looking at. I mean, it's funny, but then, and maybe it's me being an old man. It really makes me feel saddened by it.
Once again, let's real quick, better you, real quick. Let's read this one more again. Negative liberty is freedom from external interference, coercion, or restraint. Why should I care what you think, Black Peru? Why should I care what that black man think, or that white man, or that Latino man? I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna do me. And what do they say? I'm gonna show up as my authentic self. Say that one more, Ginsey. I'm gonna show up as my authentic self, and it's a bunch of crap.
If you can't love me at my words,
yawn.
So,
You won't be out here by your goddamn self. Go ahead.
Yeah, they'll say goofy shit like that, but at the same time, talking about they want to wait at the finish line.
Yeah, yawn.
The thing I've noticed, in particular, with the women who have like those Bible scrolls of a bio and whatnot, and what they ain't gonna do, those be the first ones that, honestly, if you want to have a fun time, you can have a fun time. And where I think a lot of it comes from is with that resentment and anger and everything. It's like they put themselves out a particular way, and they're basically mad that they're being treated how they present themselves to the world. And all of that is kind of like a defense mechanism. And honestly, it just paints a target on their back, because they some dudes, like they gonna run it.
Baby. Right. But no, I mean, no, so, and this is, I think it is sobering, because I hear Black Roo in the background. It is sobering because, like you were saying earlier, Black Roo, we all don't want them to drown, really. We all don't really want them to drown. Low key, high key. No one like that cares about people wants to see them drown. But it's like they want to drown. It's like they're fighting everyone to drown. Like, you see people try to put a stick out so they could grab it. You see people try to swim to them. You see somebody trying to drag them out the water, and they're pushing the stick away. They're fighting everyone that tries to grab them out the water. I really
fuck you. I don't need your help.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, fine, but that.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
But my attitude is like, man, well, fuck them. My attitude is, well, here's my thing. I'm like, it's going to come to a point where, like, well, I ain't about to let you pull me down with you.
Yeah. And KMS says, if you don't like a woman who poops with the door open with no fan on, swipe left.
Swipe left. Like, yeah, it'd be up to you. Weird stuff like that.
Hey, KMS, you remember what I said? They pooping with the doors and the window open, the front door open. They're being loud as hell. They sound like men in the goddamn man stall when nobody's in there, because you be a little embarrassed when other people are in there, so you might be a little quiet. No, they loud as hell. They making sure the turd hits the water loud as hell, right? With the splash and everything like that. They're doing all of that and then wonder why everybody's disgusted by their behavior. I'm just saying.
We ain't even talking about you've been with this chick for a minute. Like, this is like first date. They're on that kind of bullshit.
Yo, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. It's the behavior is it's look, Black women. If this is the outcome you want, because it's getting dark. Winter is here. It's not even winter is coming anymore. Winter is here. Y'all hear how Vivek is speaking? You hear Elon. You just saw Trump side with Elon and Vivek. And that's white people that they just said shut the hell up to. All right, then. Black women, you think you could survive them maybe going after the postal service, even if they're not able to do it? You know what our mindset is. Y'all think y'all could survive this?
Here's the sobering thing about that post office thing. And not just the post office, because Black women probably per capita maybe the largest demographic with federal jobs or whatever in the country. What's sobering about that is They have the presidency, they have the
Mm-hmm.
Congress, and they
Yep.
have the Supreme Court. They can
Yep.
do what the fuck they want to do. If they
Yep.
are willing to go along with Trump, the Trump slash Musk slash Ramaswamy or whatever the hell his name is program, they
Ramaswamy.
can do they can do it. They can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see how serious they are about doing what they claimed they were going to do. Because Trump mentioned cleaning up the government and doing audits and stuff like that. They have the votes to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Z, can we get Margaret up there again for Ed?
Oh yeah. No, right. And this is what we really talking about. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here you go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Yeah, that's funny.
Absolutely
It's trolling or
diabolical. I think she's being dead ass serious. She said yes at the end. Man, this babe.
I'm warming my hands next to the snow bunny fire.
The thing about it is a lot of I haven't really listened to a lot of this stuff, but for the couple of minutes I saw when we describing the different things, it's the universal crash out. These chicks are rebelling against blackness. They don't want to be black. And when you understand that, a lot of things black women do make sense. When you understand two key things. Number one, and I'm talking at least for millennials and down, because I can't speak necessarily for boomers. I leave that at Black Huru, and then Xers, we kind of can, but
we too old and burnt out. I know what you're saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, and millennials are still kind of in the end, kind of still in the later end of the dating market, right? So, two things. Number one, everything black women say is three things. Everything they say is a projection. Like pretty much 85% of what they say, especially when they're talking shit, they're projecting. They're never going to tell you everything. They never tell you, black women never tell you more than what they think you already know, which is why they will discuss things that when we bring it up, they'll discuss it, but they never add more. You know how when we all talk, we all kind of workshop. It's like we're workshopping it, you know, and adding stuff to the conversation. It's black women never. Yeah, black women never do that. You notice that? Even the ones that claim to be kind of in the space, they will repeat what we say and may acknowledge what we say, but are affirm it, saying, oh, you're on the right track, but they never add more. They never shine light anywhere. That's the quote unquote secrets. And then the other thing is, like what I said in the beginning, is they don't want to be black. So everything they do, whether it's them being overweight, why are they in shape? To affirm their blackness, and you are a reflection of their blackness, which is why they always say you hate yourself, because that's them projecting. Because black men aren't thinking that way when we do what we do. Black men don't want to be white. We just don't want to be fucked with. There's a difference. Black women want to, where it may either want to be white, they want to be closer to whiteness, because they absorb that as a status symbol. Black men don't see white men as a status symbol. We understand white ice is colder, and how people react to it, but we have things that white men, for some reason, Get Out was a perfect example of that, right? So it's not the same relationship. Yes, there's certain things white women be like about black women, but really it ain't. White women don't want to really look like black women. They just want to take little pieces here and there, and there's a different dynamic. So bringing it back to the video you just showed, with white women, it's always a question of how much of that white privilege credit report are they willing to take a hit on. And as the matriarchy, even in the white community, has gotten stronger, that hit becomes less and less and less. So they are more able to freely do what they want to do. And I always tell black men, understand that when white women are having kids, they generally intend on those kids to deal with white people. They're not, and black men don't think about that when they're dealing with them. I'm not saying not to deal with them. I say that to say this, and I'll leave it. White women, it's not like white women are saying, F my whiteness, I'm going in with the blacks. No, they see it as a detour. So look at like what's the dude's name? The Ball brothers. Look at what they look like. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
What do they? What do you mean? What do you mean? Physically?
Well, I
What
mean,
they
look
like?
at live like LeVar Ball, light skin. Look at and look at his kid. Look at his kids, and then look at what their kids are gonna be. Look at Luol Deng, not Luol Deng. Who's the other? Joakim Noah. If you've seen his grandfather is very dark skinned. He's got his hair from his grandfather. And look at Joakim Noah. So the point is, I'm not saying white women are being insidious about it, but white women don't see it as don't see it the same way black women or black men see it as like this sacrifice where you're just escaping blackness. They don't see dealing with a black man as escaping whiteness. They see it as a detour. You're going the long way, getting some black genetics in you. That's how they see it. Now, white men don't see it that way for their own reasons, but so it's not that much of a jump for a white woman to deal with a black man, which is what I'm talking about, because the sacrifice is not as great as I think people try to act like it is. That's all I mean with that. I'm not trying to be on the Dr. Umar Johnson. Do what you want to do, but I'm just saying, people be like, I just don't understand why a white woman would deal with a black man. Don't they understand they're white? No, it's a detour because they're thinking about what their grandkids could look like or their grandkids could look like. They don't think about it in the forefront, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, nope. Ed, wait. Ed, if you don't mind, read a super chat for me, please, and thank you. Put y'all to work, goddamn.
L's active with the 10 pound, I guess. Originally, they complained black women don't get representation and black men reproductive choices. In reference to Crep music video, black women can't scold black men into relationships. E.A. Veroni was being honest of behalf of many black women. I mean, black women can do what they want to do. We do what we do because we black men need to stop tolerating that and need to put their own interests first. And as you can see, that's an uphill battle.
Hey, you have white women like this Aqualine feature, goddamn British UK white woman, out here saying, and you peeped that she was pretty much saying, women like her are waiting on the second round draft. She's not even saying she's gonna outright compete with black women for you in the first round. So to get married to you as your first wife, she's saying she's waiting second round after the black woman divorce.
Well, for all she knows, she could be dealing because you could be dealing with those black men, the pool that make over 100, the pool that makes X amount of money. They may have kids with like Michael Jordan got his kids with his first wife. One, which is a smaller pool, but it is a pool that exists. And I mean, a lot, and she could be hedging her bets, like with a lot of different dudes, but she's open to black men, and she knows she open to black men. It's not a lot of heavy competition for black men, in the way that it would be for like white men at the same caliber, because you have these people that the family problem that a lot of these other groups have to deal with or don't deal with. So yeah, it's interesting, those dynamics when black men date out. So,
and I gotta ask you to read this one too, because this one is actually directed to you. But go ahead.
KMS with the $5 for Ed alone. Are they stupid? This is not a frivolous question. If anyone did what black women do consistently, they would be labeled as. I mean, what I say stupid.
For this, KMS.
It's crash out. It's crash. This is why I use the term crash out. Because when you crash out, logic is not in. When you crash out, you're not stupid. Logic just goes out the window. You don't care. It's not. They don't care. Exactly. That's what it is.
I tried to tell him. Me and Kim has got this back and forth about whether black women are stupid or not. I'm like, I don't know if it's stupid. I think it's immature.
No, black women are stupid.
I think he and I have that debate as well, and I'm not even sure what stupid means. It's one of those terms that's frequently used, and
yeah,
I've never actually made an effort to actually really come up with a clear definition of what stupid.
The answer is no, they're not.
Well, I
Like,
tend to focus on motives and put things in the
Actions.
context of the environment. I think a lot of what we see is a product of environmental factors, some of which have evolved over time. We talk very often going back to 64 or going back to the advent of the Great Society, which is about its on its 60th anniversary, I guess. I guess we just passed the 60th anniversary. I don't know. But so I just tend to view it like a lot of what I see is what happens when you have a lot of a lot of unchecked misbehavior, a lot of promotion of delusional thinking and behavior, a lot of fiat money, a lot of manipulative government programming. Some of it has certain economic interests tied to it, certain favorable economic interests tied to it, and the basic inclinations and inclinations of your mammalian human female. I think you put all those things together, and you end up with this mess we call Black America.
Let me say this to KMS. There's a reason why I say petulant children. So it's good that you asked this question. He says, so are they children? I say petulant children throwing a temper tantrum. That's what Z says. I'm just
no,
saying.
they're
I'm shrugging
not.
my shoulders right now.
But here's
Go ahead.
the thing, man. We got to understand the difference between the words and what they mean. You know, Black Guru is right with the environment, and that is self-explanatory when you say environment. But when you say things like petulant children, yeah, we understand how they're acting, and we're using adjectives to describe how they're behaving. Absolutely. But what a lot of Black men do, we're red pill here. But what a lot of the purple pill and blue pill dudes will do is they will use it as an excuse to say where they're not accountable to how they act. The truth is, petulant children are held more accountable to what they do than Black, at least in the Black community.
And they're much more severely punished.
Exactly. So you also have to be aware of that infantilism that not only Black women but actually white women perfected, where they act like they're just stupid when convenient. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, and
I don't do that. That's why
that's why I have a problem with that term stupid, because I don't really know what it actually means. I have to look at the detail of why certain things are happening, and then I can focus to some degree, provide a layman's analysis or deduction of what's going on. But simply saying someone is stupid, where do we go from there? How do you
and that's not even.
How do you hold them accountable if stupid seems like it's something that is out of their control? Is what you're saying?
And Black men have a tendency to buy into that, and the reality is they are not dumb. Like Black men will use stupid to avoid what Black Guru said in regarding to motive, because they don't even want to open that door because it becomes very obvious what motives are based on action.
Well, we're saying people are stupid, and some of them have like PhDs and doctorates. So I'm like, is that what they really are, or is it something else? I mean,
so that's a cop out with Black men. That's look. I get why KMS is saying it. He's saying it in a red pill context, but understand.
But KMS has been. Me and KMS have been going. I'm sorry, Ed. I'll give you 1 second. Because me and KMS have been going back and forth about.
He and I have gone back and forth on that.
KMS says not children. Real quick. Let me read this, and you got it, Ed. And KMS says not children. Okay, got it. So they're stupid.
Well, I think here's the thing, Mrs. Z. You on that social worker shit.
Let it go.
He not.
You trying to see the good. You trying to see the good in folks, because that's what social workers do. See, I don't have that problem. I'm a prosecutor.
On the Coach Carter shit.
That shit.
You know what? I gotta bring this up on your platform. This is something that really been getting on my nerves. I've been having a lot of FBA and MBA and immigrant talk. You know, I'm gonna tell you something that's getting on my goddamn nerves, and I'm gonna say this on this platform. The first video I said when I was talking to Shay Sade was more of a kind of a G check, saying I acknowledge certain things, but at the end of it, it wasn't really defending Shay Sade, but it was acknowledging the whys behind what she's saying about what she's saying. One thing there's a difference between the idea of Black people representing ourselves and being self-determinant as our own group, and then how that is adjudicated. I'm all in on the idea and unapologetic about the idea. However, a big problem is whether it's ADO, FBA, whatever. You have people that essentially what they're trying to do is create the new pro-black, and not in a good way. They're trying to do the same street hood, innerism, hardyarism stuff, and they're not really about the real work. And I'm talking about practical stuff. I'm not necessarily talking about going and volunteering, but just the practical thing of buying black. They're not about that. And when I say that, people have to really start checking folks that want to play games. I don't care, even outside of just calling a name. They got to really start checking folks that you're here because you want to be about the reality show of what's going on social media today, to the point where you can't even be bothered to put out their talking points. Like when a pro-black person is talking to a white person, they don't call them cracker. They don't call, like, what's that term Black Guru got for the for, you know, when you be talking about the angel, the white cracker factory. Like, they don't do that. They get real. I want to explain it. I want to give the talking points. They get real, like, let's go to school, whether what they saying ain't true or not. But with other folks, y'all all of a sudden ain't no talking points. Y'all got 1 or 2 syllable words and that's it, because you think that shit is funny. And the reason why I get mad about that stuff is, although terms need to be used at certain times, what happens is I have an agenda to move forward, and it gets to the point where you all playing fucking games because you all want to relive high school. You're getting in the way of what we're trying to do, to the point where, and let me say this and close it up. There's a class problem in FBA. I'm in the middle. I grew up in the suburbs. I also grew up in the hood. The hood, yes, it will be called the hood, too, as well. We need to get out of this black redneck bullshit where people want to play games, make fun of people because you want to feel better about yourself because you're fucking broke. And there is a very big class problem in FBA. And look, I like Tariq personally. However, Tariq has this problem where if it ain't street, it ain't valid.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And so you actually give people an out when you do stupid stuff like that, because now they don't have to address what we're really talking about. They can just say, you saying this, you saying that. What's happening is it's starting to create what do you call it, a compound negative effect. Anyway, I'll leave that there, but I just want to get that on.
Let me address it, because Black over here saying I'm trying to save these hoes, and Black Guru says Z, bless his heart, is a bit of a cat to save these hoes. No, look, Black Guru, I am not opposed to stepping over dead bodies, but I will explain ad nauseum before I step over your bodies.
No, Z is exactly look, Z is a battlefield.
Mr. Z is campaigning for the Secretary of Saving Hoes.
No, Z.
Wait. Notice, real quick, compassionate. Real quick, because I think I know where you're going. But understand, remember, Secretary of Saving Hoes. Remember, Secretary of Defense is actually about what? What did they used to call the position of Secretary of Defense?
Well, the Secretary
Wait. Black Guru, answer that again for me, please. What did they used to call? Thank you.
They softened that shit up later.
Thank you. Say that. That's why. If y'all really understand Z's footsteps, y'all get what I'm doing. Trust me.
I mean, you can say that, Mr. Z, but that depends on the country you dealing with. So how warlike, and trust and believe that when it comes to the black nation ain't trying to declare war on they'll declare war on each other. We ain't they'll declare war on niggas that want to date out. But we do Gestapo shit where we want to deal with the folks that want to get out of line of the gynocracy. But when it comes to war, we get real like kittenish.
I don't know about hey, bro. Like, if you hear my lives when I'm going in on one of these weirdo chicks, it's not patty cake.
I've heard your lives, and you do a lot of I can boil it down to shame on you. You do a lot of like you talking to a dog.
It's funny. I do that. No.
No, Z is the
I
perfect
do
guy.
shame.
Z is the
Go
perfect
ahead.
guy for like a man at the manosphere.
No, there needs to be a good top.
The Black Manosphere Rehabilitation Center needs a counselor like Z that really, you know.
What
The
Mr.
re-education
Z
camp.
tries,
The
what Mr. Z tries
re-education
to
camp.
do essentially is in the first 48, I go in there wanting to put my hands on the chick, on the motherfucker. Z goes in and talks to him and gives them that Pepsi
Yeah,
to get them to start telling on
exactly.
each other,
The Pepsi
lying
I'm
and
the one who
saying,
gives them
lying
the
and saying
cigarettes
that all you
and
gonna
yeah.
do is Saturday jail, and the next thing you know, you got 3-4 years.
Z the
But that
post.
don't work on
Yeah,
black women because black women are already they're like they've been in jail multiple times, so they kind of know how it
And
goes.
it's killing me.
they hardened criminal.
My
Hardened
bad. Yeah, exactly. They going straight to a max penitentiary. They Alcatraz ass mother.
Oh, man. And it's
So you're
killing me right
saying they
now.
walk in the door with jailhouse tats?
Already, they got tattoo tears already walking in.
I mean, look at Travis Hunter's girl. She got a whole sleeve and she mixed.
She really do. She really do.
She got. I'm gonna tell you, the sleeve got me, but you know what really got me is the back tattoo. When you getting a needle on your spine, and she got a whole. I'm like, yo, I want to know when she got these tattoos. That's really what tells me.
But Ed, remember, she has the baddie starter kit. This is the new baddie. This is the image of the baddie now. The sleeve tattoo on the spine, lighter or browner, probably lighter skin, mixed-ish, right? Mixed like this. This is the modern day baddie. This is Gen Z baddie. She's the face of Gen Z baddie.
So you saying Angel Reese is in line for some tattoos sooner or later?
Hey,
Most likely.
I'm surprised she don't have them yet. I'm surprised she don't
have one now. Don't she have one? I know she got one somewhere.
She might got one, but there's one.
Y'all stop talking about Meg Thee Stallion Jr., please. Anyway, y'all keep going.
Pretty much.
Exactly what she is. A taller Meg Thee Stallion.
A taller Meg Thee Stallion.
I won't y'all, man. Y'all look. Megan Thee Stallion is a bad person. Like Megan Thee Stallion can go to hell for it. I don't charge Angel Reese with being Megan.
She's a mini.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about what she's actually done. I'm saying you could tell she's inspired by her.
Yeah, Meg's her archetype.
Yeah, she about well, you know, Young Miami was these chicks' archetype too until
that's true.
She got pissed on.
they still kind of revere Young Miami.
No, real talk though, they are kind of moving away from Young Miami. They replacing her with other chicks like Red or Willa.
Diddy didn't help.
They didn't get Diddy really hurt Young Miami.
Is facing federal prison time, it kind of takes some of the luster off.
Yeah, and real talk, like Megan Thee Stallion is connected to Jay-Z because that looks hella goofy. What's it called? Like, you know, anyway, we can get on that. I mean, Charleston White is about to get it. He about to get a nigga wake up calls because he about to catch a sexual harassment lawsuit from Angel Reese, and that actually low key might have some teeth to it with the stupid stuff he be saying. But
I don't even want to. I really never liked dude. I don't know about the rest of y'all. I'm sorry to say. I've always looked at him as weird. You know, maybe I don't. Something about him just it doesn't sit right, and I'll leave it at that when it comes to him. But yeah, something about him. I don't rock with
media. He's just running with the social media clout as far as he possibly can, and he's gonna crash. He's running his mouth. He's gonna crash. Somebody's going. Yeah, he's gonna crash out at some point.
Let me do this.
Yeah,
but I think he's got friends in different places. I mean, he's kind of
that's the only way he could.
He actually does though.
Let's do this.
I think what y'all call him a fed. I think he might be a fed.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I will say this though: the main two black folks that are on Angel Reese are pretty much Charleston White and Jeffrey Whitlock. For the most part, everybody else is pretty neutral unless you do something stupid. But you know, they be on her. But other than that, you know, what she needs to do is get serious about basketball. And stop being on like you want to, because if she don't understand that the draw with her is that she has a legitimate thing that she does, and that gives her, because Angel Reese is attractive, but she's basically going through what what's her name, the short running chick, you know what I'm talking about.
Sha'Carri Richardson.
Yeah, I would compare her more with Sha'Carri Richardson than Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah, Sha'Carri.
Yeah, she can. I can see that.
And because Sha'Carri Richardson, when she was losing in them Jamaicans, she woke up. She realized she don't like the. Apparently, that her losing is the only thing that'll wake her up, because she went back to them coaches with humility, and then them coaches gave her a 10-minute Mr. Z speech, and then said, "All right, we'll help you."
All right, go.
That was
Look, there is a I am necessary.
You know
Thank you
you
very
like my
much.
daughter.
Okay. I am necessary. There will be no Z slanders on Z's channel, Ed. Thank you very much,
I mean,
sir.
I'm not saying you. It's
Ed,
not a
I
slander.
send them.
It's not a
Wait. I know. No. I send them to you after they're not salvageable. Okay, Mr. Detention. You're detention.
No, you try to be Batman, and I'm the Red Hood. We don't kill here, and then I'm like, click.
Well, I know you're Owlman.
I don't kill people. I save lives. I save lives by addition by subtraction.
Yeah, we gotta take you niggas out of you gotta be in a different department. You in a whole different department. Yeah, you get when niggas get your foul, like you said, Z passes the foul to your desk, and then like that's.
Oh no, I mean and I'm not.
I wanted to go back to something that Ed brought up where you were talking about sort of critiquing.
After this, we got KMS and the compassionate. Go ahead.
Critiquing the methodology of the purposes of the white woman on the video, and I don't disagree with anything you said, but I hearken to a particular contrast that I maintain with white women and black women, and that is that white women will build you up and then tear you down. Black women skip that first damn step and just tear your ass down.
That's a good way to put it.
In both cases, you probably will get torn down, or likely will get torn down, but at least you might get enough from the white woman that might be worth some of the shit you're gonna deal with on the back end.
Yeah.
Mr. Black Huru is saying that they don't want a prequel trilogy. They just want to go straight to the sequel trilogy. Right. Just start tearing down the franchise.
Yeah.
But as I said earlier, I would actually, if I were, taking just a sober, objective view, not any bias allegiances anywhere, I would admonish. I would say don't deal with black women or white women. I'd pick a Latino or an Asian one. I don't too much hear about them calling police on you, for example. I don't. Yeah,
because the thing is, Latina and Asian women are always comparing it to the men they got to deal with, where they get popped upside the head. Prize is kept. Even with Latin men, like I'm not even gonna get into like the age of consent and stuff like that, because they're definitely very different. It's very different. I'm gonna leave it at that. And they have an internal thing that nobody talks about, but
they operate on the if it bleeds,
and they do, and they act like they don't, but anybody's been around them long enough. And I say, and the practical reason why I even say that is I say that because you got to understand when you're dealing with them at like 25 or 26 or 22 and 23, from a maturity level, they're looking at it from at a different lens that even black men are not even kind of really aware of, even if you grow up around them. Because there's a difference between growing up adjacent to somebody. There's some dudes that they go to a white school, but have you been in a white house? Have you spent the night in a white house? Those are different things, and those are different situations. And so it's the same thing with Latins too. You can have a kid with a Latin chick and then never really be read in. That kid may eventually get read in because they're of them too. But you may never be fully read into what they really on, and maybe what they're on when they're in the United States, but not what they on if they come from Nicaragua, or if they're your parents are from there. And see, I'm saying all this because these are things black men are not aware of, and it's not to tell you again not to do it, but if you have that kind of awareness, I'm gonna tell you this: if you have that awareness and they know you have that awareness, that will actually have some of them kind of be, I won't say cool on you, but they'll be a little bit more reserved around you because you know too much.
Let me do this, Ed. And L's active says Z signed the 2025 crime bill. He didn't even say sign the paperwork. He said sign the crime bill. God damn, you trying to get them all locked up. Get out of here.
No, Mr. Z be trying to amend that shit. He be trying to do. He tried to do what
trying to get it overturned
right.
in the Salem Supreme Court. That's
Right.
what he's trying to do.
I won't
Nah, I
say
ain't trying to
that.
do all
But
that. I ain't trying to do all
what
that.
did who was it? The dude that's the socialist. I'm like. Where the dude, you know what I'm talking, Bernie Sanders, where Bernie Sanders said, I signed it because it had you can't beat on women in there. That's why I signed it.
Yeah, he did say that. He actually
I
did say
tried
that.
to help y'all. I tried to
Yeah,
make
he
it
did.
so y'all got 4 strikes, not 3.
Yeah, no, Bernie Sanders literally did say that. So that was a knock on him for me. Whatever. Yawn. But yeah, go ahead,
I was
KMS,
done
and
with
then we'll get
Bernie when he
compassionate.
said it ain't feasible for reparations. I said,
Well, that
all
too.
this money we give to you know who, but that ain't feasible.
That was the small hat section on it because he know how much of a hand they got in that whole thing. That was definitely a small hat, a fidelity thing there because he know
That's when I was reminded how white Vermont is.
Who's got to be a part of signing off on that thing is them people over there in historical palace.
And that's when I was reminded how white Vermont is.
Yeah. And when he said to Chris Hedges, what did he say? He said, I didn't go oppose Hillary because I didn't want to end up like Ralph Nader. When he sounds like, oh, you don't got it in you. Oh, okay, I got it. I get it. Right. So yeah, go ahead, KMS, and then we'll get compassionate.
Although Nader did give us Bush Jr., but go ahead.
Yep. Okay. Once again, Ed, thank you so much for just making note to my comment. I greatly appreciate it. I do love watching your live streams when I can get to them. I greatly appreciate all the content you do for our space. I greatly appreciate it. But let me just clarify as far as of course we're men of definition, so I want to give you my definition for stupid and why it's become such an interesting debate on Mr. Z's channel. One second. Okay. All right, this is from the book, The 5 Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. This is done by Professor Coppola. It was made in 1976. There's 5 laws, but the third law is the golden law of stupidity. It's literally called that. And law 3 is this. A stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person or a group of people when he or she does not benefit and may even suffer losses themselves. So, me reading that book and kind of going over the stuff that we talk about as far as with Black women, I'm coming to this somber conclusion that what else can you call them but stupid? Because they follow the literal golden rule of stupidity. They seem to put themselves in situations where they're harming others, but they're not even benefiting themselves or even causing losses to themselves. A classic argument towards that would be single motherhood. They're harming their children. This is known by statistics. You can find the U.S. utilized billions of dollars to statistics showing that children raised in single mother households are worse off than those raised in 2-parent households, or as quite as is kept a household raised by a man. And it's also not serving them either. That is a textbook example I give to my argument that they're stupid, just based on that book that I read, 5 Laws of Stupidity, and that third law does make sense. And I'll say it again for emphasis. Then I'll drop. Law 3, the golden law of stupidity. A stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person or a group of people she does not benefit and may even suffer losses. And then before I leave, I'll say this one more thing. Law 2 adds to that because someone made a comment of, well, there's Black rich women, Black successful women, all this stuff. Here's the second law that ties into the third. The second law states, the probability that a person is stupid is independent of any other characteristic of that person. That's why you can have an Ebby K. Williams who is what? A single mother. And I'll stop there.
No, absolutely. That's a great definition. At first, KMS is one of the bigger supporters in the space, supports my space. I've seen him support other spaces. So he helps make this stuff go round, FYI. So appreciate that, and I appreciate
I'm
you bought
still
a
going
book with it.
pun though.
Look,
I'm
KMS, we're
still
not
gonna
arguing
pun
if
KMS.
black bitches are stupid or not. They are stupid. But the thing about it is, what a lot of
And you
black
wasn't supposed
men,
to
the
admit
crux
that.
of it was, a lot of black men like to say they like to play the they know not what they do game, i.e. they're mentally ill, i.e.
No,
they're
I don't. Yeah, I agree
traumatized,
with that. Yeah,
i.e. they're just dumb. So why do we have to hold them accountable because they know not what they do, even though they know what we're talking about when we point out over and over what they do. So that's what we try to guard against, because basically all the stuff that you said was essentially they cut their own face to spite the mirror, which is in fact stupid. But that the thing is, so it's not so much us calling them that, it's that how black men are going to interpret that. Purple pill
I agree
minded
with
or
that.
blue pill minded black men will interpret that as these we need to protect them against their own stupidity.
Wait. Go ahead,
Can
KMS.
you pull
Let
back
Cam.
up what I posted?
Yeah, I got it. Hey, go ahead, KMS, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
And then one more thing. This is the most sombering part of it all, and it goes to Law 5 of the 5 Laws of Stupidity. Once again, this is from the book, The 5 Basic Laws of Stupidity, made by Professor Coppola, Cipolla, and it was made in 1976. The 5th law is this, and this is the one that's the most sombering. And when I was like, that's why I said I do not use this word frivolously or in anger. I'm actually very somber when I say this. Law 5 is this: a stupid person is the most dangerous type of person. So that being said, we can go over the laws again. Law 2 is that a person being stupid is independent on any other trait of that person. So it doesn't matter where they are in the economic strata. If they're stupid, they're stupid. They decide to be a rich stupid person or a successful stupid person. Law 3, which is the golden rule of stupid people. A stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person or a group of people when he or she does not benefit and may suffer losses. That is the golden rule of stupidity. Hold on. I'm gonna put a bow. I'm about to land this plane. I'm about to crash this plane right to the tarmac. Number 5 is this: a stupid person is the most dangerous type of person. What do you do to when you're involved with stupid people and you know they won't stop being stupid? You avoid them. What are black men who have their shit together doing?
I'll take a step even further, even though I'm still gonna pun on the stupid word. I think everyone is avoiding them. That's not a black man thing. That's why no other man is coming to scoop them up. Everyone is avoiding. But that's why Ebony's not with someone now, right? Like that. Yeah, everyone. Go ahead.
So my only pushback to I get it's definitely a brilliant definition, but see, where if we would just really keep it all the way 100 about our assessment of black women's motivations and activity and their outcomes, and with the single mother trope or the single motherhood phenomenon, I think because we associate motherhood with, we infer that women would have a child and then, or for the best interest of the child ultimately, which I think is a false premise. I think black women prove that it's a false premise, that they do benefit, like the definition that you cite, that a stupid person actually causes losses to themselves or other people without benefiting. Ultimately, black women benefit because they themselves can survive becoming a single mother. It's not
for
exact.
Now.
Yeah, or traditionally, we'll say.
Yes.
Now we don't know what will happen in the future, but traditionally, the state floated them for replenishing the population, essentially, and they understand. So, in a sense, they do benefit. They do clearly benefit. It's not there. It's clear. It's a clear incentive for them to do it. So I don't think I will punt on a stupid word too. I don't necessarily. I think it's a. I think we will underestimate, and like you said, open up a lot of other Pandora's boxes of culpability by ascribing them stupidity.
My only pushback against what you said is what black women say every time they get on. There used to be Kevin Samuels panels. Now it's the Pop the Balloon panel. Now it's the one lady. They all say the exact same thing. I'm a single mother. I need help raising these kids. If they were benefiting from this, why are they asking for other people to supplement what they're doing beyond the government?
You can benefit from something and still be still so lazy and entitled that you want some help to do the things.
Yeah. No, I do understand that. But the whole thing about it is that what our conversation recently is that okay, they get supplemented from the government. Okay, if that's the case, but if that's the case, then okay, fine. But then again, then why are they asking for more help? Why are they asking for more help when it's people who are not doing that? And on top of that,
because
furthermore,
why
not? Furthermore, they destroyed stepfatherism. They almost single-handedly killed it themselves.
Inadvertently, though. Inadvertently.
I'm starting to stupid. Stupid as stupid does.
God damn.
No. I'm not pivoting off this.
I was around, so because some of this needs some clarification. A lot of what happened.
Context.
Look when the political decisions by the welfare reform in a way hurt stepfatherism from the standpoint of it gave Black women different options or more options.
Gave them leverage.
And with more options, people think they could do or make different decisions. I don't have to be with this short Black guy that I don't really like all that much, but he'll pay my rent because I can get this program and the subsidy and then go to college for free, and they'll give me a rent on top of that, and they'll give me free what do you call it, daycare for my children. So some of this was kind of some of these decisions that seem stupid. I'm accepting the criteria you're using here. Seem stupid on
God
the
damn it,
surface,
KMS.
are a product of changing criteria, changing environment that opened up or expanded their decision-making process.
They were given leverage by the government to make different decisions, which changed the power dynamics. And taking additional assistance from men that are socialized to help women anyway isn't a surprise that they would still say they want to help, even when they were on welfare. But
let me also add, I think the crack era, there's a lot of what has gone wrong with Black people that is a product of what happened in that era. The fall of the center of gravity of morality of Black women is a major casualty of a lot of what we see, and we just accept as misbehavior of Black women is a product of what started in the 80s to a large extent, and then became a multi-generational thing because these people were replicating in maladaptive behavior. So now we're 2-3 generations into the product of a redirectioning of the moral center of Black communities that was largely spawned by what happened during the crack era there and all of the criminalization of Black men and all of that. So when you say stupidity, I'm thinking, okay, I'm not discounting whether this behavior is stupid, but then when you know how we got to where we got, then it's difficult to just say it's just stupid because you know how we got to this stupid position.
Wait, KMS, wait. Let me read this real quick because KMS came in here throwing chairs, so I think this is the perfect time to read Detroit's super chat. And Detroit says, Alexa, play Kurt Angle and Vince McMahon, right? So yes, dude, KMS did come in here throwing chairs, so we gotta play the rest of the team. Go ahead.
Too compassionate and Uru, I totally understand and agree with that sentiment. So let me add this little caveat to this stupid argument that I'm making. I do not add the word ignorant to the word stupid. So let's go back to the 50s.
It's not a lack of knowledge.
50s, 60s, 70s.
We didn't confuse it with that either.
So the aspect of the Great Society, the crack epidemic, all the nasty poison pills that our society has loved to just drop into our stew. I totally take that into account. I consider those situations of ignorance. You're not going to know what that is. So I'm not talking about being stupid because it's the 60s and you didn't know about all the stuff tied to the Great Society programs. I'm not talking about stupid as it's the 80s and the crack epidemic and you see your world fall apart right in front of you. I'm talking about stupid as in 2024, as in you see this stuff, you know the history of baby mamaism. You know the stats. You know, hey, my son can't read. Why is that? Well, why is my situation like this? No, not even why my situation like this. You know your situation's like this. You know stuff's fucked up. And you have women trying to dox cooking with Kaya because she's cooking. We had a Latin person come on and say, why are they up in arms with this woman who's literally getting her man a plate? There's arguments about being deference to the person that they know they need. Once again, we have a term for it called aggravated begging or some bullshit like that. I'm in need, but fuck you, nigga, give me some money. How is that nothing else but stupid? It's not an issue of ignorance.
I'd agree. I think 100%. I agree. I think where we're at now, the phase of the gynocracy now is hell bent on power for power's sake.
Yes.
So it's not. I think after as the decline of the 80s and like you said, the reality falling apart, what emerged at that point? The matriarchy was cooled and usurped by Generation X women would become the new gynocratic order, and that order has metastasized into the point now we're cooking with Kai as being maligned for appeasing black men in any way, shape, or
doing
form.
anything for this express pleasure of black men specifically.
And now it's just a petty search and destroy mission for any crack of the many cracks in this regime of the gynocracy. This is the end of the gynocracy, and they're a coked up dictatorship that is hell bent, that's killing their own generals, that is completely suspicious of his own members, and is disintegrating from within.
As spies to spy on the spies.
Yes.
I mean, but the cooking with Kaya thing, I think we should. Again, maybe this is just me being an old man. I mean, from what I've seen the last few decades, cooking for a man has become a sin.
Yes.
Women, and especially black women. So you can say it's stupid, and I don't disagree with you at all, okay? But, and I wouldn't even limit it to black women, because all the media I see, there's this debate about whether or not a woman should serve a man at all in any. It's either part of some kind of issue or it's some sort of comedic material, surrounding a woman serving a man. It's almost never any. I don't see any media that in any way just kind of matter-of-factly says that a woman should serve a man. I haven't seen that kind of media since going back to the Brady Bunches and shit. So in light of that, it does not surprise me that we get to a point that specifically in a matriarchal gynocratic environment anyway, which is the black community has been, it does not at all surprise me we get to a point where women are aghast at the notion of serving men, because everything has told them they ain't got no business. Everything has told them they ain't got no business serving men. I don't see anything. I haven't seen anything for decades that says a black woman should be serving a black.
Let me wait. Real quick, because I got to read this to what Black Rouge just said, and I'm pretty sure it's going to tie into what you're saying. Because shout out to Gregory Scotland, thank you for the super chat, and once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Gregory Scotland, Mr. Z, why can't you get it out? Says salute Z. Remember the woman that would show up on Kevin's show with bonnets or junkie backgrounds? I hate that y'all proving KMS right now. Like I just want y'all to understand this was not the play, everyone. This was not the play. Go ahead, real quick. Let me hold you up real quick, Compassionate. You got after KMS, and then Compassionate. KMS, then Compassionate. Go ahead.
Not only desiring, but wanting, chastising, maligning, and complaining about how you need or want something, and then not only you return absolutely nothing, you're returning a negative for it, is stupid. And someone mentioned it earlier in this chat on the stream. They're like, well, the other races of women aren't giving black men as much as they would be giving the other races, their own men. And I see that as a literal indictment to black women. That just shows you how much they don't want to do, but they demand the most. They are waiting to get tickets to the finish line. But
no,
then
I'll bridge the gap here, KMS. You're 100% right. But I think this is the perfect phase, because I think what's been as our space evolves, we're starting to kind of divorce structural components and kind of macro, meso, and macro type of a context in our assessment.
And macro.
And we're starting to parse the difference between them. And I think this is a perfect example of it. At the micro or individual level, black women are stupid and behave not in their long-term best interest. At the macro level, at the collective level, the reason they behave is not in the structural level, is a byproduct of the structures they occupy in the environment that they're allowed to maneuver in. Much of the way they've maneuvered politically, legally, and socially at a collective level. So yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, at the individual level, and simultaneously at a collective level, the way they move and the reasoning and motivations behind the way they move are a byproduct of the environment and what they're allowed to do.
Let me ask both of y'all, KMS and Compassionate, this question then, because Ghost Elmatic says here, and I definitely agree with the first part. He says, I take it as a step further than KMS. It's worse than stupidity. It's hedonistic carelessness that I 100% agree with. Hell bent on destruction. The hedonistic carelessness that I 1000% agree.
Because if you're hedonistic and careless and hell bent on destruction, your goal is destruction. It's not stupid to destroy everything to your hedonistic goals. So that would be worst case scenario, though.
Okay. Well, to that, I'll say this. I mean, it's a hedonistic hell bent on destruction. Yeah, it's just stupid on steroids. It's just like, okay, well, instead of burning down the house that I live in with a match, I'm gonna burn it down with a blowtorch. That's all it is. I mean, and let me add a little more context and clarity towards this. Once again, I'll go back to the book, Five Laws of Human Stupidity, made by Professor Kippelow, 1976. Please pick it up. It's 60 pages. It's a pamphlet. It's a great read. Funny too. All right. So there's 4 quadrants to it. Okay. There's the intelligent quadrant. There's the bandit quadrant. There's the helpless quadrant, and then there's the stupid quadrant. And it's on an X and Y axis, and up and down the Y axis is, can they help themselves and can they help others? An intelligent person is a net positive. They help themselves and help others. A helpless person is a wash, as in they help others but they don't help themselves. It'd be best for a helpless person to tie to an intelligent person. Now, a bandit is what we like to. Like what this space likes to put black women in the worst case scenario is a bandit is someone who helps themselves but doesn't help anyone else. A stupid person is someone who doesn't help themselves but doesn't help anyone else either. And that is the worst. That is the worst type of person.
But we know at a structural level, black women have 100% leveraged the government's resources and legal resources to help themselves. That's why I say it's simultaneously these two things are going on. I think at an individual level, when you're talking to a millennial black woman about her life plan, her strategy about going about it, she's stupid. But at a structural level, they still leverage in law. That's what the space has highlighted in numerous cases. They consciously leveraged blackness, female blackness to their
advantage. So based on the parameters of the conversation that we're having, so that would make them bandits. They're on a macro level, they're able to help themselves, but they're not helping anyone else. That's why their son can't read.
Yes, and they wouldn't be stupid though. According to that chart, they'd be fucking bandits, bro.
Yeah, they're bandits. Yes. Yeah, in macro, they're bandits.
But there's one thing that is missing. See, you have for generations not taught them accountability and responsibility. When the church used to teach and reinforce and severely punish for failing to be accountable and responsible, how you present yourself, how you speak, particularly in the presence of men, how you utilize the family's resources. All these things were a part of your rearing and upbringing as a young woman. Well, all that stuff went away. So we're expecting standards to be reinforced about personal and familial providence, and almost none of these people have ever really been taught that. Their mothers haven't been taught that, and for some of them, their grandmothers weren't taught that. So we're expecting logical criteria that ain't nobody really even got the training for, and then didn't get the enforcement of when they fail to abide that particular training. I'm not excusing them. I'm just saying there's a way you get from a responsible big mama from the 70s to today. And it wasn't just black women deciding I ain't gonna do shit. There's a whole lot of other stuff that went down, a lot of things that were taken away, a lot of things that were put aside, destroyed, undone, that resulted in this stupid person you see.
Okay, okay. Well,
Kenneth, let me read this real quick. And LAR says, the plan is to do whatever I want, and in the end, a man will be willing and able to fix the failures. Even the families believe that. Yeah. Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
To Black Guru, just two statements. One, who stopped that and why? Who removed accountability from these women and why? And then two, and this is something every black man who is on this chat in this conversation right now and will close on the review will understand.
Shout out to the replay game.
Just because you are ignorant of the law does not absolve you from the consequences of it. Once again, I do not care that they do not know how to talk to men. I do not care if that is now some ancient technology to these hoes.
Yeah.
What it is right now is that they are suffering the consequences of it. And instead of pivoting, all they're doing is kicking up their feet. Why won't this man do something for me when not only I don't do nothing for him, I make him worse off? That is stupid.
And the Roger Report says you must be held accountable for what you believe in.
That's what I was just thinking. Yeah.
No, I think nature ultimately makes us responsible for what we do or don't do. You know, the wild, so to speak, will hold all of us accountable. And I think over time, that's going to prevail. I'm not making an argument for anything that you or other men would wisely do to limit, if not eliminate your particular exposure to them. I'm just talking about how we got here, because part of what you want to understand about history is you're going to go somewhere, you're going to get with some other women or whatever, but these issues can still prevail elsewhere. And if you don't have certain things in place, controls in place, you can very well replicate some of this foolishness elsewhere. In fact, we're beginning to actually see that and witness this foolishness.
It's being exported.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So to just say, okay, well, black women are stupid, and just put them in that pool of stupidity, I think it's a short-term solution, but over the long term, you could very well, or your sons could very well end up in the same problem elsewhere.
Alexa, play the movie Idiocracy. Goddamn, Idiocracy. There we go. Please, there we go.
And that's the purpose of the forensic analysis we do in these cases. Is essentially to, I mean, you're basically you're rightly adjudicating our findings, saying, well, then they're useless. Then that's at the adjudication phase. But we're still, to Uru's point, the utility of any of this forensic analysis is that as developed societies around the world inevitably emerge and develop, they will have similar problems with these relationship dynamics. And what we're doing here is we're analyzing the source code to a T to try to figure out what is making the machine, compelling the machine to function the way it is, and what constitutes the agents within that machine. Just so to potentially, maybe for nothing, maybe we won't be able to stop it, but at least maybe somebody will have a chance of understanding what's happening to them.
No, I totally agree. And once again, let me say this to everybody here, and anyone hears on a replay. It wasn't like I just woke up one day, stubbed my toe, like these hoes stupid. No,
no, you don't sound like that kind of dude.
No. I'm very measured. I'm very reserved, and I do study intently. I'm a Libra. From I hear that Libra is one of the worst things about Libra is that we suffer from analysis paralysis.
Paralysis, yeah.
Yeah. However, here's one of Libra's strong suits, though. Once we do make a decision, that's pretty much it. And it's been pretty much vetted. I mean, I read a goddamn book called 5 Laws of Stupidity.
Bro, and I think that's key, though, because honestly, I think that's a good mechanism to use at an individual, at the micro level. With find out what type of black woman you're dealing. Are you dealing with an actual stupid black woman? Are you dealing with a bandit? Or are you dealing with the other two categories?
Helpless means that she's a benefit to others, not benefit to self, and the intelligent is a net positive. She's a benefit for herself and to others.
So I think that's a perfect framework to use at the individual level, not so much at the collective level.
Let me read a couple of comments real quick, and then we gonna get LAR in real quick. And Els Active says, "Is it stupid or to organize and shut down my brother's keeper?" Good question. I think that's the macro level that Compassionate speaks of. Yeah. But indeed, individually, they have not really thought out their plans and actions, which is stupid. So that's going to that's going to what KMS is saying. And then what was the other comment? Wait a minute. What was that other comment? God damn. Okay, go ahead, Elliot.
I think those are 4 good categories we can categorize black women in. Like Brittany Renner's a bandit. You know what I'm saying? She's
that was
to try to run off with a bag.
Let me actually read this one. And so Joe says, and thank you for the super chat. Joe says, "Is there such a thing as Indian Negro wake up call?" Yeah, the curry call.
The curry call. Wake up.
The Indian curry wake up. It's the curry call. It's the curry call. That's what it is. And don't think that it will change. Oftentimes we speak about when we see somebody cooning or doing the whole massa dance, the whole Daffy Duck dance for white folks. We think, wait until they get their Negro wake up call. Understand something. These people's phone is ringing off the hook. They get in the call. They get a hit upside the head. Many people have agendas, as Black Uru said. There's some money somewhere maybe, and so it looks stupid to you. It look like they cooning, and they cooning for bucks, right? Or they're true believers, and it doesn't matter what white person calls them an N-word or calls them monkey. Y'all saw Myron. Myron got G-checked in practically to his face online by a white dude who said, "Why are you even in my country?" And Myron was mad at him. Not because of what he was saying, but because it was, "Hey man, I'm on your team. Why are you doing this in public?"
That's pathetic,
right? That's where understand. And I'm actually glad I used that example.
As I said earlier, none of them guys are getting their noses bloody. They ain't had no crosses burned out in front of them. I mean, they went through. What have they gone through? What is the Myrons and his people and the Viveks and what have they really? They haven't had to deal with anything.
To be honest, Black Uru, no, and I'm glad Black Uru said that. The most Myron has had to deal with is that G-check from that racist white dude. Right. That's and you saw how Myron responded to them. Even with that, he cowered. He got mad that the guy, he understand what I'm saying, y'all. Myron was embarrassed that it was happening in public. It's not even like he cared that the man was saying it. He cared that the man was saying it in public and he was derailing the conversation. Do you understand? That's why Compassion is saying it's pathetic. It's pathetic.
I said earlier, all these other people have been allowed to be, all these other groups of people have been non-white, non-black people. They have been allowed to be cowards. All of them have been. They've been on this country has facilitated the cowardice of non-white, non-black people because they hide either with white people or they clep off of the actual efforts and sacrifices that black people made. So they just cower one way or the other.
Yeah, and the only people that will call them out on that is us. And we haven't traditionally.
Hey, if Myron would have stayed on the road if he would have made good with not Obsidian with O'Shea Duke Jackson, if he would have stayed, he would have been good. They would have still had their channel on YouTube. He went
Yeah.
all, and every time, and notice it's really not fresh. Every time they get demonetized, every time they get kicked off, it's because Myron went way too far with the bullshit, and they lost another platform.
I mean, like, bro. I mean, it's not even. I'm not even. I don't even want to sound like I'm bragging. The disconnect, like why he would make such a stupid, think he can try to be a house nigga and really get integrated in, is a lesson black FBAs have learned 100 years ago. Like out-group subordinate males all try to shucking and jive and shit to cozy up to the dominant society, and every genocide ever. That's exactly what happens every time. And I guess, like I said, a guy like Myron hasn't seen that movie that they break their toys when they're done with you, bro.
You know,
no assimilate.
And I used Myron, but it was really about Indians and namely Vivek,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Understand something like, and I used Myron, but and the same issue I have with what I told y'all, Sagar and Jetty, these people, they appreciate and they know the power structure. They understand. They put their fingers to them. When some of them were born and raised here, they get it. They are sucking up to the power structure. There is no quote unquote wake up call to make them change. The only way they move forward from here, who was it? Was it Holly in that movie that was like, as a nigga? Bro, the only way they come to that conclusion is when the white folks lock the door in their face and don't open it.
Yeah.
And then they got to take the walk of shame back to their communities, which, quite frankly, if we're going to be honest, black people are the people of color. So eventually they're going to have to come back over here anyway. So until the white folks and enough white folks lock the door in their face and say, we won't be doing business with you anymore. Anything short of that, these folks are going to keep on knocking on that door. From Nikki Haley to Ted Cruz, even though they damn white, Ted Cruz is white passing Latino as hell, white Latino, but still, anything short of these very public displays of no, we ain't fucking with you. Anything short of that, they're going to continue to knock on that door, whether it's Candace or any one of them.
I have a lot of negative views about white people, but I have even more negative views about all the other non-black people.
That's
because at least white guys fought and bled for this motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
At least they actually built up the thing, and they fought with us, and we built up the thing, and we fought in wars. We probably had no business fighting in, but we fought and bled and died in them, and helped to win them. You know, I mean, at least in the actual construction of the country, you did have white people and black people building this motherfucker. But it's these Johnny come lately motherfuckers, man. That really, man, you know, it's like we, like black people and white people built up a mansion. Then these other motherfuckers come in and kick their feet up on the coffee table. And I just
no, Black Guru. Let me add on. No, Black Guru. Elliot, you got it after me. And let me add on to no. They didn't kick up their feet on the coffee table. They claimed the master bedroom is theirs.
Yeah. No, they came in talking about we and us.
Yeah.
They start talking like we built this crib cold, man, didn't we? They start taking it further and putting your feet on the carpet. They started acting like they helped build the shit. That's even worse.
Like I am a child of immigrants. I understand a lot of American history, Black American history. The reason why I get annoyed by this is, number one, we often get lumped in with these weirdo people. Number two, how much Haitian history has contributed to Black American history and vice versa. And then for me to get lumped in with Sagar and Jetty of all people, or Vivek, right? Like, do you understand how like aggravating it is?
Representation Council, y'all gotta get that check, bro. I'm sorry for you. Like, damn, my man.
I'd be annoyed because like you'll hear certain things from certain brothers or sisters. You'd be like, God damn, Jesse Wu, stop talking, Jesse Wu, stop, please stop.
The Haitians were the first black folks to liberate themselves from these devils. Hell, you guys are the black aristocrats.
Should be.
This is true. But what I'm saying is like it's just the immigrant thing, right? Number one. But number two, the issue that I have with the Viveks, really, they really do want to out white man the white man, and how far they're willing to go to play that game is what low-key frightens me, right? It really is. I'm going to take this to the full extent. And you already hear like the worst thugs are the wannabes,
Yeah.
right? The worst gangsters are the wannabes.
Yeah.
When I look at Vivek and when I look at Sagar and Jetty, that's what I see them as. When I look at Nikki Haley, that's what I see her as. Even though she's far more reserved than a Vivek.
Oh,
Right?
she's gross. Her father worked for HBCU for 25
You
years.
see what I'm
She's
saying? You
just
see what I'm
gross.
saying?
She's just
Her,
gross.
what's the one from Louisiana? God, Bobby Jindal. Like when I look at these people, I'm like, and it's not just a conservative politician thing because there's Democrat politicians and leaders and speakers that I think of this like this too. It's this playing a very weird game of like I'm gonna out white the white folks
They
and like
play
I
weird.
will, yeah,
Isn't that
yeah,
great?
yeah. Go ahead, Eliar. You got
I
it. Go ahead.
mean,
Go ahead.
maybe it's just my sense of humor, but it's kind of hilarious to me that white people are mad that immigrants have the audacity to act like white people with white people and everybody else. How dare you? We wanted you to be dyed white and you became dyed white.
Being too good.
Then,
Right.
and then, with us black people, we kind of look at people like, oh, if you're going to be dyed white, don't turn around and be a civil rights activist. When they tell you dye it, you're dyed white. You're not white. And then they go, brothers, we need to. No, we don't need.
No.
So Trell said the Caucasity. Go ahead, Eliar.
Yeah, I mean, if you come to this country and you want a better life, that's nobody has an issue with that. But a lot of times, even the immigrants back in the day, they had an issue with us as black people. Like the disrespect was just so blatant. And we used to see it like, damn, like there is no difference between when we would say that women have their home voice and their work voice.
Yeah,
that is no different from us than the immigrant population.
Mm-hmm.
They had their black voice and they had their yes sir boss voice, and we could see it, time and time again. I think now people are having a problem because. And it might sound weird if I say it this way. I think people having a problem because everybody else, once you take on this idea of whiteness, you also take on the criminality and acting oblivious to your criminality too. So it's part of the audacity of it. Yeah, I'm a lie, cheat, steal, rob, fraud, kill a few people. But what are you? I'm an American now.
Wait, LAR. How did Vivek get his billions? Right? Exactly. Better how did Vivek get his billions?
I mean,
was it not low-key fraud at the very smallest of legal? Well, I mean, it's legal. That's why I'm saying that. You're right. It's not low-key, but because it's the barely legal what he got away with. Barely legal. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Elio. You got it.
But it's regular white corporate movement. Like you can't get me for doing what you do. I learned from you, buddy.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. They just, like you said, it's almost like they haven't. I mean, people don't. When you understand, I just look at like this is just watching, people try to reconcile subordinate outgroup status and not contend with it. Like black folks in this country have always kind of orientate themselves to try to contend with the status. And this
but that's white folks' fault, though. Compassion. That's white folks' fault because they give these people a false sense of. Because the people, they're higher up on the hierarchy. So in their mind, if I could just do this, I'm not black people. White folks have let me know I'm not black people. I put my finger to the wind. I saw who's the bottom caste. And I'm saying this because, once again, Vivek and them being South Asian, being Indian specifically, I put my finger to the wind and I see who the bottom caste in America is. And so my appeal to what would be the Brahmins of America is continuing to defecate. And this was the conversation with Don Lemon was about. This is what being on the Breakfast Club and the way he spoke was about. He understands that he's performing. So this is white people's own fault because they give these people this false sense of hope that they can be initiated in the club.
But that's
and
always
that America isn't America.
Right. But even FBAs or like we've experienced, we were that first phase of people to have to go through that zeitgeist, which was always the dangling of we had house niggas and field niggas. And the event, we just been around this shit long enough to now the house niggas even know ain't no such thing as, shucking and jiving good enough to become white. Like, this is not how this society works. This is white supremacy. This isn't a caste system, sweetheart. I know y'all might be coming from caste systems and other type of systems. No, we figured out, we permed our hair and did a whole bunch of shit. We figured that out like 100 years ago. That there is a glass ceiling. So you're better off trying to fight them and treat it like a resource and power dynamic issue, instead of deluding yourself into thinking you can perform your way into any of this shit. Because we've seen this movie before. You're going to get mad and get rebellious, and then you're going to end up being on the same page that we're already on. I mean,
Compassion, if you don't mind reading this for me.
The problem is, there was bloodshed that clarified a lot of shit.
Exactly.
Some white folks dying, some black folks dying, either killing each other and or going off to other countries and killing people. So it was a lot of blood exchange to clarify
and establish
and
the understanding,
to authenticate certain things. And again, my problem with the Johnny Come Lately folks is I ain't seen them put up that much blood. Like, real talk. I ain't seen them put up that much blood.
And it even wouldn't be so
if
bad.
Any at all.
I wouldn't even expect them to put up any blood because we already did all the fighting.
No, I do.
Well, at least
I do. It was too many. No, it was too many of us. It was too many of us that was enslaved and SA'd and whatever to make whatever this is.
No, you're right. You're right.
At a certain point, if you're gonna have any real status here, you got to ante up too.
Wait. At the very least, you got to understand that sacrifice. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't owe anything or any blood. I'm just saying, at the very least, if you're not gonna give no blood, understand the gravity of that.
No. I agree with Black Uru, because I think if America caught themselves in World War III with China right now, or Russia, or both, right? If there's not, forget Indians giving money. No, if I don't see South Asian soldiers, if I don't see East Asian I'm talking about soldiers. I'm talking about them coming back with limbs missing. It don't count. I don't want to hear about money. I don't want to hear about no politicians that were here that are Ro Khanna and them. No, F that. You better be front lines just like the rest of us. If it's not, then I'm about coming back to the U.S. after the war, if we're still here, and kicking these people out type talk.
Let me add something to this part in this way.
And then you got to better you after this.
Selling out never came with bloodshed. It came with somebody else's blood getting shed.
Yeah.
It paid to sell out. You sell somebody else out, they bleed.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is just, it's just normal protocol. The same thing with Compassion was talking about, like the coon class. They still exist because what? They get paid to.
Yeah.
The irony, just for me as a person, the irony of America is this. There is no difference. The far right, the far left get paid by the same corporations to have the same dumb argument. And they both think they're right. So it's like you got a two-sided prostitute ideology, and then you got people coming into the country picking a side. So
man,
when it comes to like, are these people gonna put anything on the line? No, they never did. Even when we talk about like white America, the vast majority of white America that we talk about now, the vast majority of them are people who was draft dodgers.
Oh,
the leaders of the country were pretty much draft dodgers.
Bush Jr., Donald Trump,
Clinton,
Clinton,
Trump.
Yeah,
they are. I mean, that's a relatively new phenomenon though, because prior to Clinton, military service was
it was. And think about the quote unquote fake forefathers. What did they do? Stand on a horse in the front and never get their hands dirty. Ain't nothing.
Maybe Washington was a little different.
Nope, he was on a horse.
Oh yeah, he was on a horse. Yeah, he was a general. Yeah. That's why they made him first president. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you had to read the legends, the Delaware and Valley Forge and all that shit. But okay.
Stop talking about Taft like that. Anyway. No, not Taft. Teddy. I was talking about Teddy. I said Taft. Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah.
If you take a good long look at the history of the U.S. presidents and senators and representatives, you'll probably find 5% of people that look like they've been in a fight in their life.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You know, a lot of those guys were generals and that kind of stuff. So and some of them, you know, came up the ranks. So I mean, you'd have to really kind of look at their histories to know which of them really.
If they were such good generals, why did they have to take on the Indian tactics in war? Because they didn't know what they was doing. You remember, to revolt against Britain, they had to fight like Indians because Indians was beating the brakes off them. Because we're gonna walk over here and we're gonna stand in our little suits and wigs and we're gonna shoot and never move, and then shoot and never move and see who's last standing. What kind of idiot does that? And then the general on the horse goes, "We won or we lost."
Yeah. Well, be that as it may, and all that may be true. I want these Indians to get their noses bloody too.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And so I don't have any problem with the MAGAs going at them over that H-1B visa thing, because the way I see it, that's them finally getting on the side of this thing where they actually have to struggle for something. Because thus far, I ain't seen them struggle for nothing over here.
Oh, no. Hold on. The beauty of the H-1B1 visa is really the death of the supervisor and the nepotism boss. See, you keep bringing these quote unquote smart people from everywhere else in the world, but they boss is idiots. If these people was this damn smart, they would have knew this was gonna happen already.
Their boss is the CEO's nephew.
It's idiot.
Yeah, there's an exposure of nepotism. There's also exposure of the failing and the caste system within the American educational system, because you could have had people who could have, a lot of them black men, frankly, who would have had the talent and the skill set to perform their work, but you specifically and actively, willfully created a system that prevented the likelihood of that occurring. And instead you say, well, let's go get these people who aren't citizens and pay them, 20 cents on a dollar or whatever, and treat them like prostitutes.
Well, I could make a reverse of that.
And after this, Elliot,
I got you. My bad. Better
you go ahead, and then we'll get better you, and then Compassion, if you don't mind reading this for me. Go ahead.
So what you trying to tell me is all these high class, highfalutin, suburban areas with the best schools didn't produce people smart enough to do the job.
Yes.
I think what happened in America was we allowed too much fantasy of freedom of opportunity, particularly with respect to our education and training. So people who might have pursued those things decided to become art history majors. So, a lot of this, and you add to it the fact that you were hell bent on educating more women than men. And we know men typically are more attracted to what goes into building IT systems and essentially just building and constructing things in general. Men tend to be more attracted to conceptual things. Women tend to be more attracted to social things. But yet you need the people who are skilled in the conceptual and technical things, but you have favored the people educationally who are more interested in the social things. So those were education, those were decisions made by government, feminism, etc. We could have made amongst white people, amongst black people, amongst other people in this country, the people to do that work, but we elected not, or they elected not to. They elected instead to get the cheaper talent outside the country that they can use by virtue of them not being American citizens to control and manipulate their status here and use that to accelerate their own individual wealth building.
You got it.
That's what they did.
Yeah, go ahead, better you. Jeez, go ahead. I don't know how you gonna follow up beyond Black Guru. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm simply gonna say, like, when in terms of how this whole thing goes down, there's ironically a Jay-Z song that I feel spells shit out so crystal clear. It's the story of OJ, and it's that hook. I don't know if you remember it, but it
Yep.
goes something like light nigga, dark nigga, rich nigga, poor.
Mm. And it says my skin is black. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, I think other groups have to come to terms with the fact that your money is not going to elevate you to whiteness. I think black people are intimately aware of that in a way that other people are not, right? And black people have come to terms with that. Some of us better than others.
Well,
That
black men have.
yeah, well, yeah, good point, good
You
point,
got
good
to
point. Yeah,
rewind
yeah,
on the black
correction, correction, right?
I,
True, good point, good
I
point.
gotta.
Go ahead, Ella.
I really, at the end of the day, I think white America is shook because they let all these other groups around the world sit at the table with them, and these other groups found out they was idiots, and now they don't know how to go back.
That's true. That's definitely true.
So when one of my cousins, he attended Harvard, and when he was attending Harvard, he was attending Harvard at the same time Hu Jintao, the former, that was the one that Xi goddamn hung up, well, not hung up, but got walked out during one of their meetings. But he was going to Harvard when Hu Jintao kid was going to Harvard. So going to what LAR is saying, yeah. So Hu Jintao's son is sitting in class at Harvard, probably next to Becky and next to Bob, and realizing, oh, y'all not as smart as I thought y'all were.
Well, it's interesting. I used to do this consulting work and sort of investigations, kind of tangentially working with IT systems, but I'm not myself an IT expert. So I would be working a lot with Indians. Initially, the project would start out where they're talking to the white guys, and then halfway in the project, they're talking to me. At a certain point, the Indian guys just start totally avoiding the white guys. They don't really know shit. You really know how this is supposed to go. And they start talking to me. And my relationships with them, because I've had mostly productive relationships with Indian people, large part because when they realize, okay, you're the one who's actually one who knows this shit and the smart guy, then it's not as necessarily political about you being white, as who we need to get this thing done. So yeah, they do learn that a lot of these white people, especially these great white men, are on some false flag and shit. They do learn that, they do learn that.
My apologies, y'all. Go ahead, Compassion, if you don't mind reading that for me. Go ahead. Oh, my damn near took it off. There we go. There we go. Yellow. Okay, Compassion might be preoccupied. I might move on to better you. Better you, if you don't mind reading this for me, please, and thank you.
Off topic. All I want for excuse me, hold on. First of all, thank you for the $10 super chat, Chef Butter Biscuits. Off topic. All I want for us to see black men singing Luther Vandross and others to their non-black spouses on Valentine's Day, Black History Month. I want to see the chaos it causes. See,
why y'all antagonizing
show
black
my
women?
hand today, man.
Why y'all antagonizing black women, bro?
Let sleeping dogs lie, man.
Let's stop.
Black
Hey,
queens
man.
forever, snow bunnies never.
Right. Look, hey,
Oh, man.
if you imagine, no, make it worse. You imagine brothers singing "Here and Now" to the white girl on camera, and black women gotta watch that. Black women gotta watch Negroes, Ruben Studdard style, singing "Here and Now." Oh, God forbid he know how to sing for real.
At the wedding, at the wedding reception.
Look, and let me tell you what they're gonna turn. They're gonna turn that wedding reception into Kill Bill when Bill walked in there when she was getting married to the weirdo white dude. Hey, y'all better stop messing with. Hey, black. I already told y'all they go. Hey, let me. Oh yeah, for those of you that never heard Z in this prediction, and it's not really. It's actually a pretty morbid prediction. I predict that one day you're gonna have a sister that's on some mass deletion shit, and she gonna walk into some place where there's a lot of brothers, barbershop, you name your place, and she gonna unload in that motherfucker. Okay? I'm telling you, they there with it. They that angry, they're that pissed off. Some of them have really been put to that lane. I'm surprised it ain't happened yet. I'm not wishing it happened. I'm just saying we might be there. Anyway.
We real close. Like I don't know if you remember. I think it was last year. A lady tried to burn down Dr. King house.
Yeah. Yep.
Down in Atlanta. Yeah. Like
I remember that.
some of these ladies unhinged, man.
Yeah. I mean, look, the environment in general is producing some of the worst situation. People feel stagnant. They feel like they did everything they were supposed to do. Some of them it's laziness, true, right? And they don't feel like there's a real upward mobility. There's too many Americans in general that feel like this. Then when you couple up the fact that we're becoming more and more atomized, that includes the women. So while everyone is looking for the men to do mass deletions and break, right? And we're trying to mitigate for that, for men in general, in America, specifically white men, of course. I think there's a real big blind spot with the ladies, right? Wasn't there a story a couple of weeks ago with a young white girl? Wasn't the white girl, didn't she shoot some stuff up a few weeks ago?
Yeah,
The Timothy McVeigh type chick that was on Sun. So not Timothy McVeigh, the Columbine imitation chick. So there's that. I think you're going to start seeing women uptick on this, and I think the way that affects Black women. I think Black women are in the worst position that they put themselves in. They have become increasingly atomized. They have isolated themselves from Black men. They have chased after non-Black men to no avail. I would argue they're reaching the market cap of same-sex loving relationships being the kind of fast food for not being in a relationship with Black men. So I think and too many of them actually in a weird way aren't having children. So there's not something bigger and greater for them to live for. So they're putting themselves in the worst position ever. You don't have kids, you're not with a man, you can't, keep on leaning on your homegirls and girlfriends. And I mean, I don't really hear about too many young women on antidepressant pills. I just think Black women have completely played themselves out of the game. I really believe that they're either going to make themselves the gypsies of the West, or they're going to force everybody else to move away from them. And I don't know what that looks like over generations, right? But I think they've really played themselves in a very weird position. I think you already see it now throughout the hoods of America. I think it just gets worse. And I think Black men who grow up in these environments and have their head on right are going to slowly move out, because you got, LAR, you ain't see this earlier. Here you go, LAR. This is what we were talking about
I was
earlier.
at work. I saw the white girl.
Okay, you saw it? Yeah, thank you. You're going to have white girls like that waiting for you at the edge of the hood. And the second you step your big toe over that line, if she don't even come get you herself.
They're not going. They're not going.
Okay. So she may not, but the second you step your big toe over that line and you look like you about to take off, stability, it's a wrap. She waiting. She there, and there you go.
I was talking to a brother about this in a different way. I think people don't take into consideration how bad the family court made the current situation. Because of the last 30, 40 years, that even when you come to the stereotype of the Black people don't have culture and their families like this, that, and the third, and you see all these other groups starting to trend that same way, everybody has the same thing in common: the family court. And it got so bad that the teachers in the school didn't want to deal with the kids no more.
Yeah.
So now what you I hate to say this, now what people are about to start seeing is partially what they've been seeing: a bunch of spoiled kids and adults who was raised in delusion get hit with reality. The first wave of them people was having meltdowns and breakdowns, and that's why you had all of these issues. The second wave of people are starting to get more violent.
LAR, let me ask you: did you see that video of the mother that was trying to fuss out the dad who caught the young man in his daughter's room? And he might have put his paws on him real quick, but clearly the young man is still alive, right? It was a middle-aged sister, I want to say. She knocking out, she damn near fussing the man out because he might have put his hands on the young man. I'm like, you lucky that's all that happened. Now, I'm speaking this because what you just said. So understand what happened here. Your son was trying to get it in with his daughter and might have, and all he did is maybe lumped up your son a little bit,
Oh yeah, she
rightfully
went to his
so.
house.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
one. That's the
yeah.
one I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what. Think about you getting mad about that, and not at your son, right? You're getting mad that this man, all he did was maybe put his hands on your son a little bit, and that's it. Do you even appreciate like what your son got caught? Number one, in his house, in the room with his daughter, and all he did was maybe give your son a 2-piece.
There's a scene. It's on YouTube, as a matter of fact, about the. I don't even know how to say the first name. The show with Samuel Jackson. It's like Polygamy Gray or something like that.
Yeah.
And he played a guy that's like he lost his mind, and at some point he retained it or whatever. And he was talking to a nephew, and the nephew stole from him while he was mentally out of it, but he remembered, and he talked to the nephew. He said, "So you stole from me, right?" He was like, "Yeah." He said, "But I didn't know you knew, so I didn't think nothing was wrong with it." He said, "So you trying to tell me because you think I didn't know you were stealing, it wasn't wrong?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Man," he said, "Jesus Christ." And he walked off, and the kid was still looking like, "I don't understand the problem." And that's the issue we have with the whole American society. It's this idea that,
if I can get away with it, is it wrong? It's
right.
if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there, did it make a sound?
Right. But
is it stealing? Yeah. Is it stealing if I don't get caught? Yeah.
So we this is what's been, this is what's been taught in every community at this particular point. To the point where and I could just say this is white America's fault for sure. You see what it is with the H-1B1 visas? You know why that's a problem? Because you taught cheating is better than actually learning for years. That's why you have all of these dumb people in these high positions, because they cheated in high school, they cheated in college, they cheated on their SAT and ACT, they cheated on their thesis, but hey, they got a degree.
You talking about more than America, because last time I checked, in China they pull in the same stunts. Parents over here calling on the goddamn speaker, giving their kids the answers and all type of crazy. Hey, this is across the globe right now that cheating is real.
Right, but guess what you wind up having? Over time, you just have a person who doesn't know anything, who tries to sound like a person who knows.
Incompetent. That's even worse. And y'all heard in China they were putting water. They found water in some of the nukes. Like they were filling them with water type thing. They were filling some of the bombs with water instead of putting the whatever chemicals are supposed to go in this shit. Going back to what you said, I'm just saying, in the U.S. and all across the planet, they doing this cheating shit and cheating the game. Hey,
like at what point does this country go, oh, we're the greatest country in the world? And like Uri was talking about earlier, it's funny how we taught all of this. We taught in a feminine way to the boys, but really the underlying reason that they did that was they was trying to keep all of the other industries predominantly white male. And the problem was they didn't teach them well, because guess what? They didn't do construction. Now everybody else doing it. They really ain't doing military like that. That's why you got to get drones and all that. The big oil, they use predominantly felons. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah.
People didn't put two and two together, like, oh snap, pharma is the only thing, but ironically, people are trying to get away from all these pills because they're getting overcharged. So it's like what's going on in America is going to be everywhere, because America has this ideology, and even the sellouts had the same ideology. If I could look rich being stupid and mediocre, that's the American dream.
No, but really though, LAR, that is the American dream, to be mediocre and still rich. I'll be like, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I mean, the shit's funny. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. That is the American dream, to be excellent when you're really mediocre. Like be in an excellent position while being mediocre, make good money, be rich, and be mediocre. And like, yeah, your mediocrity doesn't stop you from being rich or successful or any of that. And we're not even saying that you're extremely good looking either.
Ask yourself a question. Other than some very tangible skill set, like Michael Jackson, I'll use Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was or Michael Jordan. So such an outstanding, talent athlete where their talent is so indelible and so tangible. You could see it, you could hear it, you could feel it. You know, the power of their talent. When you see a lot of these billionaires, like what did Elon Musk possibly do to be worth
He was born
hundreds
in
of
the lucky
billions of
sperm club. He's a
Yeah, I mean,
lucky sperm club
and I'm
recipient.
not saying he's not a talented man. And I haven't read his biography, so I don't really know actually what he did. I think he was with PayPal,
He was one of
Tesla,
the
Yeah,
founders
he's
of
PayPal
PayPal.
mafia. Yeah, he's
But
PayPal mafia. Mhm.
I'm not saying he's not a talented man. I'm saying though you have a system that grossly overpays or overvalues certain things, and that's how you steal the productivity from everybody else because you
Yep.
grossly overvalue whatever he's connected with. Well, you got to steal that money from somewhere, so you got to steal that money from several, well, tens of millions, maybe 100
Mhm.
million Americans. That's the only way
Yes.
you can have one person who's worth 200 or 300 billion
$200
dollars.
billion.
So
Jesus Christ.
that's my issue with, except for a few people. I don't understand how well, I do understand. I mean, we have a system that has perpetuated. I don't understand why most people don't realize how rigged this whole thing is.
But
They
It's
do
so
realize it.
grossly
uh,
no, it's so grossly rigged though. I mean, it's not even anywhere close to a legitimate system.
Well, okay, let me ask you this way. Uru. If you switched your race to white, you think you'd be oblivious to seeing how rigged it was?
I would be oblivious to probably many of the elements that impact non-white people. I'd probably be not as acutely familiar with how the whole American pyramid scheme, which requires black men to be at the bottom. I might not be able to see that as clearly, especially if I'm middle class or I was born and raised middle class and above. I might not be able to see that as clearly.
let me actually say something to the LER and Button. I'm of two minds of this. When I look at these people and I think the mediocrity is the goal. Like I said earlier, I lost my train of thought. Y'all go ahead, go ahead. I'm getting back. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
it back.
well,
I was about
back
to
to the
say something. I lost
mediocrity
it.
thing. My point is that you can be mediocre in America and become a billionaire several times over if you have a certain right background and familial and social history, or connective history. Obviously, familial wealth, the right schools, the right relationships or networks. You can fairly easily become a billionaire, or the right hedge fund. You get a job at Goldman Sachs, which, by the way, Bezos was from Goldman Sachs, and
Yes.
he hired his wife, the woman that his divorce,
Mackenzie
he
business.
hired on the job. I mean,
Hmm.
talking about Me Too and all that kind of stuff, but. So yeah, if you have a right kind of background, the right kind of connections, Bill Gates, his father was some sort of inter,
Patent attorney, if I'm not mistaken.
you
If
know,
I'm not mistaken, I think patent attorney.
intangible,
Yeah, yeah,
whatever, expert at
yeah,
maneuvering
yeah.
around that sort of thing. So you have the
Jeff
right
Bezos.
combination, you
Jeff
have the right
Bezos' stepdad
background,
was one
you
of these people
can
too.
easily or much
Hmm.
more easily become a billionaire.
Yes,
That's
yes.
all
Like
I'm saying.
I think the billionaires is way out there. I think, but one of the problems has become that it's not so easy to become a millionaire for white America anymore. Because you could become a millionaire legally and illegally in white America without a blink and nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of that is getting stripped away.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And no placeholder says black women choose stupidity. Hashtag the Raj Report Live. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. And thank you for the super chat. And yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Before KMS come back up here, then is it really stupid?
Yeah.
No, right.
We just gonna accept that he's right.
right. KMS was like, look, he came in here throwing chairs and
Look, that's stupid,
everything.
damn it.
Right. Go ahead, Gil Gabby. What's going on? And then we'll get better you.
Well, first, thank you for having me on the panel. Greetings to everyone and those in the chat. To go along with what Elior was saying when it comes to the situation with the educational system and the overall mediocrity, and also going on with what Blackwood said, you can observe that even among the elite, there's a form of acceleration of mediocrity by the moment they decided to feminize the educational system. Because when they decided to introduce feminism in the second wave, there was no longer as much a fight among the classes, but a fight amongst men versus women. And because the elite wanted to temper the elevation of the men of the masses, they decrease the level of the men of the masses, their ability to compete against the elite, and then the elite became satisfied with having women as a buffer class, and therefore they no longer have to elevate their own capabilities to justify their own situations. And then because they rigged the game so much, the basis of men who were supposed to maintain the society together decreased in its own stability, which in then turn crumbles the whole pyramid which they devised to put themselves at the top. In other words, sacrificing the masses of men decreased the level of the elite and sacrifice the whole pyramid structure that they themselves tried to build because they tried to fix in women who did not have their place at this specific points in the structure.
Well,
and also another point,
we need to clip everything this brother just said right here.
Yeah,
man, this
Don't worry,
this
I'm
right here.
gonna ask a question.
Yeah,
But I'm about to make Gil Gammy famous. That's going on in video. There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask a question because when you talk about the top of the food chain in America,
Elliot, real quick, I'm gonna cut you off for 1 second. Inspired Truth says, and it's funny because this came in perfect timing. Inspired Truth says feudalism is the factory default setting. Shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. He keep on telling white folks that. Go ahead, Eliar.
if you starve the attack dogs that you raised, they will attack you.
Yep.
So what people don't realize about what's coming up in this system is, like, even with SWP always say they don't want to pay people. The people at the top don't even want to pay the people that they need to pay to protect them anymore.
Ooh.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Eliar, did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Nah, I watched a little bit of it. I didn't like. I don't like it.
But somebody already know what scene I'm talking about.
I know they poisoned the kid.
No, it's not that. It was one of the sisters from the Starks. I want to say that was the name, right? And she had to marry one of these freaking abusive ass dudes that damn near raped her and whatever. Anyway, but so her get back when he lost the war or when he lost the battle was her get back was she starved the dogs that he used to use to attack people, and then she put him in the cage with the dogs and then let them go. Yep. You said, hey, so you starve the dogs, bro. What happens when you starve the dogs that you use to attack others? I'm just saying.
People don't realize how fragile. Like, I think, and this is the thing. I think everybody who migrates to this country has a long process with dealing with. They really don't understand that they have a delusion about America the same way ladies have a delusion about a high value man. And it takes a long period of time to go through the delusion, and we see it in each group. You know, just from us being black here, we see like, oh, okay, you think y'all cool, you think y'all friends, you think you better than me, or you think you in that position. Okay, fine. You think this is you're smarter, no problem. It might take you 10, 15, 20 years to figure out what's really about to happen. You're gonna be sitting on TV or on one of them pictures with a blue suit on and a red tie like the rest of the coon Republicans and smiling, looking kind of off, and then one day it's gonna hit you. That's the same thing that happens to everybody in this country. It's just it doesn't hit at the same time. The reason I'm saying that is because what winds up happening, what you're seeing now is even white America is having a breakdown on their delusion of the country.
Yep.
And nobody really cares about their breakdown of delusion because, like,
once again, LAR, Feudalism is if we once again, Hillier, feudalism is the factory default setting. Go ahead. Shout out to Sergeant Pete. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They don't like. We're living in a country where people have no idea. The problem with wanting to be white and having a white ideology and thinking to live white is to live great. The problem with that is part of being white is being oblivious to what's happening around you.
Yeah.
That, like the idea that I got enough money or I can move in this area and I have no problems.
What did you say about white girls getting kidnapped in weird spaces, LAR? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. But even the girl you talked about that was doing the shooting in Wisconsin, she somehow had to blame black people for that too.
Yeah, she did. She actually did it. Yeah, she did.
Now, how does she blame black people? I missed that.
She didn't. She saw culture and rap music
wow.
Oh no, it gets worse. She out of nowhere, she says, remember, you talk about like a 15-year-old. She's like, when you lay with it, well, she didn't say Negro, but when you lay with a Negro, you are a Negro type thing. Like when you lay with dogs, you get fleas type talk. This is a 15-year-old white girl. What she know about this?
Wow.
Just saying. Yep.
It's the same hypocrisy of like people don't realize they tell us to pick ourselves up by our bootstraps and don't complain and don't be a victim and blah 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 blah. But nobody ever tells everybody else, what exactly are you upset about in life? If you living in your quote unquote country where everything is in your favor, why are you complaining that you're being forgotten?
My white LAR, my white don't feel right no more.
Ooh.
But why?
Put that in the book. Wait, LR. Let that sizzle real quick.
It don't
Black
feel as glorious
say that again. I want to clear everyone. Wait. LA, wait. Black Guru, say that again, and then you got to better you. Go ahead. Say that one more time for me, Black Guru. Go ahead.
My white don't feel right no more. It don't. My white used to feel glorious. It don't feel glorious no more.
Go ahead, better you.
I used to be able to walk around here with my head up, talk any kind of way I wanted to talk. I can determine, I can keep the niggers out of my communities, out of my schools, away from my daughters. I can get folks locked up, right? I had all kinds of white powers and abilities. Y'all done took all them white powers and abilities away from me and then expect me to feel happy about being a white man? This ain't America no more.
Go ahead, better you. Oof.
My thing would be, and this ties into something Roger says all the time. Either we gonna treat black men like everybody else, or everybody else get treated like black men. And capitalism,
I can't be treated like no black man in America. This is America.
Hey,
thank you.
Capitalism heard that and said, all right, bet. Niggerize.
Exactly right.
Niggerize. And that's what they feeling.
Who was it? It wasn't Supreme Court. It wasn't Felix. One of these, it was a politician. I can't remember the era. I'm getting all my names mixed up right now in my eras. But it was a politician that said something like, if white people can't run America, if white people can't control America, then it's better that it burns to ashes or something like that. If anybody can find the quote, I'm pretty close to what that person said. But yeah, it was a white politician, I want to say, that said that, like, if America will not be run by white people, then it might as well burn to ashes. We might as well burn into ashes or something like that, they said. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of white folks that think that. Maybe not the elite. Maybe they do too. No. I would say maybe not the elites, but yeah, your average white folk.
Hold on. This goes back to your earlier statement about the sisters burning down the house. It's the same obliviousness. It will burn it to ashes. That means your shit gonna get burnt too. No, not my stuff. It's just the whole country except for my stuff.
You mean like the fantasy of the chicks on the skyscrapers watching all the shit?
Exactly.
I got the analogy for y'all. And if y'all ever heard me use this, I got it from Jeff Brown. Shout out to Jeff Brown. Yes, the brother that used to be on Zoe Williams. He said, I can't remember who he was talking about, but he said, these people shoot a hole in the boat hoping you can't swim, but knowing they can't swim. Hey, when the first time I ever heard that, I was like, I'm using that, and I've been using it ever since. Shoot a hole in the boat, knowing they can't swim, but hoping you can't swim. And there you go.
But in the grand scheme of things, especially with these visas and whatnot. What I feel like these white people is finally starting to pick up on it and recognize is the prophet is sent them don't give a fuck about white supremacy. The prophet is sent them only sees greed, and they care about themselves and themselves only. And right now, what they're feeling, to Uru's point, my white don't feel right no more. Yeah, because you getting thrown overboard, baby.
Hey,
You know
what did I
what this
say?
is? Classic
Go ahead, Ellie.
deflection. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because
No, you good. You good. No, you good.
that's the reason why they starting to blame everything on Jewish people.
Oh shit.
And you know, whenever they do that, LAR, you know what time it is. That train's never
Well,
late.
I mean, to be fair, them was the people they relied on managing certain administrative functions.
Hey, that's their own
historical.
fault.
I mean, they were, you know, them folks. We know the name begin with an R. Go back a few hundred years. I mean, they depended on those people to manage a certain order.
Oh,
them
I
was
see
the
what you're
people that
saying.
was underwriting the slave ships and all that, and all the pillaging that was going on in Africa. Them was the people that was providing all the insurance and the banking and the I mean, so yeah, they should be mad at them folks. Them folks are the administrators and the managers
real quick,
of a lot of this, and since it's falling apart, that's who they gonna look at. You gotta take that all the way back to Christ.
And Black Uru, if the people you're speaking about in a different language, would their name be Rouge? Look up. I think in a different language. Would their last name be Rouge? Yeah.
Here's the irony of being oblivious. So let me get this right. You a group of people, y'all the same ethnic group, just a different religion. And then
that's debatable. Some of them don't claim it, but I agree. I see where you go.
No, I'm gonna go somewhere completely different. So y'all in business, y'all doing all things, and then somewhere, some dude in Germany snatches them people up, and you watching from afar. You're like, and then you go, it's wrong. So what do? I'm gonna take in the dude that was working for the guy that was jamming y'all up. I'm gonna take in all of their people, and then after that, I'm gonna take you. And then when you hear, I'm gonna discriminate against you and not them. But then I'm gonna entrust all my business affairs to you. And it's all gonna work out just fine in the end for me.
Yeah, but when you're WASP white, do you ever expect anybody to double cross you when you're the most powerful group of people on the planet?
If you double crossing each other, you should expect a double cross.
Yes, but I'm arrogant, LAR.
I know. That's what I'm just saying.
I mean, you know, they thought they got double crossed 2,000 years ago, right? So
yeah,
you know, so I mean, you should have expected double cross to come back again. So you know, I mean, I think you know, it's like any other pyramid scheme. Eventually, the pyramid tumbles down on itself, and that's what's happening. You know, and so now it's time to blame somebody. We're gonna blame the Indians. We're gonna blame the small hats. We gotta blame somebody. You know, because like I say, my white ain't working no more, and I gotta put this on somebody.
Hey,
guess who you're not gonna blame?
I gotta put it on DEI or CRT. I gotta put it on. I gotta find somebody to blame for this.
Hey, somebody gonna take the fault, because it ain't good old white folks. That's for sure.
It ain't good old white USA Christian, good white Christians.
And you know what? I was about to go there, and that's why you see them stepping away from Christianity now.
No, no. Remember, LAR. Some of the white men are starting to go back because, excuse me, they're not getting no hoes, so they starting to try to go back to church to find something to believe in. So they turn it into black women now. Oops, god damn, Z, you said that out loud. Anyway, go ahead.
At which church?
Hiding in the church.
Which non-denominational Joel Osteen church we talking
about? No, and remember they said they would. And here's the thing, LR, make it even worse. They want to practice the fundamental shit. They're not even with the light shit that you talking about. No. They want to go old school with it. So white men are making a U-turn now to religion because they don't got no hoes now. So there you go.
Okay. So they gonna go back to the old religion that they used to be using when they was on the plantation. I understand.
Yeah, that type of shit.
So you know what that means? Yeah. No more BBC for you, bet.
Wait,
you know what?
no,
You know
you didn't
that's
say,
what
wait,
that
real
means.
quick. No more BBC for both of them.
Well, now you're
Uh-oh.
taking it. Now you're taking it too far.
I'm always gonna remind y'all that because them dudes is weird. Them some weirdos, right? Some weirdos, and they want it just like they women want it. These weirdos, okay? I don't believe nothing these dudes say. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
They're enjoyable. They're very funny. I tell my wife about it. I be like, look, the minute I see a dude with the same janky beard and some tattoos and the same t-shirt and the same, I got the ex-military look, I already know he probably got one of them masks like in Pulp Fiction.
Oh no, not the not the Malthus mask.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
not the medieval mask.
You know, like you, have you if anybody just listens to people, if you hear all of that, the try of aggressive tone and aggressive posturing, understand that's coming from a place that's not aggressive. Because most aggressive people are very relaxed. They're not like overly riled up. So all of this posturing and that becomes the issue with America in itself, the part of the delusion. You know, part of the issue becomes, and it's no nice way to say this, white America don't think they could win a fight now.
I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right.
So
wait, LA, slight modification. Win a fight without obliterating everything. I think they on some, we will destroy and we gonna lose we ain't no earth no more.
Right.
But short of that, I think they are afraid. I agree with you. Yeah.
You can't, like, the problem is America can't destroy everything. See, because there's other countries in the world that'll be like, I'm gonna aim for you if you try. So this because you know how old folks say the same thing that make you laugh make you cry.
Yeah.
That's America now. The same thing that's made it laugh is making it cry. And I don't think people are prepared. Like, people had this belief, like, okay, you know, we'll just shut down the country and shut down everybody's means to get food and water and da. I hate to break the news to you, but if you think you're gonna live in this country and shut something off to the masses and them masses not be at your front door, you're a complete idiot. Oh, you think you're gonna live in I'm gonna live in a bunker. Hey, dummy.
Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg apparently just got one built, or it's building now, if I'm not mistaken.
That's nice. But if you live in a bunker, that means you ain't coming outside, right?
True.
People don't realize.
I mean, why would you let it get out that you're building a bunker?
I don't know if he meant for it to get out. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if he meant for it to get out, because I don't think he was advertising it.
Real talk. If I don't like Mark Zuckerberg or somebody, let me rewind. If I don't like somebody who building a bunker, then that moves up my timeline. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, I mean, here's a problem with that. If you think you could hide in a bunker, you know, I could just cut your power off.
Your air intake.
Well, here's the other thing too. Okay, you know, you when you start doing stuff like that, you put at risk not just yourself, you put at risk your family, people close to you. You know, we've already seen a guy do some things a couple of weeks ago. Was a canary in the coal mine scenario.
Okay, do you remember that thing they say they have that like seed bank all the way in a cold place somewhere up in Europe, or, you know what I'm saying, where it's just pretty much snowing all the time? They got a seed.
Are you referring to the samples of the different species that they kept in different bunkers just in case the whole race
no
turned to dust, in case they have to rebuild everything?
In Sweden.
The seed vault of all the foods. If you eat a seed, you put a seed vault in Sweden, as if food you can't plant none of that stuff in Sweden. So if everything else happened, what you think, you're gonna be in Sweden and you're gonna pass out seeds to the rest of the world? No, that's not how that's gonna go. People just gonna come blow your stuff up. Like, it's a lot of times, and I don't mean to be a jerk by saying it this way. the European mindset, the American mindset, the Australian mindset has this belief that there will be no retribution. So everything that comes across is there'll be nothing to happen after it. And it's like, that's why, and if anybody has been in them confrontations with people who white, they might go off and then you turn right back at them, start going off. That's why they got that shock look. Like, wait, whoa, hold up, whoa, you wait, I cuss at
That
you, you
wasn't
don't cuss
supposed to
at me.
happen. Exactly.
Yeah, I swing on you, you don't swing and hit me. Wait, hold up, buddy. Like, that's what that is.
But I would say that maybe some of them suspect there won't be a retribution, but I think maybe of the elites think that there could be a retribution, and that is actually the reason why they try to remain at the top as long as possible, because they know that considering what they have done to the rest of humanity, they suspect that if the rest of humanity gets back on their feet, they're going to turn their cannon at them.
Let me say this real
Those
quick.
people aren't worried about us, though. I'm sorry.
No, you gotta learn, but let me say this real. So I just listened to the segment about because I wanted to make sure I got it right. So he does have a bunker. He called it a little shelter under his big ass mansion in Hawaii, right? So it is a bunker and it's in Hawaii and it's big as shit.
I got a question.
Shout out to
for
Mark
y'all
Zuckerberg. Go ahead,
the
y'all.
brother goes.
Oh, let me read this real quick. And 414 Money says a lot of successful immigrants were traders at home. This is true. This is true. We know this. Shout out to you, 414 Money. This is true. A lot of these immigrants was traders, or they were, if they weren't traders, they were like duplicit traders, fucking traders. Yeah, traders. I ain't even gonna say that.
Sometimes the descendants of those who were helping the whites on the continents were selected. Like for example, President Senghor of Senegal, he was in opposition with Dr. Diop. Diop was a nationalist, but Senghor was a sellout, and he became president, for example.
I was going to add. Okay.
Go. Let me say this real quick, then, Eller. Split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Does a play on H-1B visas have an effect on the BRICS? I haven't thought about it. I think that's a BGS or maybe Black Uru question, or maybe even a better you question because he's worked in that field.
I might
so
ask the question in reverse, and it may.
And then after this, you got Eller.
And it may answer the question or address the question, and that is, does BRICS have a play on the H-1B? I think BRICS could affect the pool of talent for the H-1B.
Yeah.
If BRICS is suddenly competitive with the United States and, well, the U.S., European hegemony, if BRICS is competitive, that could potentially be an alternative source of redirection of the talent pool for which the H-1B process is derived. So I think the opposite could prove. I think BRICS could actually be a threat to the talent pool from which the United States draw for the H-1B program. I think that's entirely possible.
Especially considering that the I and the C in BRICS is literally where they're getting a lot of these people from.
Exactly. Of course. Of course.
Right? Like,
yeah.
Well, you got to put the R in there too, because that's where Snowden went.
Oh yeah, he did go there. He's still there, right? Yep.
Yeah. So I would view it from the reverse. I appreciate the question, but I would review it from the reverse sense. I don't think the H-1B is a threat to BRICS. I think BRICS is a threat to H-1B.
Yeah, BGS already said it already is.
Yeah.
Well, there go your answer, and you got it from the master teacher himself. So there you go.
You got it from the man.
I don't think talent has been as much of an issue as people have approached white people with a governed mentality, and when that ends, it's a wrap.
What do you mean by government mentality?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. With Black America, there was this thing that we're supposed to hold back when we're dealing with white people, to the point that white people used to say, "Stop doing that." You get what I'm saying? That's why that's how you get the sports analogy of us just beating the brakes off all these white people now, because we had to hold back in dealing with white people. So that's one thing that we broke out of as a people in America, but other groups of people haven't broke out of that yet. They keep themselves governed. which means if they play
Change the
dirty, I
literal
play
definition
clean.
of govern. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, if they playing dirty, I play clean. You know what I'm saying? If you go low, we go high. We don't play that. If you go low, I'm snuffing you.
Going to the flow. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, but see, it was a whole lot of stuff that went into, you know,
right.
Jesse Owens going over there to Nazi Germany and kicking them the Fuhrer's ass. There was a whole lot of stuff that happened up under there. There was a whole lot of stuff that happened under Jack Johnson whipping up on the Great White Hope and shit. So black folks were being killed and lynched while Jack Johnson was winning those fights.
But you got to remember,
which boxer? Real quick, Eliar. Quick question to both of y'all because I'm not sure about this history. Which boxer was it that fought in the UK and he won, and then they started throwing stuff and they had to like escort him out or whatever? Wasn't that in the UK or was that in America? I want to say that was in the UK. Was that a UK black boxer? Yeah, because I want to say that was in the UK.
It depends on what era you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't
Oh yeah,
know.
well, good point. No, yeah.
I mean, the most famous, I guess, British boxer I know is like Lennox Lewis. So I don't know.
I can't remember. I got.
So I mean, to go back to the point, like it was a whole lot of things that happened where black people got to the point where they could just whip up on white people's asses in basketball, football, and boxing and shit. And there was some bloodshed leading up to a lot of that. And that's why I go back to my primary thesis about, you know, the Punjabi and them folks. What y'all gonna put up, man? And it can't just be SAT scores.
That's not like you gotta understand. Like even with them, like they're part of they're like an offshoot of the model minority. They're not expected to fight for anything. You get what I'm saying? So,
well, MAGA is begging, starting to beg to differ.
Yeah, but here's the irony about MAGA. MAGA's full of people who don't fight and won't shed a drop of blood for nothing.
Yeah. Well, it is full of those, but MAGA always have that renegade 5%.
The renegade 5%, but 95% is like Ted Nugent.
It only takes 5%. It only takes 5% to get some work done.
Oh, okay. So Gregory Scotland said Z. It was Marvin Hagler versus Alan Minter fight around 1980. Okay. Thank you, Gregory Scotland. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
They did something to Minter. I don't remember that part.
No, yeah, because if I remember correctly, they had to escort the black boxer out after he won the fight because they started throwing stuff on stage and stuff. So yeah, they had to escort him out.
Probably having a lot of fights, especially back then.
Shoot, I want to say it wasn't Jack Johnson, but it was a boxer before him. They essentially wouldn't let him win. Like the fight went like 37 rounds or whatever. Like he knocked the white dude out like 5-6 times.
I think Molyneux. You talking about Molyneux or Langford?
I think that sounds about right. But yeah, basically they would not stop till he lost. He knocked the white dude out. They get the smelling salts, get this motherfucker back on his feet, go back at it.
Wow. Hey, talking about what y'all said about the Great White Hope. Hey, we don't lose. Yes, y'all do. And Red Falls Black says, I want to say this is a Kakocracy.
Yeah, incompetent leaders.
Right, yeah. Government by, and that goes to what you were saying earlier. Government by the least qualified or most unprincipled citizens. Shout out to Green Gorilla. Yeah, okay, yeah. So he's the one, yeah. Kakocracy, yeah. Yeah.
And we're trending in that direction, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
we really almost got it. We I think we were a few million votes in November away from a Kakocracy.
Yeah.
We've been in a Kakocracy for about 50 years.
No, but it was gonna be set in stone.
Wow. Man. Oh wait, Gregory Scotland says no. It was actually Sam Langford. So let me see. I'm trying to look because once I see the video footage, I'll know because I remember seeing it, watching this. I don't know how long ago, but yeah. I'll check it out. We'll get it together.
It's either him or Molyneux.
Is this the one? I think this is the one. This is the angle. Is this the one? I think he's right. Let me see towards the end. Wait a minute. I'll give Z 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, these
It's
folks
not
are
showing
supposed
that.
to be their lapdogs, essentially, or their comfort animals or whatever. They were supposed to fulfill a role for the overall white supremacist caste system in this country. And how dare you think you're supposed to do anything other than that?
Black Guru, while you're speaking, do you mind reading this? Because we just want to hear you say it again. Go ahead.
Afro National, thanks for this $2 super chat. When my white no longer feels right. When my white no longer feels, I'm telling you, these people, y'all got to understand white people. They different from us. They actually feel like a whiteness is a thing, like a kind of, like a bubble or a kind of something that elevates them above the rest of us. You see it in their behavior, the way they speak, the way they walk about, and the way the police conduct themselves. They actually think they're operating on some different or higher human level of some sort.
Can I be petty?
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Please.
Tyson Fury is from where?
One of those Slavic
Watch this. No, I'm gonna just keep going. Watch this. You ain't got to answer the place, but watch. Tyson Fury is from. Alexander Usyk is from where?
Is that sounds Eastern European to me, but yeah.
Nikola Jokic is from where? Luka
definitely sounds
Doncic is
Eastern
from
European.
where?
Yeah, they're all Eastern European.
You know where I'm going? What they feel is their best and brightest and most whitest, they not from America no more.
Yeah. I mean, the only white guys who I guess have to really do anything in the world are in Eastern Europe. I guess that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you're saying.
It kills the stereotype. You realize there hasn't been a great white hope since Larry Bird.
America, certainly. Yeah.
That's why they putting all that hope in Cooper Flag.
I take that back. I hate to say it this way. Tommy Morrison, but he wound up catching that AIDS. That was it.
Yeah, but he got his tail whooped even before that happened.
Let me say this to something that Black Uru was saying earlier. You know, when Black Uru was speaking about like they think their whiteness is something greater, I was thinking about because I had to look it up because I remember Richard Spencer, but I couldn't remember where he was. So the Atlantic covered Richard Spencer when he was giving this talk at some event, however long ago that was, 4 or 5 years ago now, maybe 6. Longer than that, actually 8 years ago. What is Mr. Z saying? 8 years ago. And he said that like we're people of the sun and we're da-da-da, and he was speaking. I'm like, but I remember hearing him say we're people of the sun and be like, but wouldn't that be black people?
I mean, you're the exact opposite of people of the sun. The sun don't even like you.
Oh man. It's like, yeah, it is true. It's like when because it goes back to like thinking that there's something greater. And I could appreciate that if my people were the people that have been running the planet for at least a good 5 centuries, at least a good maybe 4 or 5 centuries, then maybe I would become delusional enough to think that it's almost magical. It's not just that we got the up on everybody else with gunpowder and turning that into weapons, right? It's not that. It's that we're actually better. It's not that we just got the up on that. It's not that we're doing brain drain around the world and bringing in the smartest, brightest people and paying them to help us develop our technology. It's not Operation Paperclip after World War II with go into what we were saying earlier, how they brought those people in. It's none of that stuff. It's that we're actually better. It's not the black women talking about hidden figures, right? It's not the black women that helped us with the space program. It's not Einstein. It's not Oppenheimer. It's that we're actually better. And that's what Richard Spencer. Like this is those type of people. They actually think they're better. It's not black pop culture. It's not inventors. It's not any of that, right? It's not George Washington Carver. It's not the cachet of morality that we had at least because of people like Martin Luther King. It's not the Black Panthers and making black cool and none of that, right? It's not the son of one of the most prominent Black Panthers being Tupac and what he was able to do for pop culture globally. No, it's that we're actually better because we're white. Like they really believe that shit. Well, some of them really believe that shit. Not all, I'll say, but yeah, yeah. Insanity. So yeah, saying that you're people of the sun and something is magical about you is just the height of delusion. And people like Vivek and Elon and maybe even Trump, oops, are gonna put a kibosh to that possibly. Have fun with that. Yeah.
They
Yeah,
And
I
they
think
can't kibosh
they're
it.
gonna try to present it in such a way in which they appear to be cutting a deal with, to try to mollify the MAGA folks, but at the same time try to get the work done. So I'm not sure it's gonna really be much of an issue, because in the end, I think in a macroscopic sense, I think they're much more concerned about the people who were coming from the south border in general than they are, people come through the H1B program.
Yeah.
Whether they should be is another thing, but I think that's where the focus is going to be, and that's how they're going to probably distract the MAGA uh, yokels with that particular. We're shoring up the southern border kind of deal.
And going right to what you said, Black Rule, and Inspired Truth Broadcast says, and thank you for the super chat. Carrying the white L is heavy.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
they haven't had much. They haven't had enough practice with that. They haven't had to do a lot of lifting with that
yeah.
L.
Well, they've always put it off on other people, right?
Yeah.
If you even think about the waste from America and where it gets shipped out to, and who does the sorting of something, recycle, like there's so much of like America's waste, and I'm not even talking about literal America's waste now. I'm talking about the cultural products. I'm speaking about just the access, right? Where America gets to like shove off the negative parts to other places, where how the chips are even formed. Remember, we covered this a little while ago, where the was it the Korean lady that died of like poisoning from like being at a chip manufactory, and like maybe she touched something the wrong way and like she died a couple months later, not even a couple months later, a couple weeks later or something like that. So like these things that we enjoy in the West, in America specifically, the way they're even produced. You think about the coltan and how that's dug up out the ground in Africa, like right. So like just this America. When you think about the L that they just are able to like sequester off to different places around the globe, while they walk around with the W. Well, the L is coming home. The L is coming home to them, and
We're
yeah, let's see
we're
how they deal with it.
my bad. We're living in
No,
a
go ahead.
country. We're living in a country that's so lazy. You gotta order takeout to your house.
No, I'll take it one better. We living in a world where they're doing what's it called, Instacart. Instead of going into the grocery store and picking up the stuff themselves, they want to pay the extra 30, $40 to have somebody shop for them and bring it to the crib.
Shit, don't knock it. That's the only thing keeping my lights on right now.
Oh no,
No,
I'm not knocking it.
yeah, but we
I'm
talk
not
about as
talking
a
about the people
system.
working. I'm
Yeah,
talking
as a
about the people
system.
who
Yeah.
you got.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, I don't think like when we talk, like sometimes we talk about the younger generations of people and whatnot. They weren't set up to fail just because of inflation. They were set up to fail because they were given a lifestyle that they can't maintain and they don't know how to shut it off. They've become true Americans.
Yep.
So
Let me
now, yeah, my
Let
bad.
me read this to what you said. No. This go into exactly what you say. So Cyrus Burke says PBD, Patrick Bet David. That's the deep voice Iranian dude. PBD is getting his model minority ninja wake up call from the white nationalists, and he's struggling to toe the line. Hey, I'll say this. I listened to the Jason Black broadcast from about a few days ago, maybe a week ago now, and he was saying, if you want to know why we wanted this, this is why. And like Loki Haki, hey, watching people get slapped up, I'm not lying. I'm like figuratively, I don't like popcorn in real life, but figuratively, I'm sitting eating the popcorn, watching them get slapped up. Not that they're not going to necessarily lose the ideological debate. Like we already know Vivek and Elon got their way with Trump, right? But just watching them in public have to come to terms with white nationalists and these white folks checking them and watching how watching it publicly, them deal with it, because it's one thing to deal with that in private and play that off in private, but us watching you have to deal with what we told you was going to happen in public, and to now when you talk to us, and pretend like you don't understand racism, which is what Patrick Bet-David did when Roland Martin was talking to him. When Roland Martin was talking to him, he tried to play it down. Now we can have a different conversation with you, and now you can't play stupid. You couldn't play stupid before, but now when the next brother that has a conversation with you about this type of topic, now watching you play stupid, we could be like, didn't you experience this when the white folks was getting at you when Trump got elected back in 2024, 2025? Anyway, go ahead, Elliot. Go ahead.
Even with those people, I don't care. All these non-black people that we could say is far right like that, they have one thing majority of the time in common. They don't have a spouse of their same ethnicity.
I don't know about Patrick Ben-David, but I get your point. Yeah.
Yes, Patrick Ben-David too.
Oh, he had a white wife?
Yes.
Well, shit.
The vast majority. I don't care if they politicians, if they're influencers, if they're on TV. The vast majority of them.
God damn, you're right, Eliar. God damn, you're right.
Hispanic with a white husband and wife. Middle Eastern white husband and wife. Asian white husband and wife. It don't never fail.
God damn, you're right. I thought PBD was with a Middle Easterner this whole time.
No.
Wow. Yep. You're right. God damn. Well.
Hey, what was that? What was his name? The comedian said about all the black guys got to get a light skinned short guy.
Oh, Cat Williams. Yeah, got a light skinned, weird face.
All the
weird
black
face, light skinned shit.
Yeah. A light skinned, strange
weird
face woman that don't speak to nobody. I guess there's a particular kind of setup that these sellout non-black folks have to get to. They gotta go. They gotta get a white woman.
I am about black people leading this, but I keep on saying it. Women of color gotta come to reconcile their white male worship, and quite frankly, non-black people and some black people, we're gonna be honest, across the diaspora, gonna have to come to terms with what white hegemony has done to the planet and to their own minds and how they view the world and themselves and other non-white folks. Everybody gonna have to deal with the technology of white supremacy and how it fucked them up psychologically, mentally, and emotionally. Everybody look like they running from this shit and acting like they straight now. No, you not. I'm saying. No,
it's interesting. We were talking about the white woman. We was having fun with the white woman on the snow bunny thing. And I kind of look at that as an indictment. I look at the presence of that, the existence of that, as an indictment of the failure of black women. But I've never really at any time in my life thought that a black man must get a white woman, or the white women were the preferred women, or white women were the most beautiful women or aesthetically pleasing women. I just have never really understood that whole thing about, man, you got to go get this white. Like I say, Barkley has been married to a white woman for like 40-some years, or almost 40 years.
I gotta interrupt
you. Never even see them together.
I gotta interrupt you. You want to know why? This is why them niggas is going after white women.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
You must stay focused.
That's right. Y'all peep, I'll put the comment down right before she started bouncing in the seat, right? I did that on purpose. I'm saying that, Black Luke, to say, I agree with you in the indictment of black men because they're letting a woman like this scoop in on what should be theirs. And
Yeah.
They're not even putting up a fight. They're actually acting nonchalant. And I want to be very clear. Black women care. They care. It does bother them. But they think that they shouldn't have to move a muscle at all. And so they think that they're
Okay, but
above
they don't
having to
realize
compete.
that the white woman gonna come and just get on top of things. His brother don't even have to move
Literally.
a muscle. All he have to do is just be there.
Yep.
he gonna
Yep.
he gonna move the muscle, boy.
Literally. And so
He gonna
I
move the
want to
muscle
stress
for
that
him.
I think we have to come to terms with people having conflicting ideas. I'm not saying that you should care about the conflicting ideas, but come to terms with black women do want you, but they also want the white man's status that they feel he bestows to white women. And they don't want you to end up with white women, but they're gonna fight to deter you from ending up with white women except cotton blocking if they
But
can.
I'm gonna make
Right?
you feel guilty when the white
Yeah, yeah,
girl,
exactly.
cleanse you of, the impurities of the gynocracy.
I think
Yeah.
we need to play clips like this, Black Uru, for the Dr. Umar Johnson's, and not because once again we know he knows, but
Yeah.
once again we got to play clips like this. We got to play clips like this for the women, like the East African sister, East African Veronica, who why are black men desired? What makes them desirable? What makes them black men desired? Right? They're not captains of industry. This white girl ain't saying nothing about no captain of industry. She
No.
said she waiting for you to divorce your husband, which you said you have a child from a Nigerian cat. She's waiting for him. Women like
Right.
her, white women
And,
like
she,
her,
and
not
the
that, not
worst part
ugly.
about it is she's already allowed for the fact that she's not even your first choice. So it's
Yep.
not like she has necessarily stolen you
Mhm.
away from black men, or black men have some sort of false allegiance to white women. That's not what she's saying at all. She's saying basically the black women threw them away, or messed things up.
Yep.
And I'm just coming in to again cleanse you of the impurities of the gynocracy.
Shout out to Afro National. You see, hey, black women. What else? Where are the white or Latino men that say, "I'm waiting for after you and the black man break up,
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
waiting
bull.
here, and I'm gonna clean you up." And like white dudes are better in wintertime. Like white, like where the white, Asian, and Latino
I mean,
dudes
this chick said,
saying
as
this,
soon as y'all divorce papers are done, I'm coming in and hopping on his dick. That's what she
right,
said.
bro?
Y'all know
Wow.
how Tyreek talks about the low birth rate numbers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know that means you're not interacting as much.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, because that ain't just with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know like that's we got another one. But the only people that ain't starting to track like that is Middle Eastern
Latinas.
chicks.
Oh, the middle, yeah, well, the Middle East and the Latinas, I think it take 2 generations before their numbers start dropping in the U.S. for
No,
real.
no,
Their
no,
birth rate.
no. I'm saying because they birth rate dropping, that's why you're seeing all this extra. Give me somebody else, because they're not as active with each other as they once were.
Man.
As a group. So the girls just going all kind of other places.
I saw a brother in with social media, black guy with an Indian woman. Y'all might have seen this, right?
Mm-hmm.
He got with this Indian woman. They done had 11 children. A brother make a lot with the right woman. a brother will make a lot of children with the right woman.
Hey.
A lot of this black folks not reproducing is we don't want these women.
Hey. When
That's
you
what
look
it
at
is.
this,
We
when you
don't
look
want
at
these
this chick,
women.
Black Rule, tell me that in the 1980s she wouldn't be with a goddamn football player. She's supposed.
Yeah.
She like when I tell you when I saw her, I was like Nicole Simpson. Like wait a minute. Like that's it, and it's the enthusiasm, even if it's fake. Like that's. I agree with you, Black Rule. You got ain't nowhere to go from with this except to look at black women like, hey, this is an indictment on you. And she's saying it. She's saying, as you were saying, Black Rule. She's saying after
Yeah.
you are with the black woman. After she's admitting that black women are black men's first choice. So the white girl ain't even going at y'all like that, like that. She's saying after you fumble him, I'm gonna take him
Can I make
and
Which
a?
clean him up.
which
Oh
we
Lord.
know is gonna happen.
Yep.
Can I
Our
make a?
white intelligence, our snow bunny intelligence has told us that you gonna fumble a bag.
Yep.
Here's the bad. Here's the bad
Mm.
part about that. I know that they age fast, but she don't look that old. So she expecting that stuff to happen fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. She gonna have 2-3 kids for you before she's
No,
35.
no. What I'm saying is she's expecting the ladies to fumble the dude fast.
Oh, I get what you're saying. In their 20s. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
I mean, but they are though. They
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
exactly.
Damn. And Zoomer Doomer says, and thank you for the super chat. The UAE has a lot of Indian and Chinese talent doing their comp sci. Look, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, they have a whole little underground, um, goddamn borderline slave thing going on with these people in their labor. We already know. We already know what it takes to maintain those tall ass buildings. And the nice atmosphere. I ain't gonna talk too much. You never know where I might end up in life. But yeah, yeah. So we know about.
I don't give. I won't live to see it. Thank
Mm,
God. But I don't give this current uh, world construct much past 100 years. All this stuff, all this
mm,
debauchery, and all this decadence, and okay, you can call yourself a billionaire today. I don't expect that to matter. You know,
mm,
I don't see that holding up over the long term. I see a
mm.
reckoning of all of that. It's too much.
You
It's
know,
too much. It's too invalid. It's too fiat. It's too mercenary. Um, you're talking about people being worth hundreds of billions of dollars. There's nothing you've done in several lifetimes for you to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and half the people on the planet damn near starve. So that can't. I don't see that holding up over the long term. Now I don't care if you do have a bunker or whatever.
I agree.
There's some geniuses, folks who halfway starving to figure out a way to either get in that bunker or blow up that bunker, and would be willing to kill themselves just for the opportunity to do it.
I'm in agreement.
So I don't see the and even that stuff you're talking about, that UAE stuff, that's not gonna hold up either. Because eventually some of them Indians or Chinese gonna get brave enough and they're gonna figure out a way to blow all that shit up too.
Let me read this comment. And Landon says, I used to wonder why these streams were so long. Look, you ever go to the barbershop, you done getting your haircut, or you done getting your beard trimmed or whatever, and you sitting there for another goddamn hour or 30 minutes or 45 minutes? I'm just saying. Right?
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
don't see this stuff holding up. That's why when people say, well, we're going into feudalism, and I say, okay, that will probably last maybe a couple of generations, maybe. And then eventually some messiah type will come along and figure out a way to blow all that up.
No, I agree with you. When you speak about what you said, a 250 IQ or something like that, Black
Yeah,
you said like,
yeah. Some
yeah.
kind of accident, genetic accident, you figure out
Mhm.
maybe have telepathy or some shit, and
Mm.
they'll figure out how to blow all that up. That's what I foresee happening.
And that's all it takes is one.
they might wind up doing what they doing to the U.S. now. Capitalism killed itself
Hmm.
because you can't afford
Mhm.
all the idea of rising prices forever is not real.
Yeah,
No. Hey,
So
you don't live on a planet with infinite resources.
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
but also you got all these businesses that's not in these commercial buildings. So somebody's losing money.
Yeah.
See, these rich people are about to start taking huge losses because if you thought you could be a millionaire, multimillionaire, billionaire off of a bunch of working people and poor people's money, what happens when they can't afford to spend it with you?
Well, then this is why I would argue much of the financialization of the market, right? So it stopped becoming about labor so much. It stopped becoming about the price of the actual tangible thing. It just became about money for money's sake, right? And so when you get the financialization of the market, this is going to what you're saying, LAR. It just be the money just keep going. It don't matter what you're actually producing. And I'm not saying America's not producing anything,
But
but yeah,
behind
go ahead.
all of it is
Mhm.
the stealing of the productivity of
Mhm.
90+% of human beings. It
Yes.
only works when you don't have to share. I mean, because the wages of Americans have been flat since the 60s. What that means
Facts.
is that money that Americans increases in resources that Americans were supposed to be getting across the board, or we have a system that accrue most of that up to this small group of people who don't really actually do anything, but have bought out a political system that controls the tax system, the policy making system in a way in which the money gets funneled to them. The worst examples of such being obviously being like an Elon Musk, right? So you don't really have people creating anything. You have a small group of people stealing from the fruits of the productivity of the majority of people, and then claiming to have done something worth being, like I say, 100 or 200 billion dollars, when they really have not. They've actually just stolen from everybody else and accumulated it themselves with the
Right.
help and the treachery of the all your governmental systems, including the federal government, all your state governments, all your
Say that.
municipalities and
But you
counties.
Say that.
but you run out of people to steal from. Like it's the same premise with us as black
Good
folks.
point. Good point.
When you told if you old enough and you're in Black America, you know you wasn't restaurants, stores, grocery stores. They used to tell us get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. And what started happening? We started getting out and not going back. And guess what? They kept going out of business. It's the same premise. You can the same people who stole all this and did all this. Not the average Americans. They're not buying cars because they can't afford
No.
it. Not
Yep.
buying homes, can't
That's a
afford it.
fact.
You know,
Yep.
most of your fast food restaurants, they're not what they used to be because people can't afford that.
As a matter of fact, they keep on filing for bankruptcy or like struggling going to the restaurant thing because this is one good thing about millennials not having no money like that. We ain't going to them restaurants like that.
They even sneakerheads can't afford sneakers.
That's a
People
fact.
who the expensive people. Well, I want to buy watches. The watches are overpriced and now they losing value because can't nobody afford to buy them. Every industry is getting hit.
Well, when you pray to the altar of the false god of capitalism above and beyond everything else, this because the system is always about trying to find the next means of exploitation, the greater,
Yes.
more efficient means of
Yes.
exploitation. So you inevitably have, like, again, that's why you can have a Elon Musk, and I keep focusing on him because he is such an extreme example of the evil of the system, where
Mhm.
5 years ago he's worth 20 or 30 billion dollars. Now today he's worth what, 200 billion or 300
200 over
billion?
200. It
Just
keeps on fluctuating,
he's
but yes,
such
something
an
like that.
extreme
Mhm.
example of the
Yeah,
folly
but
of the
isn't most of
system.
his money from government, basically subsidies
It's
and
government.
contracts?
It's
And
government
who is the
contracts, and
government?
it's
We are the government. Who pays the taxes? We pay the taxes. So
yeah.
he's stealing directly from the American treasury, and then he's able to use the tax
No.
pool in American policy to steal from his employees and
Yeah.
contractors and consultants, et cetera, or whatever, by
And
the leverage of his
No.
particular position
the,
individually and
well,
I'm
via
a
his companies. So he
I'm
gets
a
wait,
petty
Eliar, a little
paid
person.
bit.
from
Okay.
everybody.
Wait, Eliar, because on top of that, then he gets to turn around and take the money and then tangibly hand over 250 million to Trump for
Yep.
the election. Number one. Number two,
Hmm.
much of that, you're right, Eliar, about the government contracts, but it's also about the speculation over Tesla. That's a lot of the money comes from that.
So
Is the speculation of Tesla. And remember, Tesla wasn't profitable until what, a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
right?
I'm
Yeah.
So yeah, go
I'm
ahead,
gonna
Eliar.
make
You
a
got it.
statement because I'm
Mm-hmm.
just petty. I ain't gonna front. He's
Mm-hmm.
not stealing nothing. He's paying
We giving it.
politicians to give him stuff that they stole for him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
He-
That's a good point.
well, but he is essentially financing and uh, manipulating, or using them to manipulate things in such a way in which he's able to uh, to steal. So I'm not saying he's directly stealing. Well, in some cases he is, but I'm just saying he's also using the politicians as a means. He's a conspirator of that. I guess that's
He
a
did.
better way to
He
put it.
did what corporate America did, but whiter and better. He bought
Well,
off.
I mean, they were stealing too. The oil companies steal, the pharmacy. The argument I'm making is that they have orchestrated systems to steal from everybody. They use the tax code, they use the policies, they use even employment. They get rid of unions or sabotage unions. All these things, they sabotage the pension systems. All these things steal productivity from the vast majority of America.
The only difference between this era and past eras is the information age. The for me, the stupidity of these people is you used to be able to pay off people and nobody knew who got paid off. Now it's all people could figure it out. It's all public information.
Yeah, but LAR, it's public information. And one of my favorite phrases, Mr. Z coined it, the internet will expose us all. When I say that, I ain't just talking about the women talking shit online. Right. With social media, with the internet, with people with camera phones, you having not just information spread, but truth spread. And that it makes it much more difficult to manage people, not with just frivolous information just thrown at the wall, but with truth spreading and facts spreading, it makes it more difficult. Now, the more that this happens around the globe, it's going to be harder and harder for these people to keep on winning this game, right? What happens when you can no longer trick people? Like in America right now, upward mobility has largely atrophied. That's not even just a race thing; that's a class thing also. So what happens when more and more Americans realize that?
Reversing. It's not even.
Oh, good point.
I mean, you say atrophy suggests that it has run aground. I'm saying it. All evidence is it's actually we're retreating. We're going back. You know, when you look at the levels of debt, the descending, home purchasing and other major expenditures, obviously the people marrying less, so you have less consolidation of resources. I mean, everything is retreating in reverse.
So we already know we're part of the Black Panther. There's arguments to be made about Black women in general in the West and behavior. But when I bring up, this is like the leftist in me, when I bring up the lower marriage rate for the lower classes, there's a very specific argument I'm making. It's not just about the women. I am saying something about how class is working, how income and wealth is working, and who's able to touch these different milestones and dreams and things that were supposed to quote unquote be normal and regular, particularly in America, but across the West.
Z, you got a lot of static on
really, oh my bad. But if it really was a character flaw or people not valuing this thing, then why is it that a certain class damn near doubles the marriage rate, not even doubles, more than doubles the marriage rate? So in other words, working poor folks, 26% married. Middle class folks, 56% married. So are middle class men just better men? Do they have better character? I'm saying something with that, right? Like I know the women, and I know, yes, the baby mamaism and et cetera, negative liberty, et cetera.
No, the ethic is that they were better men, they be in the middle class, so they don't deserve to marry because they're not in the middle class.
Yep, that's my point. That's happening right now when it comes to money, class, income, specifically in America, but across the West, is because these people hoarded everything. This is why I refer to Dr. Richard Reeves with the dream hoarding, and I gotta cover it in a more recent interview he did about it. Dream hoarding, because he was really talking about the top 20%, but he mentioned the top 1% occasionally. They just take the money off the table. There's a lot of things attached to that money, right? There's a lot of things attached, and they didn't just take the money off the table. They took the opportunities. You saw with the varsity blues, the college school scandal. They took a lot of things off the table, not just the money, the opportunities, the relationships, and I'm not just talking about intimate relationships. The kid from the hood, the kid from the trailer park, if they go to the right university, university, go to the right college or university, right? I'm saying that wrong. If the black kid from the hood and the white kid from the trailer park go to the right university, they may be able to rub elbows with your mayor's son. If your mayor's son is roommates with the black kid from the hood, you never know what that might be matriculate into. But when you hoard all the opportunity and the dreams, there was an article, a title I read where it said 70% of college enrollees come from the top 20% or something like that. And I'm not sure if that was for specific universities or whatnot, or if that was overall in America. But that says something. 70% from the top 20. You see, like that, you're just recreating the class structure already. You're reinforcing it. So how is the bottom supposed to work exactly? When only 30% of when the bottom 30 is not even represented. The top 20, 70%. So they take 70% of the positions. And when you look at the stock market and who's investing in stock, it's the same thing. It's like across the board. It's like the top 5, the top 10, the top 20. And it's like they have a way outsized power. It's the top 20 damn near has like 70, 80% of the wealth. Right? And like I'm not saying because in that top 20 you have real working professionals. Not all of that is nepotism, et cetera, et cetera. Not all of that is talentless kids who just got positioned because of their parents. True. But with that, if that's the system, then stop selling this American dream. That's not real then. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean,
That,
it's not. And, what you're also describing is an atrophying of the talent pool. I mean, you might have hardworking people,
mm,
but do you have a broad diversity of talent potential so that when you now got to compete globally, especially against much more populated countries like India and China, do you have a surplus or a
mm,
premium of intellectual and scholastic capability to maybe offset the greater numbers, the greater human capital of those other countries? Well, you don't have that at all, especially since you circumvented potentially your most talented people, and that is the Black American male. So,
Black Widow.
yeah,
That's two countries with a 1.3 plus billion people each. China was
exactly.
fudging the numbers, but it's still like 1.3 ish and some change, and
You
India's at 1.4 and some change.
and so then the goal have
Ugh.
to compete against those countries while circumventing significant uh, percentage of your own population, your own
Mhm.
potential talent pool, and doing it on the arbitrary basis of sex and race. Uh, I mean, it's a failure of the most profound. This country does not deserve to continue. When
Mm.
you really think about it, it does not deserve. It don't deserve to continue to prevail against a China with 5 times or whatever the population, and
Yeah.
much more dedicated to much more dedication to science and development
No,
and
screw that
you,
black rule. By hook or by crook, sir. By hook or by crook. Okay.
okay, you know.
One of the
I'm,
oh snap,
I'm bullshitting, but for real though, that's how they think.
one of the
That's how these people
problems
think. Go ahead.
one of the problems with America and talent is, and it winds up being a global problem after a while, is if your goal is to exploit the talent, then the talent stops coming to you.
Mm.
So there is no talent. You know what I'm
There's
saying?
someone experiencing that with China right now, actually. That you're
Yeah,
saying that. Yeah.
they just won't come to you. Like what you what we get is basically there's no, I'm gonna say it, there's no difference between America's talent pool and the current state of hip hop. It's just a bunch of people throwing a bunch of junk out there and hoping because people are out there I can get a bag.
Somebody gonna be so I'm in the cars. Y'all already know, right? I'm heavy in the cars. So what I what a lot of people are doing is they're taking like LA, they're taking like 240 SX shells that are like look like they might have even been in an accident or whatever, but they're taking these shells of cars, and then because they know there's a market, they're hoping to catch somebody slipping. So they know Z is not gonna spend 15 grand on a 1991 Nissan 240 shell, but they're hoping that LAR 17-year-old will pressure him into spending that money. You see what I'm saying? Like, and so that is going to what you're saying. They're hoping to catch somebody slipping, and that's what it looks like. You're looking at a system that's like there's somebody here dumb enough to do it. There's a lick somewhere. All I need is one of these lanes to fall for it. I don't need all of them. I don't even need most. I need one, maybe two or three, and I'm good.
And what happens when you throw yourself in debt waiting for that lick to come?
Well, you just in debt. You might go bankrupt. Yeah.
And that's America.
Yeah.
That's just the gist of America, right? And that's the gist of the world. Because like when we think about even people like there's a lot of talent in America that never got credit for that never got paid for their talent. The vast majority of the things that we use in America weren't created by the people that the companies benefit from. The companies benefit of something that a person created that they never paid that person for or their family. So now you living in an era where people go, I can't afford nothing, or I don't want to buy nothing because I don't want your stuff. So
Yeah.
it's a in a short term, it's a wrap.
Yeah, no, I don't see this becoming recoverable. They not building the machines fast enough. The robots ain't here yet. So I don't know who you gonna exploit now. Ain't no the next level of cheap labor is the robots, and they not here like that yet. Automation it's hitting, but it ain't hitting hard enough.
Like, common sense to tell you if you want to replace people with robots, okay, you actually. This is the stupidity of just America. You actually think you're gonna be able to put white people on UBI without a revolt?
I don't. This is like you need people to buy things, so you need them to work because the machines aren't gonna buy things. They'll produce it, but who's gonna buy it?
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Universal basic income.
Yeah,
so you gonna put the world on? You gonna put all of America on welfare?
I mean, isn't that your way of bribing people not to overthrow their wealthy overlords? I'll sprinkle enough on you where you could subsist at least. And if you have any driver motivation, I guess you'll get a job. But yeah, I'll sprinkle enough on you for you to subsist and you can still contribute to the economy somehow. But yeah, I mean, I look at it as in a weird way, I think there's certain people that it would be great for, but then in another way, I see it as just bribing you to like not overthrow shit.
Well, maybe I'm tripping, but usually when it comes to welfare fraud, it's usually white people and Asian or some form of Asian, Indian or Asian person who just killing the whole market in fraud. Yeah. So it's like they already know how this is gonna go. You know, like robots are not gonna stop nothing. Robots cannot stop America's criminality.
Oh, they can enhance it though. Hey, send them fuckers to space so they can start mining these goddamn asteroids. Hey, we going full Gundam wing. We going full Gundam. It's time to start mining these damn asteroids, LAR. We gonna stay rich somehow. Right. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. KMS says, here's the bone I'll throw. Being stupid can be a temporary state of being. Stupid is not tied to ignorance. If you are acting stupid, you can also not act stupid. Be a benefit to yourself and others. Look, LAR over here. I'm just not LAR. Sorry, LAR. But KMS over here, ending on a positive note.
Hey.
Look, he said he made sure we went with the stupid thing. Look, LAR, you was in here. KMS came in throwing chairs.
Oh no.
he said, "Hey, look, these hoes are stupid," and now he's trying to end out on a positive note.
I mean, that's the okay. I'm gonna throw a chair for KMS. America was built on stupid people winning. That's the crux.
Yes, that's to some degree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I'll say this: it was definitely built on artificially inflating European peasants, mediocre European peasants. Because the whole point of America was basically to tell the Europeans, you can live as an aristocrat too, especially if you help us to oppress these Native Americans and these Negroes. So you have peasants basically come over here and advance their positions by stepping on other people.
Shout out to the Irish and the Italians and the Scottish and goddamn, I could do this forever. On that
Every
note, look,
succeeding group of
Bring
people who come in.
bring me your
look,
sick, bring me your
I
poor,
said
bring me
earlier,
your
yep.
racist, and bring me your coons.
Hey, guess what? That white woman just said that too, though. Uh-oh. She really did just say. I mean, she literally just said that. But look, we hitting the 9 hour mark. Look, Z got things to do.
Yeah, I gotta
Can't
get
make this
something
select
to eat.
machine forever. Look, we will pause right here. Like Guru, you want to give a benediction or you gonna disagree on this?
Quickly,
Go ahead.
it's
Go ahead.
interesting. You started out presenting, I guess, what some British black women were saying negative things,
Yep.
and then we kind of counterbalance that with this British white woman saying, "Show me
I
the
think that was
Negroes."
perfect. I think it was perfect that you brought that up. I'm so glad that you reminded me.
I think though putting those two together show how things are gonna go, and it demonstrates the folly of black women, and that is, you can be as angry and hostile and disappointed at black men as you want to be, and you may think in your mind you have legitimate reasons for that. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, or maybe there's some different interpretations of it. But the reality is that black men, especially the more black, resourceful black men, talking to all you guys, are not bound by what that black woman was complaining about. You're not bound. You look, 30, 40 years ago, yeah, you would have had to really been concerned about what some black women are saying about black men. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Was it TLC song?
No scrubs.
Scrubs. You would have, because generally that was your population of women to draw from. So you had to be kind of concerned with black women thinking and speaking negatively of black men. There was a lot of that. This was the Color Purple era. But now you're no longer bound by that anymore. And as this white woman shows, there are lots of women out here. They say, I'll take him. I know you want her, but she ain't gonna treat you right. What can I tell you?
I mean, literally, she said that.
I hop on top of you. You know what?
She literally
and we'll
said
make
that.
some pretty mixed babies, and I'm gonna cleanse you of the impurities of the gynocracy. This is the Snow Bunny credo, and I'll end it there.
Yeah, and with that, do you mind reading this with super chat? We'll just end it out after you read this.
Yeah. KMS, thanks again for your $10 super chat. American, okay. America was built by bandits, fueled by the helplessness, and is being rotted out by the stupid. I hope that the intelligent can save it in time. Intelligent equal, helpful to themselves and to others. Thanks for the definition of help.
And on that note, KMS, thank you for that. Thank y'all for coming up. Thank you, LAR. Always great to have you. Thank you, Yogami, Better You. Obviously, Black Uru. Thank you for everybody that was up here earlier, line in the squad. Dre, thank you, everyone. AB, we will pause right here. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. This was a goddamn marathon. Y'all go check out other non-Black Manosphere content. I'm going to play that clip one more again. We going to end out with our tire chirping, and then we out, y'all. So take it away for us, some British white women with the Aqualine features.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on, and they'll feel all cleansed, right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
And on that note, y'all, Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.